Start streaming and recording, bro. Okay. Yeah, we should be live. Hello, everybody. Don't mind me. Just running a little late. Yeah, that's all I can say. Running a little late. So if you're legitimately showing nothing, so if you're legitimately seeing nothing, yeah, chat's here. Let me just come up on stream as well. Okay, I'm also here. Let me just, where is it? Yeah, add a, yep, there we go. And also open up Limbus company just to do my dailies real quick, and then we'll hop into reading in a sec. But hello, welcome everybody. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you all have been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Also, a Limbus update. Okay, sure, why not? Right, Limbus is updating. Then it'll update. Yeah, I was doing something. That's why the stream is a bit not prepared, even though I delayed it by like 15 minutes or so. Anyways, right, I should probably add this as well. Stream. You can probably hear the game as well. Still a professional streamer, I see. Yep, definitely. Hello, Sterisk. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Hello, Lux and Canon. Welcome to the stream as well. We're just downloading Limbus Company real quick while we stream. So even though I delayed the stream by like 15 minutes, I was doing something, so that's why I kind of open things up, set up stream, live on stream. Hello, PDN channel. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Yep, it's update day. Drifting Blade of Hongyun is out, by the way. Yeah, not exactly planning to pull her, so I shall not. I shall indeed not do that. Alright. Now I should be able to... Let's go! Everything's finally set up! Thank you for the 300 lunacy. Right. Target extraction. Ishamel? Wait, why? I guess that's the standard. Drifting Blade of Hongyun. Roshu. Not really interested. December 4th. Scheduled update. I mean, that was today. Yeah, that's about it. Right. Convert everything into modules. And then... yeah, do your dailies. Excavations. Let's go.
알고 침식도 양호 아마도
Right. Oh, I forgot to post my Limbus ID on stream. It's fine. Not really a good rupture account positive ID. But some of our skills that are negative rupture count. Interesting. Pretty interesting kit. Right. Actually, yeah, just do that. Alright, I need to set another counter. Yes, the next interval is definitely Christmas, don't worry. It's just, it's funny, because yesterday, what I was doing was, for the most part, just cleaning the PC, like opening the entire PC box up, unscrewing the top, and then unscrewing the radiator, as well as unscrewing the fans on the liquid cooler radiator, and then cleaning it inside out. So it took about 2.5 hours by manual cloth cleaning, but hey, it was still nice, I would say. It was still nice. She'll probably shine on a poised team more than a rupture one. Interesting.
자비에 감사하다. 빈틈투성이군.
Alright. Actually do this. Okay. Nice. I was about to be like, nah, man. Nah, it's fine. Actually save the skill, actually. The assist attack is cool. Basically night owls, but for H-Corp. Interesting. Too fragile.
자세가 무너졌니?
Ishmael's not having a good time. Oh, man. Okay, that should be enough, actually. Nice. Either way, I'm gonna get her before the end of the season. Gotcha. Good to know, Lutton. I'm definitely pulling for that announcer. Right. I think that's what most people are pulling for. Just because why not? Hopefully the game audio is all good. Just saying. I got him on my first temple twice. That okay. I got a card as an announcer, why not him too? Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. But still, that is quite the luck. In the unfortunate sense. Let's go, Sinclair. Oh, they nerfed Nebulizer. Oh, another announcer gives 50 thread crates. That's good to know then. I thought it just didn't give you anything, so I thought that was like the worst thing you could get. Hey. That has been a thing for a while. Okay. Gotcha. Alright. The only thing left to do is thread. Oh. Are we ready to fight the bull? Are we ready to fight the bull? Oh, bruh. Bruh. Why did it just show for me? Because I just sent the message just now. That's why waves. I'm not. Okay, right. You know what? Sure. We'll start the stream off with a bang. Of fighting the damn bull. Why not? Oh boy. Alright, let's see. Oh, the nebulizer thing. Hey, GS, welcome to the stream. Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Been like that since Kanto A's dungeon launched. Hey, what are you talking about? Waves? Are you talking about the... Oh, the announcer, right? Or is it actually the nebulizer? Because Luxin was referring to the announcer, and then that being a thing, where you get, if you get a dupe announcer, you get 50 crates. Oh, it's the nebulizer now. Okay, gotcha. I was the one misunderstanding. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Oh, bro. Yes. I mean, that's a 10 coin. I'd take 5, actually. Right. Ishmael, just win. That's all I'm gonna say. Just win. That's all you need to do. Oh, that's hopeless. If everybody's struggling, might as well use Sinclair. Yeah.
빠르게 처리하지.
Well. Let's go. Let's go. At least you've got one. Sinclair. Let's go, Sinclair. Let's go, Sinclair. I don't know how Sinclair was doing that, but sure. He'll never lock in for the boss fight. He'll always lock in for the random abnormality encounter or that random luxative encounter. Anyways, another one. Yes. Ah, gotcha. Neutral, struggling. That's also neutral. It's also struggling. Damn, okay. What's Don's skill? Heal HP equal to remaining shield HP once per turn. I don't think there's gonna be much healing for the HP. It's the Desire Sensor play. Oh, hey, that's favored. If that's the case, go with the struggling one. Sure. Who's also targeting Rodia? Rodia, if you take this one, I mean higher chances, right? Yeah, sure. But now we need to... Okay. Neutral. Favorite. Okay. Hello Fuse! You read the Red Fraud's backstory and how he started the frauding? Yes, I will read that. Don't know if that's exactly what happens in it, but I'll inform you when I read through it in the stream. But for now, we're just doing some dailies in Limbus. Nice. Finally. Rodian can use his skills. Finally, Rodian can use his skills. Unresolved sorrow. Right. Expanding sorrow. Attack power down. Ah, nice. David. Sure. Mm-hmm. Yep. Do that. David. Nice.
일기당천.
Hello, Cosmic. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Yes, we are going to be reading Leviathan.
지키기 위해서.
하나 넘고 둘 넘고 꺾고 제쳐라.
Nice. Trauma burst. I always skip the dailies because I'm too lazy to manually do them. I mean, fair enough. It's just that my account level isn't high enough that it would justify manually doing those. Anyways. Right. Favored! These are favored for some reason. That's neutral. Okay. Sure. Sure. I mean, everything's struggling here. But that's also neutral. Sure. Hey, nice. Who's targeting that? Honglu. You can stop for the targeting. That's favored. That's why Rodian. At least that's favored. That's struggling. Okay. Take. Yeah. Go ahead, take that. So that's by. Don. Rodian. Sinclair. Nice.
일기당천.
Hey, finally, bull staggered.
자세가 무너졌니? 하나 둘때 심장.
Oh hey, Night's Owl finally activated. Damn.
일단 개패가.
그 오물을 다 죽어라.
Nice. At least we got to see that. I'll say that. At least we got to see that.
예전보다 많이 나아진 것 같다. 나도.
Nice.
그러고 보니까 그 환상체
Anyways. Two polls. Awesome. I'm pretty much about to hit the limit here. 120. Alright, so that's all the dailies done, and I don't really want to do anything else. So, I'll close... I'll keep it open in the background, why not? Why not? I'll keep it open in the background. Okay, so we need to set some things up. So give me a bit. It's gonna... Right. So how do I open this? I downloaded the PDFs and I'm using the Steam guide one because I think from what I know, that's the best one to read Leviathan with because it's the official one links, the Google Drives, and then also the fan translated ones for the last few chapters of the web novel. So yeah. And the only official quote unquote way to read it otherwise is you have to log into a Korean website, uh, change your account, do a whole bunch of that, only to just read Leviathan on it. So yeah. Anyways, so if I open this up, where would it open up? Good question, actually. Oh, it'll just open up here. Sure. Yeah, sure. I'll just open this up in the browser. Why not? I don't mind. Right. Yes. I'm just going. I'll zoom in a bit. And that should be it, really. Do that. Zoom in a little more. Now, change. Okay, is this good? I think this is good. At 200 zoom. I did create an account to read Leviathan like a year ago. Alright, so this is the first chapter. Leviathan. Vergilius backstory. Hope we'll see what we get. We'll see what we get. I'm blind to this. I have not been spoiled, so that's a good thing. One of the few things in Limbus company media that I have not been spoiled about. That's rare. Also, I just need to say this because, man, it's weird reading comics or the like on stream because it's hard to read them for some reason and to voice them. At least if it's like a visual novel or let's say the novel, I have an easier time. Anyways, let's start, shall we? So this is, I don't know which district or which corporation this is, but this definitely looks a bit like a nest, not the back streets. Hmm. Interesting. Oh, who's that? Vergilius? What's he doing here? Apparently was working on some files. That's a lot of folders my guy got to go through. Privileged much? Privileged much, dear boss? Man, I'm jealous. Who's that? Oh. On this fine afternoon, a certain someone gets to leave early. Oh, wait, was he okay? What? Wait, was the yeah? Let's. Yeah, I think that's perfect because it was getting a little too big. And when I read through things like this, I just bring some friends in to voice the characters. Fair enough. Fair enough. What? Where is he? Is this like a fixer office or something, or an association? One of the subordinates is. Well, the rest of us have to deal with all the niblets of busy work. What's your problem? Where do you think you're cooking that paper, hey? Oh, come on, big guy. It ain't fair to throw it right back at me. We've got to let this one slide. Our operator has kids waiting for him. Unlike you, Denby, no one's waiting at your place. Who is the slow feet? Try to keep some details to the minimum. Yes, please, guys. No, no hinting or no something like, oh, this is this or this is that. And let's just enjoy. I mean, my what? My wobbly whittle is that gets translated correctly? Okay, so it's left to right. Alright, it's left to right, not right to left. What did you just say? Hello, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Okay, so it's left to right. You're right. Like you, Denvi, no one's waiting at your place. But of course there are. Why wouldn't there? My lovely little babies. Their glasses? I wouldn't know. That's a whole lot of glasses. And specs? Wait. Bro. Why is that? Bro, so the artist here fucking edited the pixel glasses meme. That's the first thing I noticed about this panel. Hey, it's the same glasses I'm wearing on my avatar. It's the same glasses I'm wearing on my avatar. Hello, Rowdy. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day. Continue to have a good time on stream as we read through this. People usually don't treat tinted glasses as their children. Alright, so this person is obsessed with glasses. Gotcha. I feel like some of the translation or the localization for English is a bit slangish, I guess. And some of the sound effects are very much written down as to what some of the noises the character is making. I don't know what's the word for this sort of translation of character speech. I'm forgetting, but yeah. You don't know what's up. You know, I can clean them spotless every night and I get the message. I'll cover for you if you all ever happen to be busy, so you can stop complaining. Gee, makes it sound like we're hopping at you. No sweat, dear boss. Did already. What happy cream. Happy cream. Colloquialized? Is that a word? Maybe that's the word I'm referring to. Because it's not localized, it's colloquialized. Wait, what does colloquialized mean, actually? I know the word localized. Yes, just colloquialism. Okay, colloquial. It's conversational. Okay. It's a characteristic or appropriate to the spoken language or to writing that seeks the effect of speech, mainly for informal, or relating to conversation, conversational, colloquial. Hey, colloquialism. It's the everyday language. It's the linguistic style used for casual communication. No, okay. So basically, it's more casual communication. That's the speech for these characters. That's what colloquialism means. Interesting. We learned a new word today. Nice. Anyways, you're gonna be saying, "Oh wait, what does that mean? What does that word mean? Let me look it up." You're gonna be seeing that whole lot in this stream, so buckle up. Just grab the goodies for the kids. Right, wait a hot second. Come here for a moment before you go. Hmm? What is it now? 1, 2, 3. Surprise! Free firecracker. Okay. A bunch of firecrackers, an apple and an apple and a Santa hat, and a. What's all this? They'll be delighted to have a visit from Santa. Presents from us. Take and enjoy. Thought it'd be cool for our boss to do something like this for once. I figured beards wouldn't suit you, so I prepared firecrackers instead. Santa Vergilius. Right on time for the holiday. Man, it's kind of interesting that I'll be reading this, and then the next Limbus stream, whenever that happens, is gonna be this Christmas intervallo. Oh man. She's putting all candy. Oh, she's putting all the candies into the bag. Yeah, that has an interesting implication. So I prepared firecrackers for you instead. Instead of a beer, what would the firecrackers be useful for? Putting it on the face? Also, this is like a normal, I think, sans Roman. This is like one of the normal speeches. Sorry, normal text font. Yeah, font. That was the word I was looking for. That people use. Firecrackers. Oh, firecrackers has been stuffed into the pocket. Ho ho ho! Santa Vergilius. Can't stay in the city. Very jolly, ain't it? I get the other stuff, but why an apple? It's for wishing folks a peaceful night, more or less. I never heard that apples meant such a thing. Did you just make it up just now? Did you make it up just now? Ain't anything like that, so just take it. It was a tradition to gift apples on the eve back in District 8. District 8? Wait, District 8 would be. Is that referring to District G? St. Vigilance. Now, enough questions. Long missed bonding between workmates is nice and all, but Santa has places to be, so we'd better let him off. It's getting dark, so take care on the way there. H Corp. Oh, it's H Corp. Huh? Okay. Wait, what? How does the wait? How is the districts counted? Because right, it's H Corp. It's just the alphabetical. Yeah, it's just the alphabetical order, right? And that's how they're numbered. Of course, yes, I had to think that through again. Then I was like, yes, Chad is right. I don't know what extra alphabet I added. Oh man. Tell the kiddos I said hello. Did you have a brain fart there? Yes. Hey, he's smiling. He's smiling. Ah, the whole streets are decorated like that. Christmas decorations. Everybody's celebrating Christmas. Wonder what's the reason why people celebrate Christmas in the city? Like, what's the story behind that? Is kind of what I want to know. Santa's gladiator. I'm just looking at the art, really. It's pretty nice. Okay, so he shows his probably identity card or permit or something. Christmas equals commercial profit. Gotcha. You'll see in the next interval. True. True, true. Hmm? Is he... Wait, is he going into the back streets? Is that what he did? He left the nest? Oh no, maybe he just went into a new neighborhood? I don't know. It's quiet. Normally getting to this part of the road makes me relieved. But right now I'm overcome with unease. A lot of peeps here. Hmm. Destroyed structures. Does he start running? Oh. Okay. Calm stay in the city. What's going on here? These are just a bunch of letters. So this part of the he forgot the center hand. But this part of the okay. Hello, John Licious. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. This part of the buildings are destroyed for whatever reason. And that's a telephone. Wait, that's a light stand. Light pole, I think it's called. Hmm. Where is he going? Oh, there's a whole fire. Oh. Oh. Okay, so something is actively destroying things here. We'll get to know what this thing is probably later on. Nice, though. Nice. Oh. Wait, is that a distortion? Or an abnormality? That looks familiar. Yes, I have been so afraid. Hello, Black Sea. Welcome to the stream. Not these two. That's pure flesh. Loathing. Library of Ruina related. Gotcha. Oh, Love Town. I've heard it's infamous, but don't know what's that. Wait, so they just fused together? Okay. Yes, I have not played Library of Ruina, and nor do I plan to. Uh, huh. Considering the setting Limbus is in, as soon as I heard there's something called Love Town in this universe, I was like, is it like just the fusion of flesh or something? Looks like maybe I'm right, maybe not. We will continue, but still. uh, yeah, it says that on the apron, just fused flesh. What in the Oh, we are tearing some people apart. Oh, straight up by the head. Hmm. Cuts away this monstrosity's hand with a. Oh right, he. That's the dagger. That's the. I think that's the short sword at his back. Interesting sound effects. That's a Gladius. Oh, is that a weapon called Gladius? I thought that this was like more akin to a short sword because I didn't know how else to describe it. I'm not very knowledgeable in terms of weapons and stuff, so of course, a type of Roman sword, huh? And it's called Gladius. Bristly creature is crazy. It's the Roman sword thingy. Gotcha, gotcha. Oh, so wait, so this fleshy monstrosity destroyed an entire apartment section in the nest, probably multiple buildings. Did it fuse together with multiple people as well? Don't know. But yeah, everything's just wrecked beyond belief. A lot of people probably killed. Oh, somebody's gonna. I'm just gonna go out on a limb and say that's somebody's grandma that's dead. Uh oh, so are those some kids? What? No. Just what is your business? Was this your job? Who then? Who gave you the order? Ah? Another person. Another person has arrived before he could do anything about the other person, huh? So that monstrosity. Strike. Eerie. Is it? It's eerie. I thought you perished in that library. Oh, he knows about the library? Okay. Gotcha. Interesting. So at this point, he still knows about the library. I'm aware, though, that Leviathan is set post Library of Ruina True Ending and before Limbus Company, but that's the extent of my knowledge. Don't ask me. The world is full of curious happenings, after all. Just like how you've lost those little ones, and like how I coincidentally happened to need that child. Little ones? So related to Vergilius. What does that monster have to do with your search for your son? Well, pieces have their place. Not like that's of your concern, though. Hmm? So you knew, yet stood on the sidelines. How typical. And now dragged. And now you've dragged me into your little game. Actually, Roy, I mean, it. Even the little bits and pieces of info used well or revealed later on have greater impact because it's spoilers. Even if it's little, I said no spoilers, no matter how little it may be. And before the info is presented to me, please don't uh, answer that because there's a reason why stories reveal lore and info like that on their own later on when it's relevant. So this place is of some significance. Hmm. Well, I haven't played lore, and even though I don't, you can keep those things like I. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. We can still be keep like, oh, who's this mysterious person? There's a charm to it. Maybe I would want to know more. But if this story doesn't bring it up, no need to say it. And if it does bring it up, good. Now you've okay. So this place was, as I was going on, so this place was of some significance to Vergilius. Huh. Well, it's a shame about those children. You'd agree, no? Red gaze. Oh, he already okay. So he already has the title Red Gaze. I okay. That's one less pretense for you to wear. The word gaze is also from the Korean homophonous reading of the characters. I don't know, but an epithet meaning immortal poet. So it can also mean immortal poet, as in how it's read. Is that what this means in the translation note? Interesting that he already has the title, huh? Bro's, bro's straight up going for the head. Bro's straight up going for the head. Most definitely. To fit these games and stories already made with thought that you knew about them already, so not knowing them while reading the story can just cause it. I would heavily disagree. That's not the point. You are intentionally going ahead and messing up with somebody else's experience because Limbus Company itself is an entry point into the series for people who don't know, right? Okay, so basically, gaze is pronounced Shishon. Because there's a lot of questions that the game itself will bring up and that you may have curiosity about. You can play those games yourself, maybe because there's always the draw, even with spoilers. And there's something, it feels nice when you have a question and it doesn't immediately get answered because you get your instant answer and it's like, oh, there's an experience. That's not the point, Roy. The point is not make it a habit of revealing information unless I'm specifically saying, okay, tell me, Chad, who's this woman? If it's no big spoilers. Because that attitude can then develop into a habit of, well, it's not really relevant information, you know? That's why. Anyways, fighting. We are finally into a fight scene. Hmm. The red gaze activates. Let's go. Bro has fucking eliminated an entire. I think this was like entire apartment buildings. It's a bit hard. Is that words of Devil May Cry? Anything that can be explained within the media later on is spoiler if explained prematurely. Exactly, Rowdy. It's exactly. Because if it's a big enough thing to the story will bring it up and naturally. And if it's a world building and lore thing, then uh, we'll know. We'll simply know. Judgment cut. So, alright, so that woman is doing some air gymnastics, apparently. Yeah, it's always like this, with like slightly over the top or very powerful fight scenes. I guess that's the broader definition, though, of just how superhuman fighty scenes are. So she steps on the rock and then jumps off, giving a. Did she give a cut to Vergilius? Maybe swooned out of the way? Oh, sorry, moved out of the way midair. Hmm. Well, and now it's an explosion. It's a fight between. I mean, to be fair, if my guy is already a color, then the other person has to be like a color or the equivalent of a color to be fighting with the Red Gaze, right? Because he already has that title. That's what I'll assume. Anyways. Hmm. Did he get a. Did he get a cut on his face? Oh, the kids are trying to help each other out. Hmm. I have a vague feeling Originalist may not be happy right now. Oh, she's trying to sneak up on him, huh? Chat, I think Originalist is gonna crash out, but I can't put my finger on it. Hello, VT5 Gaming. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Oh, that entire building was fucking decimated. Oh, it was cut in half. Nice. Okay. I She's purposefully fucking putting the children in danger, so virtueless. Aye. Hello, Riva Cheerio. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Well, that's backhanded, but fair enough. He should have brought the Santa hat with extra +1 protection. Man, who's going to pay for these damages? I don't know. Ask Edge Corp, I guess. Explosion. Wait, is that? Hold on a second. Hold. Go back again. Who was it who gave you the order? Some teddy bear, right? I noticed the teddy bear and the woman and the child he saved, I should say. Then there was. Is that Charon? If the skin color is anything to go by, and the grayscale here. Bro just took on a falling building, of course. Hello, Quattro and Sheenam. Welcome to the stream. Okay, if I ask something, who is that? Oh, is that? Chat, do not say who it is, alright? Even though I have no idea. And I'm just asking because I want to present this to you as me going through the story, alright? So don't answer those questions, just as like a final warning. What do you think? I have. I have a feeling. I don't know. Might be wrong, but he's definitely been bloodied a bit. Okay, so the other woman pulls out her katana finally. They go for round 2, baby. This is definitely going to be a bit of a long fight if it goes on like this. Oh! He's on his knees. Come now, Junior. You know there's no point in dragging this out. Oh, hello, Eckling Wildhunt. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and intend to have a good time on stream. At least he seems to be having fun. Oh, did he get hit so hard? Hello, AlexGG. Welcome to the stream as well. Oh, he isn't able to recognize what she's saying. What's this thumping? Is that the thumping of his heart? Oh. Why is this woman so strong? I don't know. Oh, the apple's destroyed. No more candies. Santa Vergilius. No more Santa Vergilius. That's sad. Anyways, right. Now moving on to chapter 2. Okay. Oh no, the apple. Mister. Is he having flashbacks to that fight? Alright. Yes. They're in a bar, I think? Still thinking something. Are you alright? You suddenly went quiet. It was a bit worrying. Probably in a bar, restaurant. Hey, boss, you do recognize that person, yeah? You haven't forgotten who we are? I'm starting to wonder if you remember how you got here in the first place. Don't be so mean to him. Looks to me like his mind's just someplace else, eh? You are okay, right? Vergilius, I don't know. It's nothing to worry about. I was just occupied with the thought for a moment. Did I... Were you reminded of the orphanage? No. Ooh. So, what was your name again? Buckaroo? It's Garnet. Hmm? You seem too drunk to be talking, so keep out for a sec, will you? Oh, okay. Wait, what? Oh, it's the other person's. Okay, it's the other person's hand. I was like, huh? Where did that hand come from? uh, you seem too drunk to be talking, so keep out for a sec, will you? You're gonna scare the lad. Hey, what the frig, big guy? I was talking to him first. Shoo, shoo. Aye, that's a pretty name. Putting that aside, you're green as a sprout. How old are you? I turned 20 not too long ago. So you leapt into this biz just like yesterday? Like just yesterday? It's been that long, has it? Yep, all grown up now. Look here, I'm a full-fleshed fixer, just like you. You have no idea how much respect I have for you. You always did your best to keep us from harm. So now let me guess, I want to be a big, powerful, strong. I want to be a big, strong, powerful color, just like you, Vergilius, right? Uh, let's not get hasty. No way I'm expecting that much. You know, they say you should dream big. I have a long way to go before I can reach that level. I don't have any specialties unlike him. Yep. Still, if I want to find those who destroyed the orphanage and make them pay for what they've done, I've got to climb to your league, right? Doesn't seem like the best idea. Boss isn't out for blood about it either. So extrapolation from the storytelling. So the orphanage destruction happened 20 years ago. Not 20 years ago. I mean, maybe more than a decade ago. And this guy is one of the kids who has grown up from the said orphanage. Now is a full-fledged fixer, and his name is wait, what's his name? Garnet. Maybe. Now that's the thing, Roy. I'm theorizing. I will see. It's not that long ago. See, that's the thing. If I say something out of whack, unless it has been proven wrong by literally information I don't read, you don't correct somebody, because then you're giving somebody hints. Oh, it's something else. You can correct it, right? And this is how somebody like me connects the dots even faster than normal. Because even if the information I extrapolated or misunderstood or gotten is somehow like it's wrong or I misunderstood it, you don't correct it just for the sake of not pushing me in the right direction. So it's a lot more than just a spoil event over here. It's you have to have some manners and some things you gotta be careful about. Because even though these aren't spoilers, like your sentence right there. It's just, it gives me an idea to work on so I can connect the dots faster than I'm supposed to. And it's fun when you misunderstand stuff and the story connects that later on, corrects you later on. That's very hard. Nah, I'd just say it's something you learn. It definitely takes a bit of practice to mind your manners, but it's not too hard. You just get used to it after doing it a bunch of times. But okay, so he's thinking about the past and the destruction of the orphanage, huh? Like, if I ask, okay, chat, tell me about this because I really want to know, go ahead. I don't mind it because I asked it. If I don't ask, then yes. But yes, that is definitely hard for some people. It's all in the past now. Some things are better left behind and forgotten. Ro has some tears in his eyes, huh? So, while on the topic of the orphanage, do you remember Lapis? Lapis. Ah, that twin-tailed girl. Sure, I do. Then you must know she and I were your good friends too, right? She promised to meet me again, telling me where to go in private. Would you like to join me, sir? To see her in person? Ah, now I get the joke. Lapis lazuli. Now I get the joke that Shinam made, Shimun made in chat. I'm only able to think of the ore from fucking Minecraft, bro. Not even the real life mineral from Minecraft of all things. Yeah, all Lapis talked about was you, Vergilius, and she easily never opened up to anyone but me. I'm sure she'd love a reunion with you. Maybe she'd want to show you that she's back in good spirits and keeping on, like me. No thanks. You can go on your own. There's no good reason for me to meet them in person anymore at this point. Hmm. It's hmm. Hmm. Well, the atmosphere is all down in the dumps now. Definitely doesn't look hung up about the past. Yeah, I do think Vergilius is somewhat in guilt. And the mood's here kind of tanked. How about we go for one more round? Then order another grilled drumstick for me. And I am gonna go with this pear scented liquor. I'd like a glass of irizake. Same booze as usual. Ask him to put a small fin for mine. And add this and that. Well, the girl over here looks like a big eater, huh? Please don't order more than you can eat, Mr. Rikako. Okay, Rikako. Nanciol. Okay. So she's called Rikako. This is Nanciol. I don't know these two's names, but sure. Why the long face, buckaroo? Reunion should be happier. Three per person arc. Just drink away all your worries for tonight. Okay. Pass over a cold glass of milk, bartender. Because they're not drinking. Because he's not drinking age yet. Gotcha. Hmm. I just like that all it's in all caps. A beam, jolly, as a sound effect, and I'm like, man, yeah, this could have received better official English translation, but that's that's the thing. It's some of these translations. Okay, so this is night out. Is he? I'm gonna guess. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say he's in his apartment or something, one room apartment. Man, he's really just thinking about. That's the only thing on his mind, huh? The past. Oh, we have phones here. I mean, of course we would. Why wouldn't we? It picks up his phone. District 22 payphone. District 22 payphone. Okay. District 22 is. V Corp, okay. Hmm. I was just thinking about it. I don't know why. V stands for Vietnamese flashbacks. Oh, bro. So he picks up the phone. So this is V Corp's payphone. Is that what it's saying? Oh, okay. That's the number destination. Fucking god. Where's the call coming from? It's from a payphone in V Corp. Gotcha. Excuse me, sir. Sorry to bother you so late at night. I went out to meet Lapis and I don't know how to. You see, I. What's going on? Calm down and speak slowly. Okay, I had gone to see Lapis, but something just doesn't feel right about that skit. Something just doesn't feel right about that place. There were suspicious looking sculptures inside, and the people looked like syndicate members. Oh? Oh. Huh. Is that? There was someone who seemed like an officer of Ring. I remember hearing about it, the Seven Associations orientation seminar. I think that ring was supposed to represent a pretty high position in that finger, too. An officer of the ring, okay. How many coils did the ring have? About 3, I think. A maestro of the ring is over there. Sir, something's definitely wrong there. I can feel it. What should I do? A maestro of a ring. Okay. Yes, some things will be explained. All right, chapter 2 is finished. At the rate we're going, this is definitely going to be taking quite a bit to go through. Something was off about that place. What gave you the impression? It looked like a school more than anything. Perhaps she decided to pursue a higher education. That can't be. I definitely heard Lapis got a job at a fruit harvesting company, and she never was a fan of studying. And I didn't see a single fruit there, let alone an orchard. Oh, I guess there were some crates, though the whole bunch was rotten. Maestro of the. Oh! I just forgot. Wait, yeah, wait, that's the ring. That's the Ring Finger Syndicate, Maestro of the Ring. I was, well, what's this office? What's this? Right, the fucked up artists group. Right, I just remember now. Anyway, that place is weird. It seemed like there were classrooms, but it didn't feel like a regular school. The people around inside looked like syndicate members. I mean, students don't usually carry weapons to class, though it might be different at some schools. Hmm. Are they getting indoctrinated or something? Where are you right now? I ran away from there. Sorry, sir. No, don't sweat it. Knowing when to stay out of dangerous business is a valuable skill. What should I do, mister? You don't think something bad happened to Lapis, right? I really hope not. I've got to help her. But even if I appeal to Zwei, they won't come right away. They will they? The Zwei Association? Oh yeah, the Bodyguards Association, Protection Association. Oh, he's trying to see if he can insert more change into the payphone. Yeah, that booth is decrepit, almost. Mister, can you just can you help me out just this once? There's nothing I can do to help. But sir, I'm not sure what to do on my own. I beg you. Head back home for now. We'll talk some more tomorrow. He's definitely gripping that phone. The Vergilius veins on hand is definitely an important detail. Really? Can I count on you to call me then? Nothing promised. I'll be waiting for your call. Thank you, sir. There wasn't much help in the orphanage incident half a year earlier, but this time will be different. Okay, see now it's revealed that that happened half a year ago. It wasn't like a decade ago. Hmm. Well, so we are reading that bloody bastard's past. Hello, Catherine. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time. Stream is so charming. Is that like a paper or something? A photo. Aw, a photo of the orphanage. All the kids. Even the little ones. A baby. Maybe the orphanage grandma. Also, that looks suspiciously like Charon, alright? That looks suspiciously like Charon. Hello, Yemrith, and hello, adorable Centurion. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a but I don't think I was supposed to know that yet, Yemrith and adorable. That's all I'm saying is that we know that this is yes, this is lapis lazuli. No way. Apparently that's what it's happening in the story. So I'll see. No thought had empty. Yep. He's still as impatient as he was 10 years ago. Wait, 10 years ago? Huh. Two of them are already named after stones. Who's the guy? It's this guy. Right. This is the one. Is it? I guess that's a very old photo of the orphanage. Hmm. Yes, it's already been established since chapter 1 that Vergilius is already a color fixer and he knows about the library and one other person from the library that fought him in chapter 1, let's just say. I'm going to make up the names. Oh, bloody hell. Was he trying to sneak into the school? Calm down, my guy. I think if a maestro from the fucking Ring Syndicate is here, this is not going to end well. And apparently their positions are designated by how many rings you have, which is interesting. Hey, that's Vergilius coming up with his Gladius. Iron Nugget. How many rings is the max? I wouldn't know. Ask chat. See, that's the call amount of information that I'm willing to accept because this is like, oh, these are categorizations. So that's fine with me. You all can talk about categorizations and stuff like that. Mister, you really showed up. Thank you for coming. Judging the ranks and power is a bit tough. I believe it's 4. We know that Maestro has 3, but we don't know if there's a rank above a Maestro. Yeah, power does not equal rank in Syndicate. Still. No need for greetings. Is this the building? Yeah, I never got far in though. Oh, this is looking interesting in terms of sculptures. Figures resembling works of art, huh? It's fishy. Something's up for sure. I'll deal with whatever is inside. You can wait here. Huh? Don't be absurd. I only asked you to help me with this. I can't let you go in there alone. You didn't raise me to be a coward, right, sir? Knight, calm down, my guy. I've never really raised you in general. That's not the point. I've done my practice. I want you to have faith in me. I promise to not be dead weight at the very least. Brother, you're gonna be dead by the you're gonna be dead by the end of this if you're dealing with one of the worst syndicates or one of the top 5 syndicates in the city. Then I'll leave you to deal with your own share of it. So, okay, so they sneak off, go into a fence, along some guardrails, a whole mission, a sneaking mission. This is, huh? Monkey animal heads, animal heads. Interesting. The fuck is a great 10 fix? When it's just howdy, hello. I can't read your name, but I'll just call you N7E. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. We can't tell you because we don't know. I think grade 9 is the lowest, so but still, welcome to the regardless. Hopefully you have a good time in stream. There are chambers that look just like the classrooms. Yeah, it's like they're giving lessons or something. Grade 10 is unpaid interns. True. Grade 10 doesn't exist. Call me Park. Howdy, fellow Justice Crusader. Alright, Park. Welcome to the stream. Hope you have a good time with the rest of us. The ring. They only trust what they see. I might be a bit too late. Typical. Yeah, there's some interesting execution of art going here. It seems weird now that we are inside. For a school, it's completely missing students. And we also explore the ring syndicate, which I was very curious about. No, this is not an ordinary school. It's an art gallery hosted by the ring. In that case, there ought to be docents lurking around. Does that mean Lapis is involved with them? Most likely. Mister, she's gonna be fine, right? I hope we'll find her here. Grabbed, no noise. They're who I saw yesterday. Just what are they up to? Maybe tailing them leads to something useful? We can ask the one spying on us for directions. Sorry? Oh. Oh, that's oh. Oh yeah, that's a random butter knife. Both busy, so we're both busy, so let's just get this over with. Quickly. So okay, so that wasn't the statue. Gotcha. Nice. They were normal exhibits. Least surprising thing, to be honest, in the comic so far. Least surprising thing in the comic so far. I don't know what your business is, but I ask that you give me your cooperation, sir, madam. Pardon? What? What was that? Oh, what's going on over there? The statue. Brother, I don't think you were able to. You should have been shouting your fucking association and identity in the middle of a syndicate hotspot. But he showed his pics. What grade is he? He's a green. He's newbie as can be, grade 9. Pixel license as if it were a police badge. Oh, bro. Oh. Did I make a blunder? This talk is usually better against your enemies. At least he's aware, self-aware. At least he's self-aware. I would manipulate this guy. Stop, you violated the law. Random fixated. Ring. Oh, man. Get ready. Okay. Hold on. This thing's stuck. Wait, what are you working with, my guy? Alright, so... Oh, he's fighting the statue. Oh, rapier. Okay. Interesting. Alright, throw a towel on him to block the view. Flop to the ground with a poke to the shoulder. I don't think you're supposed to turn around, brother. You're supposed to confirm who that was. Alright. Brother got the Qing Association rapier. Ah, it's the Qing Association rapier. Yeah, you're not supposed... Rule number 1. You're not supposed to turn around until you have absolutely confirmed that your opponent is dead. Oh, man. Which list, sir? Well, he took care of all the art students. Legitimately. In about the same time as it took him to down the statue. Oh, it's French. It's pronounced Sync. Sync Association. Look at that. You two are totally hilarious. Would it kill you to kill or what? And you, the exhibits. Who told you guys to move? Aren't you afraid of being scolded? Is that a part of the ring? I mean, I'm gonna assume so. Random woman with a half interesting mask. And Morso is... Ah, it's Morso. Okay, it's not Morsold. But it's just funny to call him Sold. This person is pretty hot. Yeah, Mr. Soul. Well then. I know I'm getting off scot-free. average city dweller when they get the slightest bit of power. Oh, bro. I I won't comment. Anyways, chapter 4. Well then. So that's our opponent. You guys would have been in serious trouble if it was someone else that spotted you. Is it just me or women in the city are walking around? I, I, uh, I don't. I mean, it depends. But considering the line of business, Lobotomy Corporation, Library of Ruina, and then now, Limbus Company is saying you'll just have a higher chance of meeting unhinged women, I guess. Not that I mind, though. They weren't my favorites anyway. Oh, the statues are twitching. That doesn't. You see, destruction is where art begins. And this is just a bit too plain, wouldn't you agree? Oh, so we just. Huh. We just slit a statue's throat. Interesting. Nah, their logic is some things are already made, you just destroy it in a creative way. An art. Ooh. Like if I am to guess, if I had to guess, Ryosha is probably like part of the ring, right? She probably is. Whoopsie, don't let Jumson know that I said this, okay? He likes the musicians of Bremen. Johnson's name is made by combining dot with feminine and effeminate suffix. An English equivalent would be dotty. Dotty. Know that I said this, okay? Fun fact, the ring uniforms are the reverse of the normal gender-associated clothing styles. Ah. Huh. Anyways. Well, if you're trying to go up against the red gays, then you better prepare yourself. You better prepare yourself. Aren't you the one who started vandalizing the items? Whatever we had done, we didn't kill anyone. Come on. Bringing in those pieces was a lot of work, and you aren't even trying to act sorry. Oh, that was Vergilius saying. Okay. I thought that was the woman continuing the line. No, okay. Whatever we have done, we didn't kill anyone. Come on. Bringing in those pieces was a lot of work. And you aren't even trying to act sorry. Brought in? Wanted to fight Vergilius and folded immediately. Color be surprised. Wait, so he right, that was supposed to be a human who has had their mouth and ears shot, stitched together. Damn. Huh? Did did Lapis also? This is too bitter. Why did anyone ever eat this? You asked for one. I mean, you always keep candy in your mouth so well. I thought it must be tasty. You're so clueless, Garnet. The sweeter things are, the sooner they'll melt. Bitter candy I can preserve and suck away little by little. Really? I think those people are still alive. Centurion. When I grow up, I'm gonna try all the flavors in the world. V really stands for Vietnam flashbacks, huh? Now even Garnet's having flashbacks. Not gonna lie, this is basically a colorless manhwa than manga. Yeah, fair enough. They're still making sounds. I mean, like at this point, the reader is supposed to have an assumption. Like, she does look similar to Charon. Wonder what happened, and you'll probably get an answer later on. Hmm. Up on a tree, watching, watching what exactly? Why are there so many names for comics? Simply because it depends where the origin of the comic is. Like, for example, Western animation. That would be animation that comes out mainly from America and Canada, right? And there would be Eastern animation, and then the different names for that. Because manhwa would be Korean comics, manhua would be Chinese comics, and manga would be Japanese comics. So there's a distinction. There is a distinction, and all three follow a specific style, basically. General storytelling tropes and stuff like that. Yeah, it makes it easier. And after categorization, it makes it easier to know what you're talking about instead of just being like, oh, comic. Because comic to me just sounds like an American comic, basically. So there's a big distinction in storytelling method, the way you're supposed to read them, at least for manga, and then the art styles and how it's done, right? Like half of all manhwas are solo leveling clones. I mean, you can say and make the same argument for light novel industry, like how most of the light novels being released are reincarnated into whatever fucking world I want to be. There's a shit ton of saturation in a lot of creative industry. It just you gotta know, some are saturated than more than others. They aren't solo leveling clones because solo leveling didn't start that genre. True. Power fantasy was the thing way before solo leveling was ever the thing. But yeah. Anyways, distinction on genres and stuff like that. Aside. Lapis. Huh? Please hold on. I'll have you untied in a jiffy. Now, where did I put my knife? Garnet. Garnet. Don't bother. But this is too cruel. How can such a thing... What's he doing? Aha! Hey, kiddo. Seems like you're barely a tenderfoot in this biz. Am I wrong? Just hold still for a sec. I've almost got this. That makes things odd, though. You look just like you've got... You look like you've just barely got your license signed. So how did total tyro like you team up with this monster of a man? I want to see I reincarnated as a... Oh, don't give them too many ideas, Waves. That's going to be light novel title in the next 5 years. Reincarnating as an atmosphere of a planet, for sure. Having a power system where the atmosphere develops and planets merge, and then a lot of shit. Just throw shit in, follow a bare basics, what's it called? Bare bones structure, and you're done. The enemies will be aliens. Garnet cheating his way into ranked matches with Virgil. Power scaling where hydrogen versus oxygen. Alright, let's focus on the comic, because this is going to take too long if we go like this. Alden, now you're... Why? Why did you have to get in my way? I'm sorry. You ruined everything. All I had left. All I needed was tonight's test. Oh. Thine eyes have clouded over. No, please. Miss Pablo, Until your pupils relax, there won't be anything inside. Oh. The mask has been destroyed. Huh. Oh, interesting. A smile, huh? What's she doing? What is she... Interesting mixture of effects on this panel, let's just say. Yeah, this seems like a bit of a... Oh... We're legitimately snapping ourselves up, breaking one bone by one. So this is what the purple tear meant by that. Huh? We won't find Lapis here. Let's head back. I think she might be a little unhinged. I reincarnated as air, but the atmosphere is so polluted that my system window keeps popping up out of nowhere and forcing me to teach the inhabitants how to live for the environment. That was 1/7 of the original title. These syndicate members are crazy. Definitely are. Oh. Reflect me. Keep me in your gaze. I have seen, seen have I. Drops of blood were running down your window. When the time arrives, clutch me in your gaze once more. Down your window? That's a very contorted, distorted sight. Nobody's just distorting here, it's just contorting. Anyways, right, moving on to chapter 5, shall we? Chapter 5. Actually, I'll be right back, guys. Just give me a bit. Piss break real quick. If you're enjoying the stream, please be sure to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel in turn, and I'd really appreciate all the support I can get. How have I been streaming for an hour and 51 minutes? Hello, we're back. Drank a little cold water. That wasn't good. Anyways, right. Let's get back to reading this. Did he come back to the office? Here. I guess he did. This is chapter 5, right? Yeah, this is chapter 5. He's probably very concerned about what happened to Lapis. You walked into their gallery of all places and wrecked works. Said enough. Enough said. There's reasons to say it's never good to fandango with them. Fandango with them. It's true that Lapis wasn't in that gallery, but no wonder. The last sent you a gift too. Lapis sent me something? What did she send? Don't you worry, it's untouched. Check it out yourself. Well, with the anticipation, we see what's inside. 2G from L. To Great. Wait, what was this guy's name? Greta, right? From Lapis L. Huh. A 6mm videotape. Do people nowadays use tapes instead of letters to send regards? Garnet or something. Yes, thank you. It's actually Garnet. I wouldn't know. Maybe the times changed. Don't be silly. I'll go grab a play for this thing. Ooh, we connect everything. Oh, they are laptops. Here's what. Right. I mean, to be fair, there is literally K-Corp. So we got phones. We also have laptops. And the level of technology here is, yeah, it's pretty understandable. It's all set up. I'll play the video now. Nice. What's this? Is the audio garbled for this? Okay. Maybe a research facility. And worn and torn clothes. Something error. What are we experimenting on? 29 minutes. That looks like a whole ass laboratory. Okay. Oh, these are different people. These are actually different people. That's like an average salaryman. I don't know who. A woman, a janitor, maybe? Oh? Ruby? Ruby! Ruby, is that you? A323. Oh, okay. Okay. Huh. What is that face? No, Mama, I don't really like milk. I told you before, didn't I? And this, and the room white, painted parachute to the last plane. It went crunchy, crunchy. The butterfly, as it was. What? Drug McGlegry. Drug McGlegry. Shook hands with the stomach, and I'll come to you tonight. Not since created to emulate the gibberish found in the Korean, formed out of dream, squirm, wriggle, and hung. Oh. Oh, so the translators have added this. I was like, huh? A32. This is the same person, right? No, this is Z32. And this is B329. Why is the number there changing? Is that significant? Maybe. There are so many of me. Yeah, a lot's happening in your head. Are they trying to extract enkephalin? What's going on here? I feel like this is we're trying to extract enkephalin or maybe inject it. I don't know who that is, nor do I wish to know right now. I want to pay attention to the story. Danger, maybe some kind of overload. Maybe some of the scientists come over. That's a lot of vowels, man. You sure you set the refraction rate correctly? All I've done was set the intensity to 3 point as you ordered. What was the maximum number of rifts observed? 26. Let's push that number up to 40. I could raise it, sure, but that would most certainly worsen the damage. Is that capsule... Wait, is that capsule... Huh. Oh, he started cackling. Oh, bro is straight up starting to... What's wrong? What's going on? It means we have yet another failed test on our hands. Is he starting to distort or something? Oh, did he get turned to fucking eyes or something? Ending experiment number 32. Are you sure the intensity calibration was correct? It was properly at 3 point. It wasn't the problem. Oh, he turned into crystal and died. Rip. Well, that's traumatizing. Okay. Asia, is it true that the subject has shattered to pieces? I have warned that this would happen. I've warned that this would happen from the start. Like I said, I can only do so much on my own. If you're going to pull off an abduction, you should have committed and brought the other 8 with me. Just you wait. We'll have more manpower soon. Won't that be a touching reunion? How many riffs are you planning to make, anyway? 40? 50? No. Oh, is that the Maestro of the Ring? No, of course not. 10,000 minimum. Multiple eyes. Okay. 10,000 minimum riffs. Riffs for what? But we'll see. Alright, chapter 5 done. It took 2 hours to get here, which is insane, in my opinion. But let's move forward, shall we? Where is it? Right, chapter 6. 2 irises in 1 eye, that greedy bastard. Okay, so he's going over some files in his office. And no need to give me a hint if we don't know what this is. Ruby, how many riffs are you? Taboos of the city. Taboos of the city and its nests. Oh, it's a code. We have a whole book of taboos. Okay, KML. Alright, let's stop hinting at spoilers, Adorable. Come on. I'll have to stop you right there. Let's not ruin the experience for the people. Yeah, those are some interesting books. An entire book just dedicated to the taboos of the city and the nest related to these corporations. That would be lovely as like lore. This guy probably knew Ruby, I think. Was it Rudy or was it Ruby? Yeah, it was Ruby. Well, then. This is legit, right? Goes to show how many restrictions are in one loan. How, bruh? I mean, that's the thing. Stop hinting at it. That's it. Just stop hinting at it. Simple. Because if you do hint at it, that would give me clues, and I would connect dots faster than I'm supposed to, and I would connect information faster than I'm supposed to. That's why don't hint at stuff that could potentially be spoiler. Simple. Because I have shown my ability to connect dots way before I'm supposed to. Anyways. Okay, so experiments going on in the city. Not surprised, but what are they exactly trying to do is something we're going to find out, probably. Yeah, no. Yeah, no doubt that's an officer of the ring. Lapis must be in danger. Oh, no, that's not what I meant. I mean, this is a huge find. I don't get it, though. Where'd they manage to hide a lab that big? Alright, let's stop talking about... I will say this. What's it called? I read chat, so let's stop detracting from reading this a little too well. And I should probably put a warning in my streams. My streams are not for the people who have ADHD because I like to focus on stuff. Yeah. Anyways, the 17-second mark. He was just hearing it, not seeing. Ooh? Can you upscale it? Can do. Upscale it. Oh, distortion? No, not distortion. Distortion and abnormalities are the only ones I know of, but that's a warped space. Is that warped space? There's only a few corps. There's only a few corps that have that ability. Enhance. Never fails to make me sick. This is kind of alarming. What place is that? The ring owns a corridor. If they can create an exit from wherever they are, a matching entrance will appear in the corridor. If they can create an exit from wherever they are, a matching entrance would appear. Oh! Oh! Actually, corridor. It's the same corridor fucking used on the Limbus. That's what Faust was referring to. I was like, what do you mean a corridor? Yes, it's a corridor. But Vergilius knows about it. Of course, I'm making an assumption that the Limbus corridor there and the corridor here, those two are the in the same category of corridors where where Euclidean geometry fails to make sense. If they can create an exit from wherever they are, a matching entrance will appear in that corridor. The doors sometimes fail to properly link, though. That one time was a real bother. Anywho, this makes one thing clear. Yes, the lab is somewhere inside a gallery they own. Remember this door? 718. Aighty. Shall we tweak the schedule a bit, bossman? Sure. Nancy'll call this week's clients and tell them to wait a tad longer. I don't think I'll have the patience to hear the ends of their tirade. Aren't you being a bit brazen about this? About it? Then I'll prepare the fake IDs. Goody. Record goes on the nitty-gritty. Oh, maybe we should snag some bags and tools too. If things don't go well, we can just pick up the body pieces and still break even. What? Hey, solid data comes in handy for securing the pay. Remember that time when we worked our eyes out of sockets recovering data for our client? That time when we worked our eyes out. Hold on, just what? What are you all on about? There was some hot intels circulating between a select few egos in Grade 1 folks. It involves a singularity the ring has allegedly almost done observing. Details about its origins or whether it really theirs was sealed airtight. But this footage, it matches everything that's been known so far. You struck gold, Garnet. We'll bring over all the cash cows. Well. Cash. But. Alright, Park. We'll see you in the next one. Weren't you going to rescue Lapis and those kids? Garnet. Rescue isn't the right word to use here. Well, yeah, that's the reality of the city, baby. Garnet just got hit with minus 35 SP. Well, unless you mean the singularity. Garnet. Denver. Okay. Their name is Denver. Gotcha. She used to care about helping. Oh, her name is Denver. Nice. She used to care about helping others too. But you see, when you spend a month with nothing left but chicken bones to eat, you'll drop all your shame on a dime. That's how it is for all of us. You should try to get used to it. Denver, where's the contact list? It's better to face this now than face this at a critical point on a mission. Always better to hit newbies in any space with a bit of a reality check before they start high horsing it. And by that, I don't mean, I simply just mean reality check about what goes on in the industry and stuff like that. For any profession, really. Excuse me, sir, but do you agree with their ideas? The office is a color fixer. I'd assume they could get high paying jobs. I mean, it's either. I would just simply assume the taxes of the city, and also that would probably be before reality check. How much should he roll to pass? But that would probably be like before they were a very small team and before they had Vergilius or something. We don't know. The hells and high waters a fixer goes through. Train them to best sniff out the sense of potential yields and follow the flow. This is the kind of path that lies ahead of you. You should adapt to it before it breaks you. Alright, food acquired. Well, right. You know, like teacher, like student. Even he started to do the face very darkened and holding your face thingy. Like I said, like teacher, like student. Boss, you sure you want to bring the kid along? You're right. I don't think I should join this operation. Because I see nothing else but saving Lapis and making them pay for what they've done. No. He'll be going with us. It's the flow I'm taking. This is the flow I'm taking, huh? Virgil, Virgil and Garnet, masters of poker face. Alright, that's chapter 6 done. I'm kind of curious where this is going to end, at least for the first 10 chapters, because we're 60% of the way through. We're 60% of the way through. Right, chapter 7. Chapter 7. Is that like a big shopping mall or something? Weird building, but sure. Ah, an art exhibition. Of course, of course. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Vergilius with glasses, okay. The building looks like it was built out of Legos. I kind of like this look. Glasses, Vergilius. Time to move. Yeah, he's definitely. Bro's going for that Superman disguise tactic. Hey, the sword's sticking out. Hello, Iris Corvus. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully, you've been having a good day and continue to continue to have a good time on stream. Hello, Masquerada. Welcome to the stream as well. Let us review the plan one last time. Our destination is the top floor of the gallery, the halls of donations. The hall of donations. Okay, interesting. Make sure you've brought all the props for your rolls. Say no more. Better believe I worked my ass off getting all these goodies for times like these. What's with the pigs in this blanket? Can I give an eye? Shush, watch it, big guy. These will melt your optic nerves if you ain't careful. That lady you're sporting too? Yep, so keep your paws off. Thoughts? Do I look like a super smooth operator? Nail the home invasion look at least. Thanks for nothing. That's not the issue here. That being said, what's wrong with my outfit? It's wrenched. This doesn't fit me at all. Hey, why is yours the right size? What's up? I think it suits you perfect. The coveralls were all I could find. Mansfield, you dog! You had one job! Huh? Don't blame poor Nanciol for this. Any questions? Zippy, all your... Zippy, all your... What? Zippy, yo. We're in the... All your... Oh. Zippy, yo. We're in the middle of a briefing. Everybody, please calm down. All y'all. A mistake, typo. Garnet. I just said it already. No need to be so cautious. I think we're overlooking the most crucial part. Golly, such a mystery. I can't wait to hear it from the rising rookie. Mr. Vergilius already stands out wherever he goes. Why'd you hit me? Act mature, lass. I'm sure everyone at the gallery will recognize him. Come on. Noah Graffer is fair famous, but I doubt he's that bright a star, eh? Well, you're not wrong that a color does have a certain aura that you can't conceal. Fair enough. No, this is the concealment tactic. Going with glasses nobody would recognize. Definitely. He looks like Arima from Tokyo Ghoul with darker hair. I would not know who that is. Hmm? People keep looking at us. Wait. Oh. I've run dry. There's no more inspiration left in me. Several heads are out of mode now, friend. You might get to see if you aren't lucky. For real? I shouldn't have chopped one. It's okay, I'm sure your dad will get it. Hmm. Right, this would actually be a recruitment ground for, like, the ring, right? Interesting architecture and stuff like that. Huh. Multiple stairs. Fair enough. So that's the that's the lower gallery. The reception auction is floor 3. Floor 2 is studio education area gallery. Floor 1 is reception gallery 1, and special exhibitions and something something art zone. Almost certainly run by them too, depending on where it is. Interesting. That place must be a heaven to stone. Oh, bro. Well, we're walking forward. What's our destination? The top floor? The Hall of Donations. I think some of the security has noticed us. Mister. Right, should we bring a cognition warping ID card? That's only useful for brief deception. It won't do much in this case. A direct approach over tricky. A direct approach over tricky here. A direct approach is tricky here. Hmm. Ah, a direct approach over trickery. Gotcha. I guess you're right. It is how it is. That tool is merely a reserve option. Then, what do we do? Who gifted this to the Red Gaze? Red Gaze? Signed by, I don't know what this is. Huh? Red Gaze. If it's a gaze that cannot be hidden, then one shouldn't so much as blink. What is. What is this logic? Sorry? No clue. Are those contacts? They look a little too big to be contacts, because that's not contacts. Probably something else. Probably a small mirror. If I had to take a quick guess. Alright, here's the Maestro of the Ring. In the bidders list as well. Denver's Co. Reed Smart. Kubo from Encorp. Must be a newcomer in the League of Nine. Literaturers. Here to rescue a friend. Referring to the. Yeah! Right! Alright, bye, Waves. We finally know more about the fucking League of Nine and Limbus. So, Gubo from Encorp is here in this library. I mean, sorry, in this art exhibit. Is that really it? Yes, sir, there are currently no more bidders. You may leave. Keep an eye on the new Lit member. Don't step in. Shouldn't be much of a threat. Lit member? Such graceful works of art. Sold to the likes of them. There's no chance they'll appreciate them in full. A broken violin with nails. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Her eye is on red gaze over here. Vergilius. Have a good day. We'd like to head to the third floor. Oh, I'm sorry, sir. The third floor is. Showed her something. And now. We're. Hmm. Yep, now we're going up. My, we've been visited by a valuable guest. Talking to a painting. Oh! Oh! So all the special fixes actually. Damn. Wait, do all the fixes have this special emblem made by the city? The red gaze. So what Virgil was saying earlier about if the gaze cannot be hidden, then one mustn't blink, is basically saying if disguising is impossible, then just O up and confront directly. Nice. I'm excited. Where's this going? I'm gonna go. Chapter 8. Such a cool form for credentials, definitely. You get your own crest. Your eyes may greatly fatigue upon arriving at the part of this gallery. Please, mind your step. MDM Enterprise. Okay, there are some. Hey, that's where the rest of the team is coming in from. They're just cargo workers. Alright. And here's her having a ticket to the art gallery. Gotcha. All operatives are now in the gallery. Tracking devices online. Alrighty. The game's just begun. Grind your lines, folks. And don't be an anxious little amateur out there. And don't be an anxious little amateur out there. Oh, he's also in the control room, huh? Well then, you're gonna have to say. Boss entering the second floor. Target's moving to point S32. Hmm. Okay. You got the word on the delivery due today, right? From the MDM? Yeah, just sign the papers. By the way, what happened to your predecessor? Oh yeah, the usual. Rambled about returning to the ocean before disappearing. Hang on, ma'am. It feels like the box is shaking a little. Stop panicking. The thing's built to stay upright. Right, Nanciol, as a good reminder, check the date over here. If you tip that box over, you're saying goodbye to 5 years of salary. Those sharks really shook us down with the deal. Highway robbery, I tell ya. No way we're doing business with them again. Damn. Please don't poke at it, ma'am. Yeesh. Wouldn't take a big leg like you to be such a worrywart. But ma'am, I don't want... But ma'am, I don't want any blame put on me. Fine, just step aside already. Ah, oops. Sorry, pal. Didn't notice you down there. Oh, so she intentionally did that, huh? I mean, think about it logically, Centurion. You're literally one of the flipping colors in the city. Your job is literally to be facing horrors. That's your normal job description. So it's very understandable if you get killed on the job than rather die of old age, because you get to be a fixer if you've accomplished something extraordinary for the city, right? Hmm. Observing things, huh? The general public is bound to the conventional mindset of viewing things from just one perspective. That's four. Wait, is that four rings? Huh? What? What? However, Master Johnson has found of Trine multilateral methods stem from many viewpoints. From there, we can face the world in all its reality and provoke various interactions, also known as defamiliarization. The pieces in this section are partial successes to embody such ideals of the Mastrios. Oh my. Excuse your eyes. Ah, I guess I couldn't hold back in my emotions. Please excuse me for a moment. I'm afraid the lecture will have to end here for today. Huh. What's that art piece? Hmm. Piece? a tier. References to some other paintings. I guess the artwork's too touching to handle, huh? Still, you might want to be a tad more careful. Alright, I've seen this person somewhere. I don't know where. When it comes to the upper brass, we wouldn't exactly want them finding out. Which would put me in trouble as well. I've got the goods here, as you can see. Who's this? That's true, but that's why you're here for me. Right. Alright, I think that's spoilers, the Centaurian, please. Let's not. I don't even know what you're talking about, but I do have some context, so please. I shall not look over that message. This is your second time you've thrown the major spoiler. This is your last warning, Centaurian, please. Or else you're getting banned from chat. I have gone up to... I am new. Also, I have been playing at my own pace. Also, I've just finished Canto 5. If you didn't have that context, then sure. Yes, please, curb your enthusiasm. I just finished Canto 5. Alright, you're getting banned. I'm not dealing with this shit. Because with these people, you gotta know when to cross the line. Because as soon as they start defending themselves, or as soon as they start saying crazy shit, even though you've warned them either multiple times, just go off. Because playing just because you've spoiled yourself doesn't mean you should spoil another person. When you're saying, "Oh, I'm in Canto 5, I already spoiled myself." I'll not hesitate for anybody who doesn't listen and post major spoilers. I would not hesitate to ban you. Yep. Anyways, moving on. So I don't know who this is, but very interesting. Still crying, huh? So they go in, peace, in a back door or something. Something's inside it, definitely. Boss and Co. are still on the second floor. The Moonlight Stone courier's gotten safely. Stay sharp for now. Be sure to cut it off when the time's up. Oh my, isn't this a top-of-the-line product? Don't mention it. Just a little nudge to give our future Patreon a good impression. Ah, I'm moved. Am I allowed to look forward to this? You know we're just sampling the goods here, right? Don't get too carried away. I'm aware, but it'd be a shame to keep this joy to ourselves. Ooh. Thanks, but I'd rather... Ecstasies. They're better when they're shared together. Okay, we got some fucked up individuals over here. Classic Limbus. Huh? What are we seeing in those eyes? Hmm. Chapter 9. Tearing. Looks like he means it. Guess you'll have to dip yourself in hot water there, Tenway. Oh, boys. Like sword shape sharpened for tear. Rodion reference? Man of Despair reference? You gonna be okay with that? Your buddies look like they might drop dead while waiting for me. Fret not, the drier the eyes become, the greater of joy of seeing will be. Let's just say this made me very uncomfortable. Yeah. Right. True. Hmm. Do we have cleaners left? Looks like we have some left in stock. Be sure to get your brain cleaned after this. Oh, wait, what? Be sure to get your brain cleaned after this. Oh. Wait, what the fuck was that technology? What were we smuggling over here? The face is... The face is becoming a chaotic piece of... what's it called? I guess surrealist art? Hmm. Now he's been transported to a desert? What? In the prism. Has his mind been taken over by the prism? Lantern? Is that his? Sorry. His? Why am I saying his? She. Bruh. She didn't know what she's... Oh, god damn it. I'm gonna get cancelled yet again. Bruh, I forgot Denver was a she. Ah, bruh. Yeah, she's not gonna like this, of course. And of course, it's also gonna. Is it? Wait, is it the fucking Encore piece of device? Experiences yet again. Don't question me in what happened in one of my Arknight streams. Maybe some Arknights people would be able to tell you. Hmm. Oh. It's like you're going through a. Looks like Encore. Iberian Inquisitor? The man holding a lantern in the last page? I don't know. Interesting. She's looking at herself, reflecting multiple times over in the mirror. Damn. The glasses fell off. Well, how did you like such ecstasy? It was one hell of a time, all right. Constantly crying. When you think you've seen it all, they just throw in drugs injected through the eyes, comparable to a drug dealer. Yeah, that's what it felt like she was going on a trip. Hmm. That eye looks good on you. Why are we touching each other's eyes? That's not. Oh, eye smooch. That is. That is something. That is most definitely something. What's this? Well, are we still going up? It seems to resist season. Wait, what's going on here? A competition of literally killing people? Probably, to be fair. Oh, right. Right, this, you know what? This reminds me of the Crimson Troop. Like, the ring reminds me of the Crimson Troop, not gonna lie. But they were a bit more toned down than this, because yeah, they was just method acting taken to the absolute extreme in Arknights. Meanwhile, these guys, just by nature of being in Limbus Company, are already dialed up to 11. In Arknights, it's a band of theater kids who basically get picked up from around war zones, around natural disasters. Then they get absolutely indoctrinated to give it their all on stage for a performance, a theatrical performance where people are legitimately killed for the performance. Everybody should know how to what's it called? I mean, be able to hold the dagger, fight your own fear, give it everything. And they are really fascinated by the negative emotions that you can portray in performances. So if you want to express death, you must go through a true near death experience to be able to properly express the despair of death up on stage. That's the Crimson Troop in short. I mean, I figured. It's one of the best selling of all time. Makes sense. Just look at our industry around that. Anyways, 3-1. You're out. You already flunked twice before. You won't be under our aegis with those two grades, so just cut out the chase. The exam site has a rather large audience. A lot of examinees are desperate backstreet residents. Art made with one's life on the line has a certain charm to it. Now then, I bid you to welcome to the third floor VIP lounge. Okay. Hey, is that Gubo? Gubo! Some things to note during the auction hour. No need. I'm already familiar with the rules. Isn't this a simple game? To pour more money than the other players? Damn. Alright, Gubo? Alright then. Gubo has joined the tea. Jubo has joined the fray. Something like that. So everyone in gang was in disguise. Vergilius just disguised as himself to get the VIP pass. Crazy, I know. Mm. The doors are forming. Oh, it's getting more stable as time goes on. Real footage of average art school. Oh, so we're going in. It's a damned labyrinth It's a damn labyrinth here. I did read chapter 9 before this, right? Yeah. Excuse me? Oh, I was just saying it must be a hassle to navigate this place. You gotta be careful not to get lost. This guy here, he used to go off the track all the time in the streets during internship. Yeah, I'm kind of bad with directions. Really now? Well, if you're not familiar with the geography, I suppose that sort of thing can happen. That person might sense it's something suspicious, but let's see. Please, come on in. We've pinned down the location. Denive's working her ass off with the mental keywords. Seems the signal's getting weaker from here on. Yeah, that's a whole lot of... That's a whole ass experiments thing. And these capsules, after being used, are also being cleaned. Probably after a failed experiment, to be fair. Okay. Interesting setup. Bunch of clocks, bunch of theories and numbers, bunch of maths on the wall, and more scientists, I guess. Mmm. Okay. Slide. Okay then, time for a freshness check. We'll open this as soon as you're ready. Opening the container now. Got it. Wait, what's gonna be dripping out from here? Huh? What is this? Everybody's being controlled? What's happening? Is it... Huh? Oh, the headphone got malfunctioned. Okay. I hear a sound. Must return home. It's all fated to break in the waves. I can't breathe up here. Help me. Oh well, Nancy, we gotta finish up. Oh, really? I showed him how to wear them too. Guess I'll have to finish it up myself. Alright, GESG, we'll see you in the next one. Got enough space? Finish this up yourself. Who's inside? What the heck? It's a ball of some sort. It's alright. I read that it'll be better after a short wave of Hereth. In the sea, family should stay together. What? Just sit tight and calm down. Hey, I came since I saw someone choking outside. So, is it all done with now? Done and done, all finished, without a hitch. Want to take a look? What do you say? It's thick, as expected. Sure, it works just as well. I hope you'll use our service again. Well, probably. Well then, we'll clean up and help with the rest of the installation. Okay. Who was that? Probably another another ring member. Hmm. I legitimately got no clue what that is, but probably something a byproduct of an abnormality, something. I don't know, ma'am. Hmm? Let's say if you were a river meandering along a course, and if you met a stream to the sea, what would you do? What are you on about? Still lost in the sauce? Should give you a head a good smack. I wouldn't go. I'm not the type to mingle with others, if I had to say. That's true, I guess. What do you mean by that? Oh, my head is still ringing. Don't hit me. You seem perfectly fine from the way you're talking. Mm. Imagine being Imagine being a construction worker in Limbus. It'd be something, let's just say. Alright, so far, Vergilius backstory somewhat. Something orphanage. New guy, Gunnet. If you go to find Lapis, along with Gunnet, in the Rings school, something. Then we go into the art gallery. We see what goes on. We meet some very fucked up people who constantly cry. And then details on that thing are far and few between, by the way. Alright, fair enough. We go into the whatever they were referring to. This weird space. And now we're here, chapter 11. Recap of the story so far. Christmas sucks in the city. Basically. Gubo. What's this? Hmm. She's still alive. Ooh. Oh, nice view you've got there. We're just attacking eyes, poking out of things. Interesting. She glances back. They actually let you in, eh? That doesn't usually happen. But I guess having a color in the audience was too thrilling for him to resist. Everybody has their eyes covered, sir. Don't worry, we don't have to bow down. Rather, they be honored to see their works framed. To see their works frayed by my gaze. The good old eye poke. Now, presenting our first item. 43 years ago, hair was collected from this urn from every village of the now gone town. From every villager of the now gone town in Nest U. The opening bid is 30 million an, and the bid increment 5 million. $45 million, huh? And then we have a deal at 50 million an. My praise to you. Now let's move on to the second item. The elegant Mr. Stroud going on dancing for 3 years now. Time flows 8 times slower in his stage, a luxury worth giving glances when you're bored. The opening bid is 50 million an this time. What? A guy who's been dancing for 3 years. Wait, 8 times? This guy has been dancing for what now? Blind auctioning, by the way. Yeah. Is there like some sort of rule of conduct where the audience is not worthy enough to see the art itself? but they can still buy it because the ring needs some money. Did I read that right? Hmm. For a very particular reason, like I am. A deal at 70 million on. Next up. We've already reached our final item of the day. It's my favorite one, and one I expect will sell the highest. I am overjoyed to present this piece to you. Hit 2-4. I think they do get a glance at the item. They're looking down to not see who's betting for privacy reasons. Ah, okay. Heretofore, an infamous syndicate known for its brutal reign was wiped out in a single battle. All of its members, including the leader, were annihilated in that incident. This is a painting that immortalizes the carnage. It was Vergilius who wiped out an entire syndicate. Why is all the blood flowing up? Please, my kid is waiting for me at home. The gaze does not care. Wait, Lapis? What? Did he try to... God dang. What the fuck? He's washing his hand. So what's the code? The file password is Lapis. It's the name of the boss's daughter. Please let me... You'll stay alive for a few hours of the cut I'm about to leave on you. Consider it my thanks for having told me the code. God dang. Alright. Alright. Damn. Okay. That is one. Hmm. What the heck? Since this battle, their names and records have been expunged. Who they were, what they did, whatever they deserved that fate. Whether they deserve that fate, everything about the syndicate and its members forever remains a mystery. Painted from the consciousness of the sole survivor under death after onslaught, this is the final item of the day. The opening bid is 1 billion on. 1.3 billion, 1.4 billion over there. 10 billion. Gubo. With NCorp money. Okay, we have Gubo from NCorp bidding 10 billion on. Looks like he wants to win this bid badly. Do you think he's here for the same thing as us? That seems to be it. The corridor of the ring, access granted to those who win the Meist's most cherished work. He's determined to go there no matter what. Is there anyone else? All right then, let's wrap up the auction. He stands up. Hey, you know you ought to pay the full price in cash here and now, right? No. Is this a joke? I have something more valuable. I'm sure you know that the painting isn't finished. It's something of a counterfeit, produced only from someone's fading mind. However, what if I could complete it? Oh! If you'd take me to the lab, I can show you the real deal. This is not in line with the rules. Hold it. Was it not that only the group with the highest bid would be allowed into the corridor? The moment you break the rules of the auction, you and your gallery will be put in an ill repute, a major disgrace. Meister, it's 10 billion on the line. You won't gazump him, right? Gubo losing on. Rules and reputation. Had you been just a little more cultured, you would have realized that such things are utterly worthless before this gaze. The decision is made. This painting, the Red Gaze, goes to the Red Gaze himself. And that's where Google will learn, oh shit, it's the Red Gaze himself. But damn, I gotta say, that is a cliffhanger and a half. Why? Because now we go from comic to literal web novel. So anyways, buckle up to read, people. It's gonna be a bit. The hardest part, yeah. The code is I, fragment, and glass, according to Denver. She done did a fine job, boss. Lan Yen. Ah, that's Lan Yen, okay. Plenty of Limbuses haven't even been in this part. Lan Yen spoke through the radio, his voice obscured by small noises and interference. I could give him a response without being audible, but I decided against it. There was no time to be loitering around sending my thoughts when that person was ahead of us. And now we take a turn in this direction. One must accompany a guide to explore the ring's corridor. Alright, we finally get some more explicit lore. The reason is that the corridor has countless doors. The passageways connect to one another by intricate and complex rules. Getting lost in a space as linear as a corridor may sound unlikely, but I'm sure it's more than possible in this one. Have you read why they switched from a comic to a novel? I don't know. But I can take a guess. It's either the artist's health got worse or some drama around the artist. That's the only thing I would take a guess at. The artist got sick and quit is the short of it. Gotcha. The first one is right. Well, at least they gave us something to read. Because at least in this medium, you get a lot of words to read and theorize about, right? So you actually get some solid lore details. because even in picture, it can be interpreted very differently depending on the person. Meanwhile, here, it's a lot more solid, and you get way more details about the world itself. So, I'd say it's a good trade-off. First 11 chapters, comics. The next, I guess, 8 chapters from a web novel. I'll take it. In the footage she filmed, Lapis showed us our destination in the corridor, and the guide here, this ring member, brought us to the entrance. And as they say, one who knows where the journey begins and ends will not lose the way. In other words, now that we are allowed in the corridor, there's no need for a guide. Oh. For the low card art style, alright? And at least we get got an illustration each chapter. That's nice. Hmm. Here we arrive at the VP room, Mr. Redgaze. Please wait here until Master Jumson arrives to give you a more detailed explanation on the art. Garnet literally looks like generic anime protag here. Oh, bro, just fucking. Bro, eliminate. Chopped off his calves, the rest of his foot. Having outlived their usefulness, the guide's words fade away with no years to fall upon. Next, the guide's body loses balance and collapses. Their ankles have been slashed. Sir, Garnet was always like that, even though he's witnessed a good many deaths he could do nothing about, even though he's realized that the warm hand of a comrade on his shoulder could cast him aside and measure the price of his life at any moment. Even though he was aware that this world is far too removed from ideals like reason or ethics for him to consider the tragedies he's seen as wrongful. Your J's are fake, got his ankle. Hello, Jersey Saint Mac. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time. Actually, you know what? I'll take a little break. Let me finish my food. I have been fucking eating this food for the last, for the last hour, basically. More than an hour, actually. Let me finish it. Slow food is soul food, though it does get to a point. Yeah. Also, in winter, you do not want to eat cold food. And my food turned cold like 20 minutes ago. So, yeah, I probably should finish this right now. I definitely am quadrileg. And it doesn't help that when I go to find thumbnails, I go to the fucking, admittedly, the Limbus company wiki itself, shut one eye and just find an image that looks interesting, download it, and close the wiki as quickly as I can. So, from now on, I'm just gonna take a random ID, its subtype form or whatever, relating to a character, slap it on, or some other effects on the thumbnail, and just get rid of illustrations. And I mean, just basically not look at these illustrations. So I can go ahead and safely stream. Because I'm making a thumbnail like it's a video, but it's a stream, so yeah. Let's just say that. Anyways, I'll be right back, chat. Meanwhile, you can enjoy Limbus company music. Man, the stream has been too quiet. Okay, we're back for about 3 minutes. Hold on. Mute the music now. You know, it always feels weird, man, to read anything nowadays. If I'm streaming and there's no music in the games, it's like, bruh. It feels odd to me, because I'm very much used to just streaming a game, and it would have a BGM, of course. Anyways, even though he was aware that this world is far too removed from ideals like reason or ethics for him to consider the tragedies he has seen as wrongful. Yeah, I will need to hop back out just for like a minute, because water is warming up. That's about it. What are you? He is always distraught by the suffering inflicted before his eyes. Our infiltration mission ended once we entered the corridor, Garnet. That's why I have to deliver this as a matter as matter-of-factly as I can. I want Garnet to grow into a person who doesn't agonize over their sufferings. And now we actually also get to see Vergilius's monologues and thought process. So I'd say I like it. We should try and make this quick. The Gladius is fitted with a heating mechanism. The searing heat of the blade cauterizes the wound. It prevents the Skyde, whose only fault was letting us in, from bleeding out. They will likely survive. They might recover from the concussion sooner or later and call for backup. But this is no time to spill blood. Garnet's eyes dim upon hearing my words. Whether it be Lunae of disillusion, despair, or expectation, it doesn't matter. I want him to soak in the darkness, to let it slowly consume him. It's what he needs to live a normal life. I can't afford to repeat the scarcity of time to you twice. Let's move. I'd say that the change came at a good time, honestly. Yeah, true. Leaving behind a deliberately cold remark, I walked on. So we're now in the labyrinth currently, a branching path. The passage that seemed to extend endlessly came to an intersection. The correct path was already determined, but it wouldn't be a bad idea to let Garnet come up with an answer. I maintained a willful silence, waiting for him to speak up. I'll be right back. Need to drink water. Alright, we're back. We're back. Finally, now I'll be able to fully lock in and read. He may not know it himself, but Garnet is good at deconstructing and piecing together information. Internalizing the Seven Associations workflow he had seen during the Fixer qualification test might have helped, but I believe most of it can be attributed to his powers of observation that stem from the refusal to be a mere bystander to the sufferings of others. It's no surprise that you feel that way. You know where we started and where to go. It's no surprise you feel that way. You know where we started and where to go. A correct answer deserves an apt explanation, I began to mutter. One can only find their way in this corridor by recognizing those 2 points. Since we know them, we can traverse by feeling what directions to take. Reversion of causality, was it? I think I remember being taught in an association's training program that some similarities take advantage of this. That's right. And try to talk less to other fixers or clients. No one in the city welcomes a fixer who's in the learning stages. Make yourself look better than you are if it helps you earn your keep. You know what? Fair enough. Understood. Vim is restored in Garnet's eyes. As easily as he is disheartened, he can shake off the gloom just the same. Although I had no grounds to call it his faith, it's how his emotions usually flowed, that things will work out despite it all. From a prosperous life in the city, perhaps such a mindset could be useful in the long term. For a prosperous life, okay. These two are going up ahead? Yeah, if there are some illustrations thrown in, this is actually very nice. Somebody's there. I hear footsteps. Reaching the end of the hallway, I could sense someone approaching from around the corner. Long steps, composed and nonchalant. A tall person, estimated to be at least 180 centimeters in height. Furthermore, someone who could stroll around the corridor like it's their own home. Okay, I don't know what's a docent, but sure. They're right around the corner, meaning it's a docent. Oh. A guest wandering around the ring's corridor without a guide leading them can only be one thing: an unwelcome visitor. The docent bursts out in pure rage the moment their eyes reach us. I knew it. You were just another money-grubbing fixer after all. You used Master Jumson's passion for art to feed your own greed. Whitehead, dude. The docent didn't seem to have any patience for my side of the story. I'd never judge a book by its cover in terms of guessing what the. Alright, so. Right, I forgot about the whole gender reversal clothing thing in the ring for a moment. They seem upset. Didn't seem to have any patience on my side of the. This comic created the guess the PM character's gender gay. The docent didn't seem to have any patience for my side of the story as she gripped the pole tight and started running at me. An entirely emotional act, her reason dominated by anger. The action I should take was made clear at that moment. To be fair, it's already a thing with law. Make sure that you aren't ahead of me, Garnet. Just as I felt the tiny movement of Garnet lightly nodding in the corner of my left eye. The steel pole flew in with unhesitating force and fiercely clashed against the plate of Gladius, creating a repulsive noise. It's more solid than I anticipated. The swing I made with the intent to cut through the weapon didn't go as planned. I shouldn't have allowed you to meet Master Jumpson. A furious scream flies straight into my face. It's undoubtedly out of an unadulterated rage, alas. In order to draw out the full strength of wrath, it has to be rid of spite first. A refined wrath becomes the power to overcome hardships, while spiteful anger only clouds the eyes. A refined wrath? For instance, in a narrow space like this corridor, it would have been wiser to avoid engaging in close combat using a weapon as long as the docents. Is it like a silent wrath kind of thing? However, those consumed by wrath will only lash out feverishly in a clash of emotions. This is going to make things simpler. An unpleasant hiss of metal scratching on metal, a slight quivering in the noisy friction does not go unnoticed. As soon as I kick the lower part of the lengthy pole, all the weight she placed on the front collapses on her. Naturally, her body begins to tilt in the other direction. The docent is leaning more and more, and her pole is pinned down by the edge of my sword, disarmed. It just means that focused anger is a good tool. True, true. Completely defenseless. Lifting my other arm, I landed a fist directly to the unguarded solar plexus. I could feel her breastbone deform and break in two before she was sent flying towards the end of the corridor. Garnet, With my eyes locked on the target, I sought out a glimpse of the presence behind my back and whispered in his direction. Go find the lab and get in there first. Just me? Is that really going to be okay? Saying it'll be fine won't relieve Garnet of his concern. I'll need something to convince him. I took my coat off along with the sheath and handed it to Garnet. Wow, okay. So that's... Take my Gladius. In all of his floundering, he managed to equip the coat and the sword firmly. The mental keywords Lan Yen relate to you. You remember those, right? And our goal as well. Of course! Even if he was prone to waver in his feelings, he was upright at his core. That was the important thing. The pitiful and heart-ending struggle to hold his roots fast, grasping onto the smallest specks of dirt, that's what matters the most. You're not going anywhere. The docent stood up in the forking passage of the corridor. It was clear from the get-go that breaking a bone or two wouldn't incapacitate them. There was just one thing. I'll deal with the obstacle. The path should be clear to your eyes as well. Right. I only needed a second to adjust the direction a little. What are you blabbering about? A different color of outrage is painted over her pure rage. Even if she can't hear the conversation, stopping in the middle of the battle to have a casual exchange with the third party was sure to enrage her for being ignored. That's what I was looking for. The solar plexus is the bridging part, connecting your ribs on the front if you didn't know. Oh. The layer upon layer of anger is going to dull the sharpness of a mind. You're not getting away! I gathered strength in my legs. The feeling is rather different from controlling muscles. It's more akin to hydraulic cylinders and motors pumping energy into my right leg. My next, my next attack won't be easy to keep track of. You... The distance was closed in an instant, like a marble launched from a slingshot. I approached the target at great speed. This movement is asking to be exerted. This momentum is asking to be exerted. I simply opened my palm and placed it under my opponent's chin. Her head was thrown back to an almost unnatural degree, like an augmented body's. Using an augmented body is not unlike driving a car. The procedure on my legs allowed me to maneuver them similar to how you feed energy into a car's engine and speed it up by stepping on the accelerator. You could also argue that arguments are like vehicles in that the field of use as well as proficiency can differ depending on the manufacturer and model. However, a vehicle is ultimately a tool. It is up to the driver to operate it. The performance just now was a culmination of my experience more than anything. As I figured when I broke her breastbone, this woman is tough. Her cervical vertebrae are still intact from an impact that would have shattered those of a regular member. Even though she's passed out, it was only for a moment. That fleeting moment was all I needed. Garnet. My arms extends and once again finds its fist in the center of her chest. The macabre sensation of broken bones being further buried into the body can be felt, and the feeling of the organs and muscles around them being torn apart is delivered through the skin. But it doesn't quite lead to the feeling of life being snuffed out. She had already detached from the fist, tumbling through a door at the end of the corridor. I continued the sentence that had gone wayward for a second. Now. Got it! Garnet started sprinting after a brief answer. I could have pursued the opponent and fleshed it off right away, but I chose to send Garnet on his way first. Incapacitating a docent of the ring without using weapons was going to take some time. After watching Garnet turn the corner, I walked through the broken doorway. Damn! In the massive hall, a myriad of purpleless doors lined the walls as far as the eye could see. a myriad. There was no one in ceilings, walls, and floors apart from each other. If the door were to reassemble itself, I might have no way to return. That's how this hall was designed. Mmm. The docent finally makes a smile. If you know what kind of place this is, then you should know that it was a huge mistake to walk into this hall. Well, I can't say if it was, but that does sound like something I've heard often. Bluffing, are you? That one is not something I've heard often. The docent corrects her posture and lunges at me. She looks ready to engage with me from a distance this time, either having calmed down or having determined that she would have the upper hand in this place. Unfortunately for her, she will not have that space. Shows that without Gladius, Vergilius will still throw hand. Artificially weaved muscle fibers once again build up strength. Propelled with explosive force, I reached her without delay. Her fist struck upon her chest yet again, the impact of my hand colliding with her solar plexus, or the sorry remainder of bruised flesh where it once used to be, is sent to me. If I can drop her off the edge into the bottomless chasm before she can regain her balance, the fight will be over. There is the faint sound of cracking and shifting. Finally. However, the tenacity of that docent was nothing to scoff at. After taking 3 blows in the same spot, she adapts to the attack and manages to stay in place, returning a bloodied smirk. The hall stirs with a strange noise, as though the floor wished to become the ceiling. The compartment the two of us were standing on began to steeply incline. If I hadn't been here before, I would have been in danger of losing my footing. If I hadn't, that is. The library or something. The wish of the hall had come true. The docent was hanging on the edge of the wall that now became a cliff. Although she's certainly at a disadvantage, her eyes are still animated. The stubborn determination to live. An urge to ascend the ledge at the slightest chance was burning in her eyes. And right now I'm above her, a foot stretched right before her eye. Oh, I'll drag you to the abyss with me. I don't know how. It certainly looks like I have the high ground. Prolonging this battle any longer could pose danger. I have to end it now. Right, if it was something called Shin, if I remember her words correctly, in that case, 2 Mang should be enough. Shin and Mang? I deaden my breathing and clear my mind. Rummaging through this bag of memories, I carefully fumble around the recollections and pick the heaviest and densest ones to fill my emptied head. A group of children about half as tall as my waist gather around me. Boxes wrapped in colorful papers prepared for the kids. Snow-covered streets celebrating creation. Shin and Mang. Emotions that may be trivial to others, but that are far more plentiful than I deserve. A bouquet of such emotions that I call absolution. Have any idea going in mind? Is it like the internal, what's it called? Internal meridians thing, or a source of energy that very strong people can utilize from their own body or from the outside? That would be my guess. Anyways, I'll see how it's explained. A bouquet of such emotions that I call absolution. The bundle that resembled the sunlight scattered away, like beams fading behind dark clouds. Oh, I remember every single moment of it. I engraved all of them into my eyes. The luna of hope I felt that day. and the Luna of Despair I felt that day. Damn, okay. Why is this cut? Bruh. I can't even see the damn image. Well, I guess I'll have to go back and look at the flippin' wiki later on just to see the image from book 12. Ah. Two rings of light that resemble the glow of the moon wrap around my leg. Carrying this nightly luster, the leg sorrowfully lands on the docent as she climbs up the cliff, screaming. With such lightness that I can barely hear the foot fall, a sound so quiet it's masked by her last gasp. In a most airy descent, the moonlit leg crushed the docent's miserably wounded chest. It was neither augmentation blood pressure nor the contraction of muscles. The only thing that moved was the mind. Kicking off with a recoil of the heart, I returned through the broken door presented by the hall. So this is the power of light she mentioned. The power of sin. Ooh? The power of sin? What are we doing? What are we doing over here? Don't mind me if you can hear some sneezes in the background. The power of the light, the power of sin. Is that referring to Angela? I'm just gonna say. Translation notes. Yeah. Surprise. To maintain lexical consistency between the original Korean and the Japanese and / English versions, the proper nouns shin and mung will be written with the romanization. The proper noun shin is based on the Japanese pronunciation of the Han Chinese character and pertains to the mind. In the original Korean version, Vergilius' description of the various emotions all have mung present in them, such as hope, despair, disillusion, expectation. As indicated in this book's title, Shin and Mung. Mung is also the pronunciation of the Han character, Chinese character this, which means full moon. And you call it Mung as well, given that Vergilius was originally a Roman poet. Oh, I did not know that. We have elected to use the Latinate lunae, alongside the emotions that evoke Mung to give a similar effect, but not specifically referring to Mung as a proper noun. Nice. Ah, is that concept art of the docent we just fought? Alright. That's interesting. Now we go and see this spoiler. Oh, he just straight up kicked his foot. He's also using the rings. Is that Shinmang? The rings are? Wait, hold up. Let me this. Damn, okay. Don treatment. So the rings, and that's what the other elder also used. Shin and Mang. Yep, they like to include the full model of characters at the end. Nice. Damn, okay. So that's what the rings are. Yeah, I noticed it in chapter 5. Nice. Alright then. Let's read some more, shall we? Chapter 13. How long have I been How long have I been streaming for? Let's see. 3 hours and 55 minutes now. Hello everybody. Welcome to 31 of you is still watching. No, okay. But still, if you're enjoying the stream, please be sure to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel a ton, and I really appreciate all the support I can get. Thank you. Demians is way harder to see. Gotcha. Yeah, I didn't notice Demians, but I assumed that's a thing that all of the people who know about stars and stuff like that, which is basically just Shinran here, use. So, Book 13, Rifts. Just because it's only there for a brief moment. Ah, gotcha. Apparently, they fittingly named her Asura, although the name was left unofficial. Oh. Asur would just be demon. And the I guess you could say Hindu mythology, because that's because it's a very extremely broad umbrella term of a mythology, at least. And there are so many subsections and parts to it. Yeah, cool. We just know Shin and Mang are cool power, but we don't know much detail. Fair enough. Yeah, expected, to be fair. Expected. My legs felt like stones. The fact this was my first time Mr. Vergilius and I were separated since we came into the Rings Gallery has been weighing on me. This is Gurnet talking. To be honest, it isn't just the gallery. Most of the time he's been with me to help me with work lately, and when he wasn't around, other experienced fixers have kept me company. Being in those groups had limited my role, but I was able to go unharmed thanks to them. Then perhaps the heavy footsteps I'm taking right now might be my first leap towards being an independent fixer. I couldn't help but sigh. The corridor was narrow, but unfathomably long. What will I do if I go the wrong way? What if the door handle was booby-trapped? Even if it isn't, what if the door doesn't lead to where I want? No, what if I ran into an unexpected foe and got tronched before I could even reach my destination? And it's a recent development since this is the first ever actual detailing of it, with the perspective included. Gotcha. Take my Gladius. That's what he told me. I can only assume the reason he gave me his Gladius was because he couldn't put his full trust in my capabilities. Still, trusting me with this weapon may have been his way of showing that he does have a bit of faith in me. If that's the case, and if I want to repay his partial trust, I have to do this right. Come on, pull yourself together, Garnet. Collecting my thoughts, I closed my eyes. Doors of an identical shape, their numbers out of order. There's one correct door that must be among them. In my head, I slowly retraced Lan Yen's intel and the footage Lapis risked her life to film. My memory does not fail me. I clearly remember the starting point and the goal from the video. Room 718. The destination wasn't too far from where I was. Fragment, and glass. That was also the same machine that was being traded to the one of the fucked up ring syndicate people. Yeah, the one that was crying constantly. The one who was crying constantly. Although I was never taught how to use mental keyword locks, the door opened just by thinking the words. It was so simple and effortless, it made all my concerns moot. Oh, mental keyword locks. So you have to think the keyword and then the door will open, so you don't have to say it out loud. Well, that's an interesting way of not leaking the information. Sounds like a city's highly coveted technology. Wonder which corporation developed that. Gripping back tension before I could loosen up, I gently entered the open door. You know what? They should have written here, I gently opened the door. And then jump scare us. That would have been peak. Oh, man. To the laboratory that I saw in the video. With each step I take, my neurons fire off furiously. Every little things that comes into my sight brings up a last lesson. For example, the corner up ahead. In the Seven Association seminar, they advised us to hold our breath for a moment and keep our ears open for possible footsteps whenever we approach the corner of a path. There might be a trap just out of view or an ambush waiting to strike unsuspecting victims. Ah! The sound of my swallowed saliva rings loudly in my ears. It only seems loud because I'm nervous, I consoled to myself as I quietly leaned on the wall and pictured what was around the corner. Faint and low-pitched sounds, the time before footsteps, and the occasional chatter. 2 people are around the corner. Fortunately, they don't seem to have noticed me. Unfortunately, though, this corridor is way too clean. I don't see any objects or props I could use as a cover on the way there here, and it'd be reasonable to guess that there won't be any ahead either. Conflict is probably unavoidable. You gotta be aware of your limits and know what moves you can make and can't make in a battle. While tightening my grip on his gladius, I was reminded of Rikako's words. She would often make insightful remarks. It kind of bothers me that her stare falls on me whenever she says such things, but I'm sure she meant well with the advice. And it was thanks to her that I could shake off thoughts beyond my level right now. In all likelihood, trying to mimic the surprise attacks Mr. Vergilius often performs won't work out. In that case, a better plan would be to drop my foe's guard by making myself look sloppy, then lunging at them. I should be able to close the distance while they're confused. They'll soon brace themselves and attack me, but when they do, they'll probably go for the part they see first, my left arm. That's when I'll thrust the sword into a vital point with my right arm. I suppose losing my left arm is a price I can deal with. Deciding to give up on my non-dominant left arm instead of my right was a result of weighing my options. I heard prosthetic replacements for frequently used body parts cost more. Something about it being trickier to replicate the muscle mass and nerve compatibility. Interesting. I felt pathetic for having thoughts like these. Why am I making plans with the premise that I'm not going to lose an arm before I even begin fighting? Shouldn't I be thinking of ways to get through this without losing any limbs? These aren't the kinds of thoughts he would have. If only I wouldn't be such a milksop. Milk soap. Oh. Milk soap? Milksop? Huh? What does that mean? A crybaby? Or a coward? Something like that? A wimp? Is that what it means? I guess. The footsteps grew close enough to drown out my stray thoughts. Okay, gotcha. A regional phrase. There's no time left to strategize. I'm a pushover, so I do what a pushover can to win. Milksop, baby who can still only feed on milk. Ah. What? I don't remember how I made the leap. The target's frightened breath, their shoes, the squeaking against the floor in response to the sudden assault, the fluttering of white gowns, and the terrified faces of 2 researchers entered my senses as disconnected snapshots. Despite being members of the ring, my opponents didn't appear to be good fighters. However, they seemed to have some means of self-defense, judging from the way they reached into the coats. I gave them an exploitative opening, moving my left arm their way. Please, not a critical spot. Bracing for serious pain in my arm, I stabbed the gladius into one researcher's heart with all my might. Heart. I could feel the gladius push through its tip. I could feel the gladius push its tip through their muscles, but the pain crossing my left arm never came. Were they too struck with panic to attack? When I glanced at my left arm, I saw that my coat had stopped the blade in its tracks. That explains why he gave me the coat as well. The coat's protective. The coat's defense. Before I could let gratitude and relief set in, the researcher at their side now charged me with their weapon drawn. I swung my gladius in an attempt to hit the blade of the dagger they pulled out. Then I felt a strange click from the hilt. Instead of blades striking against each other, only the sound of one separated from its base falling to the ground had reached my ears. It fell off the dagger like melted ice cream. heating mechanism. I remember the guide's wound being cauterized by Mr. Vergilius' sword, and now that same burn was left on the upper half of this researcher's body, split in two, and dropped on the floor. Oh, yay! Astonished by the sharpness of his gladius that can cut through a person's body smoothly and the durability of the coat I'm wearing, I felt a small pang of guilt for the two bodies on the floor. However, that soon subsided once I reminded myself of where they worked. Looking for the kids I saw being tortured in laboratory machines, I ran across the corridor. Lapis. Vergilius got the lightsaber. This place was far more repugnant than in the footage. Repugnant than in the footage. Thinking of my friends who must be resting in discomfort inside those rows of test tubes made my stomach turn. Is how you can increase the refraction rate. Noted, but if the refraction rate is too high. Following the sound of familiar voices, I found Rikako and Nasiol wearing M-Corp attire. Some researchers seemed to be giving them explanations of the experiment they were doing. I see, so this lever... I could sense relief in the eyes of our two fake M-Corp employees when we exchanged glances. Rikako chuckled and nudged her chin, while Nasiol gave me a discreet thumbs up. Yeah, I think I've heard just about all I need. Pardon? But I haven't even started on the glass window superposition or the linkage. Nah, forget it. You must be tired from all the lab work, so why don't you take a sweet nap? Nansio, gun it! Rikako's fist hits the flabbergasted stomach, the researcher into the stomach. Meanwhile, Nanciol snuck up on the researcher next to him and choked them from behind. In the time it took him to deprive the researcher of consciousness, Rikako had already taken down 3. There were 7 researchers in the lab. Rikako and Nanciol knocked out 3 each in less than 5 minutes. I was able to subdue the last one with ease. It boosted my confidence to get a feel for what his sword and coat were capable of, though of course I still had a long way to go to get on the level of these skilled fixers. Got it. Did you get here from the corridor by yourself? You've gotten pretty good. Nanciol showered me with praise and raised thumbs. That wasn't anything impressive. All he did with that boss sword and coat was beat a few pansies who couldn't even wield a knife to save their lives. Ma'am, I saw you cheer for him while he fought, yelling, yeah, go get him, and such. I did, but only because it was so insufferable to watch. What? You have a problem? Rikako made a gruff reply. The quarreling that used to have me concerned about the state of the team felt like a breath of fresh air here. Perhaps it's these moments of reliving tension that helped them complete so many field jobs. Mr. Vergilius will be back soon. How are things going on your side? We were able to figure out the controls and how the machines work without much trouble. Wasted a bit of time thanks to Nunciol being a total bungler with machines. But hey, this wasn't a half bad record. Come on now, I only struggled one time. Back when I was your grade, it only took me a glimpse to get stuff all figured out. Fixers these days are raised too soft. Rikako's words make my heart beat with anticipation. The two of them were assigned the roles of gaining entry into the lab while disguised as moonlight stone carriers, since they earned a higher fixer grades. Not through stunning combat expertise, but through a plethora of certificates for various professionals. For various professions? Oh! We needed skilled personnel to deal with all these buttons and levers, as careless handling could cause terrible accidents like what was filmed in the footage. I remember hearing from Denver that the reason Rikako keeps Nanciol around, even though she scolds him like this daily, is that he had skills worth developing. You don't have to be expert combatant to rise up the ranks. Yeah, fair enough. It's more about skill and experience, right? I remember she wouldn't have talked to him in the first place if she was an actual lost cause. That's what Denver had added as she giggled. In any case, having 2 capable fixers with me lessened my worries. Then we can start rescuing my friends now. Where should we start? I asked in an admittedly hopeful tone. I wanted to rescue the kids as soon as possible and find Lapis. Oh, the 2 didn't look too delighted, however. Rikako made a perplexed face and Nanciok slunk his eyes away. I was familiar with this air. It was after watching Lapis's videotape at the office. My plea to hurry and rescue her was met with a similar coldness. Garnet, our primary objective is to seize the singularity, don't you remember? It's the reason we got into this job. Rikako said in a slightly frustrated but appeasing tone, and I knew that. Fixers are motivated by the sense of interest. I was well aware that I should grow accustomed to this and adopt the mindset sooner rather than later, but still, I know, but if you know the controls, it shouldn't be an issue to stop the machines right now. I'm not demanding that we push everything else aside to save my friends by force. If they know how to operate the machine, surely there's nothing stopping them from getting the subjects out. I tried to persuade Rikako with that logic. About that, things got a bit more complicated, Garnet. That's when Nanciol reluctantly brought up something. We thought we could just turn the machines off and set your friends free, but we learned on closer inspection that the data will reset once the machines shut down, which means, in short, losing the data means we lose our chance at seizing the singularity, so the kids will have to wait. Rikako always based her priorities on value, and when two objectives were in conflict, she would discard the one with less worth without batting an eye. Perhaps remaining level-headed throughout the process is what allowed her to climb where she stands now. I can't help but wonder how I look in her eyes. An immature rookie who whines when things aren't going his way, an incompetent fledgling, unfit to work as a fixer. Or worse, she might not be thinking of me as a colleague at all. Her priorities might have shifted a little, had the subjects lying in their tubes been acquaintances of her co-worker. But what if something happens while downloading the data? And here I was, miserably insisting on the unreasonable, once more knowing all this. Garnet, let's say that we open these tubes right now to save those kids and lose the data. What next? We'll need some leverage to use in our favor if we want to get out of this alive after provoking the ring. Ma'am, Nunciol looked at Rikako as if he wanted to stop her, but she went on. A boss would probably manage, no problem. He's a color and everything. But what about me and Nunciol, and the people at our office? And you? She rebuked even harder, then continued with a vague look on her face that didn't appear to signal anger or sadness. I don't think I can handle spending the rest of my life being chased by the ring. Are you prepared to bear that responsibility for us, Garnet? An agonizing silence fills the air. Very realistic here. The most agonizing of all was my own behavior. All I could do was stare at my feet, unable to stand my ground against Rikako's argument. I thought I was ready to face this when I asked Mr. Vergilius for help over the payphone. I thought even if saving Lapis was an arduous ordeal, I would be able to do it with the help from the office and from him. But in the end, even that stereotypical feat of overcoming hardship was the preserve of those with power. That's why Rikoku and Nanciol have been planning ahead, looking far into the future, taking into account what kind of organization the ring is. The ramifications of getting into conflict with the syndicate, the losses it will cause, the gains they could reap if the operation is a success in spite of the risks, all of it. Can I bear that responsibility? Of course I can't. I can't even be sure of my own immediate future, so how would I do something far-sighted planners aren't confident they can manage? There's just no way. Even so, I know all the kids lying in these tubes by name. But you two don't. You don't know the soured sweetness of half-melted candy sticking to its wrapper, hid inside a small patient palm for hours and hours. You don't know the chilly breaths we had let out to make the fanciest drawings on the frosted windows during a cold day with broken heaters. Our inherent dearth gave richness to each moment of our lives, so we weren't related by blood, but we were family nonetheless. I know all of them. I sank to my knees at the cruelty of having to weigh the lives of my dying siblings against profit and loss. Garnet, but how awful it was that I still couldn't reject it. You're right about everything. No, I'm not actually sure not sure if you are, but it's just so upsetting that it sounds right. And I don't know what I can say to prove you wrong. I get how you feel. That wall of helplessness you've hit is another name for reality. So you need to accept it. We can't afford to live in fantasies. Nosiel put it sedately, to which Rokoko shrugged. It's a hurdle every fixer has to go through to become the high caliber workforce. Right, Nosiel? He used to be a big ditzy too. I'm used to it now. Nanciol said in agreement, though his smile left his face for a second. Perhaps we all have a stage of pubertation we must go through. Once we have hardened enough and fully prepared ourselves to leave the cocoon, only then we will begin our own flight. In this metaphor, I'd only be a small larva just beginning to make my cocoon. I hope the pain that will mold me into a butterfly is sensible. All right, enough of that. Time to get back to business. You call Garnet? Rikako gave me a weak nod, then turned to Nanciol. Hey, Nanciol, why don't we make better use of the lab space now that there's no one here to interrupt us? You're gonna have to hurry, though. Sure thing, ma'am. Nanciol replied casually. He then entered the control room to work with the panels. I can save them. Rikako and Nanciol are quick with their works. There will definitely be a chance once they're finished with the singularity. Muttering what could have be taken as a resolution to myself or as an excuse to my friends is still trapped in the machines, I headed for the entrance. I wanted to be ready to fend off intruders in case any appeared. However, I heard the clanking of shoes coming from a completely unexpected direction. Someone was walking into this place from inside the control room. It was the person with multiple rings the auctioneer Mr. Vergilius and I saw. So that's the maestro, huh? There's a Dorset, and now it's a maestro. The maestro is on top. The maestro knew, eh? What's the maestro doing here? I heard Rikako's confused exclamation. All of us probably shared the same feeling. Has it been a diversion all along? After all, sneaking into the lab while your allies joined the auction. Jumson was calm in spite of the incapacitated ring members and researchers collapsed on the floor around her. There was not a shred of unease from the way she skimmed over the outfits Rikaku and Nanciol were wearing and nodded as if she admired the craft. It seems it's not just the children you're trying to extract. Was I really truly deceived by Sir Vergilius? Maybe I should have paid heed to the caution. Don't come a step closer. I know you're head over heels for this tech. One flick and I could destroy every bit of data you've gathered, got it? Rikako warned, holding a lever. Jumson gave a vacant look at Rikako with a mysterious expression, and she raised the corners of her mouth very slowly. It was not my intention to eavesdrop upon you, but you seem to be rather fond of realities. What? Rikako returned. She seemed to be taken aback by that arbitrary remark. Reality. People and their obsession with it. Personally, I'm averse to that word. Her wandering eyes suddenly fixed their gaze on Rikaku, and then... Oh... A mind control from... Well... Rikako frowns in pain and staggers. Oh. On the other hand, Nanciol maintained his usual calm expression, only he wasn't offering a hand to help Rikako stand. It didn't take long to grasp what had just taken place before my eyes. Comprehending it, on the other hand, needed more time. The blade Nanciol was holding had impaled Rikako's abdomen. Rikako seems to have realized the same thing, looking down at the blade poking through her stomach. She then turned to Nanciol, who was standing at her back. Nanciol! Like you said, ma'am, I figured we were on our own to make ourselves a way to live. You damn little... When did you join hands with them? When you were setting up the operation. And you agreed 3 fixer like me stood no real chance. You gotta show love to your office mates at least. You've sunk low. You just said it yourself too. You don't put others in your priorities when you can't take responsibility for their survival. The truth is, I considered bringing you round, but I decided not to. You're not the type to mingle with others easily, after all. Is that what you meant by... Well, this was reality for me. Nothing's too low for reality, is it? Rakoka opened her mouth as if to say something, but soon closed it back. Maybe she had run out of strength or couldn't find anything left to say. It took hearing Rakako, not Rakoka, collapse on the floor for me to finally speak up. Why would you... In response, Nanciol shrugged with a quiet cackle. It was as though he was telling me that the answer was stated multiple times already. In some ways, his gesture resembled that what Rikako did a bit ago, and that's when something finally dawned on me. If was reality, perhaps the pupa shouldn't have left the cocoon in the first place. There was no such thing as sensible pain. Welp. Thank you for coming all the way here, my precious gem. Jumsun spoke to me in an elegant voice, smooth as marble. To tell you the truth, I had given up on the gem that is you, Garnet. The red gaze was a massive thorn standing in the way, and you'd even become a fixer. What a hassle this became. Me? I aim to create uncompromising perfection, but because of your little deviation, I almost had to compromise with reality and undermine the integrity of my art. I've been feeling rather unhappy because of that. I really owe you my thanks. She even bowed her head like she sincerely wanted to show her gratitude, realizing that all my friends, including myself, were treated like nothing more than materials for a twisted work of art had set my heart ablaze with anger. But why did it have to be my friends? What kind of grudge did you have against the Red Gaze? I vented my unbridled anger at the maestro. Why did it have to be the orphanage? What they needed was an ounce of happiness, not more tragedy. We were destitute children who were trying to find crumbs of joy in the smallest things. I can't imagine a reason to go to the lengths of inflicting misfortune on people like us. Grudge. Yet Jumson tilted her head as though she heard an unfamiliar word. I bear no ill feelings like that. Don't you know what I mean, Garnet? That orphanage was chosen. Chosen? That was not a word I was familiar with. It's where the first miracle occurred. Right there, right then, where you were. Miracle? We never saw any miracles. We're busy savoring little bits of happiness that weren't anything more than regular occurrences to others. We've never... Then it hit me. One thing flashed across my mind. It was a catastrophe. And not at all reminiscent of a miracle. It was the exact opposite of one. The incident where a terrible mass of flesh appeared at the orphanage and took so many lives. Chaos that Lapis and I could barely survive. An event that caused Mr. Vergilius, the Red Gaze, to stop visiting the orphanage. Is that what she's calling a miracle? Wait, you aren't talking about the incident on Christmas Eve, are you? That was on Christmas Eve? Oh my I mean, yeah, it was. True. What else could it be? It couldn't have happened on a more fitting day, truly befitting the Holy Eve commemorating birth. It was a miraculous day of uncut gems beginning to shine. I wanted to believe I heard wrong, but it was simply out of the question. That was no miracle. My body is shaking. I was overwhelmed with fury upon listening to her disregard for everything I cared for. My head was broiling with the rage. I couldn't even form my words properly. No, no, it will mark the beginning of everything. The starting point of innumerable worlds that will unravel from now on. While I stay silent, Shumsun keeps running her mouth. You may not have known this, Garnet, but our gallery has been planning to make something fascinating for a good while. That to happen, we must dedicate utmost care to every step of it. We can't settle for anything less than what is chosen by the world, Garnet. You heard its cries. You heard its cries, didn't you? The first of the resurrected to return from the scattered light. The first of the resurrected to return from the scattered light. The fuck does she mean? Her voice raised higher and higher as she went on, and an ecstatic blush suffused her face, and her eyes grew thin as if she were observing something captivating. And in a moment she made her order. Mr. Nanciol, was it? Could you pull the yellow lever next to you all the way up, if you please? This lever. Nanciol hesitates for a moment, and I look into his reluctant eyes. No, please say that it's not it. Please don't accept that as your part of your reality. I stared at him with pleading eyes. Is what you think it is. Even though I didn't know the lever's exact function, one thing was clear to me, that everything I did to save my friends will be for naught, that everything will start falling apart right before my eyes, that this downfall will be caused by someone who I thought was family, and that I no longer will be able to save Lapis. Understood. Nanciol! A shout akin to a scream escaped my throat. My legs, which were frozen stiff until a second ago, began sprinting towards Nanciol, but I was wrong at the end. It was me who wasn't in his right mind. Rikako gave me harsh but truthful words, yet I could never open my eyes. That this is reality, Garnet. It's time to wake up. Disjoined world's identity superposition device activated. Initiating refraction rate intensification sequence. Target maximum refraction. Following the announcement of a dry mechanical voice, a chorus of distressing hums filled the laboratory. It was the sound of rifts opening, and the sound of something shattering within me, impaled by the stake that is reality. Translation notes. Jumsum is male, but is referred to with female pronouns in this chapter, with Leviathan specifically the word. This is for two reasons. Jumsum's name is traditionally feminine in its formation, the last two letters being a suffix typically reserved for females. Jumson has a female appearance to Garnet's eyes, and he doesn't explicitly learn yet that Jumson is a man. Maestros are always referred to with he as a form of respect to the title. Think of it as army privates referring to as female sergeant as a sir. This is why Garnet maintains his incorrect assumption. Nice. Anyways, Leviathan chapter 14, baby. This is gonna take a bit. As the sound of riffs echoing through the library. Not the library, the wrong game. Laboratory. Unreliable narrator Garnet. The children inside the machines begin to spit out unintelligible things, screams, and painful wails. Stop, please. I don't want to see. I'm looking into myself. I could understand what that last utterance meant. It was evident with the myriad of scenes that have unfolded in a flash before my eyes. At the center of them all was my back. All was my back. At the center of them all was my back. It was quite strange looking at countless versions of myself from behind. Though it wasn't terror I felt. The sight was rather tranquil, in fact. Perhaps a more apt way to put it would be that I was unsure of what emotion to feel. Then all the visions twist, flip, split, and waver, until everything begins to overlap. My multitudes occupying or being placed in the space turn around to look at me. That has to be intimidating. My eyes meet one of dozens, hundreds, thousands of my other selves. It might be his, and that met mine at a moment's notice. The sceneries fade away, as though claimed by a bottomless chasm. I vanished into the tremor. Did my boy just get sent to a fucking mirror world? I was on my knees, wailing in the midst of heavy rain. The storm in my heart raged with such fury that the downpour couldn't compare, and my despair grows grimy and sodden in the rain. Why am I crying out here? I was a member of the streetlight office, an unremarkable one with an unimpressive pay and a lack of fame. In other words, it was a job I had no reason to be attached to. Then one day we were invited to a place called the Library and lost Lapis there while I survived. So, yeah, this is a mirror world. We left you behind as you became part. We left you behind as you become part of the library's collection. You stupid idiot. Why? I hope that it wasn't Lapis who replaced the cake in the fridge. I remember that time on a rainy day like this one, I got into a fight with Lapis over something small. I was so heated by her mocking tone I was on the verge of raising my fist. But when I simmered down a little, I noticed she was holding an umbrella over my head as she kept replying to my grumbles in the same sassy tone. The street light always stands solemnly, sinking down in the dark. Letting it gently illuminate the lurching waves of my heart would often help me calm down. That made it my wish to be like you, shining ever more brightly in the dark. I have to get Lapis's book from the library. Damn, that's what I can do for. For a while, I poured out feelings I couldn't quite describe in the rain. Then the light shining down on me gradually dimmed before eventually fizzling out. My surroundings blur again like raindrops running along a window. To me, the me in the scenery casts this gaze upon me to meet my eyes. I don't try to avoid my glare. Director, how can this even be considered tolerable? The outcry of someone breathing heavily from uncontained emotions reached my ears. As I looked around upon hearing the unfamiliar title, a desk piled high with papers caught my eye. I felt it was a rather friendly sight, and with that, the feeling of unfamiliarity dissolved like splum. I took a deep breath. My men are too easily upset at their immediate injustice. At this immediate injustice. Too eager to argue against it with logic. At such small things, at such insignificant things. The Southern branch of the Shi Association was rotten to the core. I aimed to excise each and every trace of the corruption taking hold of this organization. Director of the Southern branch of Shi Association. I still had work to do. Though I hadn't had proper sleep for 10 days, this was not yet the time for rest. I could only say this. I want you to suppress your feelings and remind yourself money, fame, and power rule over this world. Garnet's going through Walpurgis Plus or something. I thought about fixers of partnered offices whom I heard were all killed off. The Section 3 director had summoned me one day to demand straight away that I report what I'm up to. When I replied that I planned to fix what is broken, they pulled out a pack of cigarettes and burned through it in one sitting. Why that person decided to help with the case was beyond me. Cause was beyond me. They swore they'd retire next year too. As a matter of fact, we might face annihilation ourselves if we are not careful. Or worse, we might already be on the way down. I wonder what look will be on Thelma's face when he hears of Section 4's demise. Thelma? It is my job to hearten up my subordinates and assure them that we are almost through the crisis. I should tell them with unwavering confidence. However, being confident and having to be confident were two different matters. I had to ensure that everything I did wasn't a fool's errand. I must see to it that this is not to be a dead end for my men. To ease this troubled mind, I turned to look out the window. Then a gust of wind blew outside, turning the world upside down once more. My eyes meet another. So he's going through the experiences of one Garnet to another in the mirror worlds. The broiling heat wakes me up at dawn. The weak breeze produced by my decrepit fan does little to dry off the beads of sweat trickling down my back. I had to be up by 6 in the morning anyway. I got a decent post at the local library, and I could avoid the tension of my landlord by leaving at this time of day. He forgave me with a general smile when I couldn't meet rent for 2 months, but his understanding of juvenility turned into clamorous demands once he noticed my overdue rent would continue to grow for another month or two. I could use some cash. I keep writing and erasing text message. Just living in a rural area. My parents didn't know how pricey things are in the big city. They think I've taken the midnight shift to make myself some extra money, but they don't know how hard it is to cover the gas, water, and electric bills for my cramped lodging, on top of food, travel, and all the other little things. Everything, everywhere, all at once. They were reassured by their son that his academic excellence as the top of his class would put him and his family at on the road to luxury, but they didn't know that I applied for a lesser university to secure scholarships. They don't know that I had to take a semester off to make a living, or that I was busy flying from table to table, serving customers at a barbecue restaurant while others were busy flying in and out of the country, building international experience and studying abroad. In and out of the country. So one district would be one country, that's why. I wanted to know where it all went wrong, but with everything taken together, there's only one conclusion to make. I was the one who tried and failed to qualify for the jobs. It must have been my lack of effort that got me rejected. This is getting too real all of a sudden. If only I'd slept just a little less than I did. If only I'd brought one fewer piece of clothing. If only I hadn't gotten my hands on different food because I got sick of instant ramen. If only I didn't have to study less and work more to make up for the hole it made in my balance. If only I didn't let temptation get the better of me. It's because I wasn't good enough. I wasn't trying hard enough. I stepped outside to get some fresh air and gazed at the sky. When I was asked one time about what kind of person I desired to be as a kid during a job interview, I'd wanted to say, I wish I could be rich enough to take a hot bath in winter. That was enough for me. The interviewer didn't seem to agree, though. I should get another job. I'll get up at 4 every morning. I ran my fingers looking up job openings on my phone. Looking for a gym receptionist. My eyes caught a good enough offer. You can't find a part-time job that pays this much for these hours anywhere. I might even find time to study during the shift, if I asked the owner nicely. I was immersed in such thoughts under the blazing sunlight. Oh, a plane? What the fuck? While the others were busy flying in and out of the country, a mirror world where planes are a thing? Yo? Well, this is kind of crazy. I might have been too caught up in my thoughts to notice the terrified screams and people fleeing in chaos. I thought that the shadow cast over me was a cloud or something. It was a particularly large and dark shadow, but I didn't find it strange. When I looked up again, a plane came into my sight. It was flying far lower than usual. It looked as if it was about to plunge into the ground. It's so instantly weird. Yeah, exactly, because nobody is really flying anything. Nobody really mentions it. It's a theme of looking up into the sky almost like throughout the entirety of Limbus, but damn. I couldn't seem to recall the last time I saw that thing called an airplane fly above the city, more importantly. I can't tell for sure if I knew what an airplane was in the first place. What? Where am I anyway? What district of the city did I think I was in? A wave of nausea rises in me as the strangeness of myself existing in this foreign place, as if I always belonged here, became apparent. But all of that confusion is useless now. Try as I might, there's no way I can outrun that massive bird of steel. That specific one is a complete enigma. Yeah? In a mirror world, there's a plane, but that's it. No flying, Fly, broken wings, but don't fly too high, or else you'll either get shot down. You don't know what's up in the clouds. You don't know what's beyond it in the city. I think I've brought up this topic enough, but yeah. Is there a travel plan? At least tell us that much, Limbus. Or Project Moon. Like, there's a taboo. You shouldn't be too high up in the sky, or something like that. I can tell from this feeling. It's a race I'm doomed to lose. Much like my struggle against poverty. In the end, I can't escape the explosion that the plane will cause, crashing into the street, all because I was too slow. I was too incapable. I should have taken out life insurance. When I came home every winter, I would see my father's back as he carried the cauldron of water he boiled with our barely functioning gas stove. That was the last image that flashed in my mind. In a blow of hot wind, everything went dark. Before I can realize it, my eyes came into contact with yet another eye, and the world shimmers once again. Next up is a general article presented by Master Garnet himself, an orange gemstone processed out of carnelian, a subject procured from an orphanage in District 22. A voice coming from the side opened my eyes. An orphanage. Carnelian was a shy kid who would only nod or shake heads instead of speaking up, but when we were alone, I was taught how to whistle with grace. I take a moment to examine myself. I'm wearing clothes only members of the ring wear. Next to me is an auctioneer, excitedly following raised hands and chanting beads. I am at a gallery's auction. There we have 3 million on. Aha, the gentleman over there put a 4 million. Yes, now we are at 5 million. Will anyone else give me more? And there we have it, a deal at 5 million on. Congratulations. The strike of the gavel brought me back to reality. I could finally take a closer look at the item placed at the auctioneer's side. You are gems, and you must discover that you will possess unparalleled beauty if you keep cutting and polishing yourselves. I was reminded of the lesson my teacher would preach time and time again. Teacher, have I been to a seminar at one of the galleries? The world should have been well known to me, but it's bothering that it occurred to me in an unfamiliar scene. That mattered little, though, compared to this jewel before my eyes. Compared to this jewel before my eyes, huh? The gemstone glistened with the brilliant red hue of sunset. My eyes filled with ecstatic delight upon beholding its luster. The mystifying and magnificent color is exhibited only by trapping the rough gem in extreme heat and pressure until every aspect they possess have been compressed into a single point. Oh. I can picture the process vividly in my head. I can almost feel the aesthetics of cruelty at the center of this precious stone. So you're telling an entire person was compressed into the gem? Interesting. Morbidly interesting, let's just say. I want to see more. What splendor with a gem of greater size show me. Now that I think about it, a friend by the name of Aqua had clear blue eyes resembling an ocean vibrant with life. If I can have a gem that holding that color, if there's a way to make it. Hello, I'm Jerry. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Yes. A wall of text we're reading, actually. No. I shook my head in immediate denial of the thought I just had, but it was no use. There was no hiding that I considered how to process my friends into luxury items just seconds ago. As if I was willing to carry it out as soon as I had the method. That in turn makes me wonder how I came up with the idea of processing friends. Have I ever had a friend named Aqua? Before that, I can't be sure if I ever had friends at all. Nothing is clear. Am I suffering from some kind of hallucination? Blurry memories of unknown origins are trying to obstruct my vision and judgment. Been lurking mostly over on Pix's stream right now. Aye, fair enough. I could no longer find the reason for the tears that were flowing from my eyes. Of course. It would seem Master Garnet has been touched by the recognition of the true value of his artwork. The auctioneer glamorized my tears as the signs of overflowing gratitude shed by a moved artist. As revolting as it was, I can't say that it's wrong. I adored this gem more than anyone, yet I loathed it at the same time. Why? Why do I loathe this beautiful yet melancholic piece of work? Melancholic? What about this gem invokes such a feeling in me? Wasn't processing a friend the most rapturous part of making jewelry? But that is not a friend, it is a gem, an uncut gem. Why are these odd memories invading my mind? Keep it together, maestro. Before I knew it, the crowd murmurs, applauds, all the other noises tormenting my ears ceased. Eyes sent a piercing glare toward me from the cracked window, pointing. Hands extend from sleeves belonging to different clothes, and mouths move in unison to speak one word. Garnet. I stumbled, trying to regain my balance. The lab was in my sight again. It felt as if only a fraction of a second had passed, but simultaneously I felt like I had gone through multitudes of decades in different lives. The tubes have gone quiet, not a voice is heard. I peek into the machines to find out the truth behind this stillness. Inside, I find friends wrapped in some sort of translucent membrane, twitching irregularly. They were curled up like fetuses waiting to be birthed anew, rejecting all interference, yearning to return to that primal state. Cocoons. Just I was, just as I was overcome with vertigo and sickness, the world shifted yet again. A foul performance relentlessly stabs me. Thousands of notes penetrate the body, echoing through the whole nest. All city dwellers stand in place, taking in tidal waves of music. What? Huh? Isn't this an abnormality or something abnormality, something distortion, maybe distortion, where this single-handedly kills like thousands of people in a nest in like 10 minutes or an hour or half an hour? Uh, oh my god, though, is that the black silence? Hello, Christopher. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Burning anguish swells in my heart. It's too hot for me to try and hold it. What lies before my eyes is beyond all belief. It hurts to look. Perhaps this is the kind of occasion that brings a person to bloody tears. Why do I have to be robbed of my mundane happiness the instant I find it? Why was the Pedgian I bought crispier than ever today? Sorry, Lapis, I was too late. I remember you saying that you were a fan of the sheets of music, so it must be okay. This tragedy could have been avoided had I found a way for us to move into a nest. And the piano had long since ceased, but its sound still stings me. Maybe the performance has never ended in my heart. I'm going to live the rest of my days in regret for this moment, staring at you in helplessness. Having become part of the performance, drenched in notes of blood raining from above, this silence, this hell. My knees dropped to the ground, my legs fully bent. It didn't hurt. I am once again touching the cold floor of the laboratory. Dozens of worlds came crashing in and then swept away in waves. In an instant, I was a fixer at Streetlight office who had just lost his co-worker. In another, I was a director at Chi Association sending its fixers to doom. I was a poverty-stricken job seeker in an unrecognizable metropolis. And an unrecognizable metropolis? Oh? A maestro of the ring, absorbed in beauty, a fixer who faced the tragic loss of his whole family. The despair all my cells carried was unbearably torturous, and I felt the urge to turn my eyes away from everything and take refuge at the edge of the world. But that wasn't to be. There is still too much that remains for me to neglect and hide from. Even though the memories I experienced were harrowing, the pain I felt was proof of the love I held. I see that even if all is fated to disappear without a trace one day, there is so many. My boy's doing every ID all at once. There were so many things that shine while the moment is in your hands, that crossing this vast, harsh wilderness is not an insufferable task thanks to the patches of flowers I find along the way. That was a scent my friends deserved to perceive. They were not meant to be forsaken to such fate in a place like this. Oh, what? He's actively he's taking so much SP damage right now. Also, he's actively manifesting the fucking all of these different IDs all at once? What the fuck? 5 different identities. What? Yeah. Or like 4 different identities, I guess. I heard Jumson's voice through the window. That's a very sick image. I must pull Mr. Strode out of his chamber and put you in there. You were the brightest gem all along. What does this job seeker ID do? Slap job applications on the face of the enemies. And by seeing the job application, they instantly lose all their SP. That memorized look I'm sure I had at one point in one reflection is severely repulsive. That was the most disgusting pair of eyes out of those refracted that I saw over the window. I've seen many pitiable, desolate, and sorrowful eyes up till now, but that was the one I can't stand. Even a minute's brush of eye contact could engulf me in uncontrollable fury. So job jumpscare, yes. The experimental data is almost complete. Just a tiny more and I can perfect it at last. The glass window. The glass window, huh? The glass window. Yongji. Oh, sorry, Zhongyi. That's Zhongyi. Bro, that's Zhongyi's technology. Back in T Corp and League of Nine was still a thing. And this is after the League of Nine broke up and then N Corp created a new League of Nine. So remember, engrave those moments in my memory. My pain will be forged into a knife that will cut through your heart. My own guilt combined with the guilt pouring in from my friends laid inside the machines. Yongji, it was correct, okay. When I find the determination to keep these feelings with me rather than try to shake them off, I now realize that although my body is in complete disorder, my mind is able to confront it directly. You. And now I declare, adjusting my halved, crumpled mask, feeling the silence that has shrouded me in darkness radiate outwards. Bro went, let me just gas myself up with multiple identities. You'll die by my hands in the most painful way imaginable. Damn! So they somehow, by doing experiments on these kids, somehow, that were going probably experiencing distortions or something else, some monstrosities, they managed to, by using these kids and experimenting on them, they managed to activate rifts that some of these people would go to different worlds. Oh, so they were experimenting on everybody here to send them to different rifts and get the power of identities. Damn, okay. I mean, this is basically what we are doing in Limbus, but it's just a bit more of a premature, a primitive, yeah, a predecessor of the method we use. Anyways, chapter 14 completed. Chapter 15. The kids yearn to be used for technological breakthroughs. As I thought, young G was right. Half-baked Furioso. Someone in a lab coat entered and broke the silence. Nanciol made way for the scientist. It was a familiar face. The same person overseeing the experiment alongside Jumzone and operating the machines in the footage Rikako showed me. Judging from his indifference, I suspect Nanciol sucked that man in when he and Rikako had first infiltrated the place. That result is a first even for you, isn't it, Asea? Asea was part... Wait, who is Asea? Jumzun takes a step back so the man she called Asea can speak freely. His eyes seem to be locked on something far beyond his surroundings. He manifested so many identities at once, he became an ultimate edgelord. It was as if he deemed the incapacitated ring underlings or Rakaku's body lying on the ground unworthy of his gaze. It appeared as though Asaya was observing me through the glass wall all this time. The glass window is a technology that can superimpose worlds upon each other, albeit in a blurry state. Even though it's not stable as the mirror, it's capable of superimposing a large number of worlds. So the mirror focuses on one superimposition. The glass window technology is capable of superimposing multiple worlds on the same person. His eyes carefully examined my body in detail, scanning through my limbs that have taken different forms, going from my right arm to the left, then my torso, left and right leg, tracing over like a slithering snake. And most of all, the curious state of his emotionless eyes eventually met mine and stopped there. More precisely, he was seeing the eyes of many different garnets laid over them. Oh. I could see an exotic sparkle in his eyes. I am amazed by that man's ability to bear it all. Of course he can. He's a gem discovered by yours truly. Emotions flooding in from all manners of worlds must be fighting for control as we speak, yet he's able to stand his ground without being swept away. His assessment of my current state was accurate. As he put it, my mind was being fractured into pieces, various pain-filled sounds echoing within. Pleased to look at my scars, pleased to see my suffering, raging, crying, screaming in resentment of my adversary, myself, or the world as a whole. Different though they are in approach, all the instances of pain are equal in pitch. With each blink of an eye, I had to withstand moments that removed me from my own self to return here. I see a nods and marvel. Ah, so you have learned how to maintain the focus. I looked up at him. That's why you were able to keep your mind as your own, despite embracing so many planes that not a trace of your original exterior remains. There still are foggy spots here and there, but those can be clarified with no problem, and then, once I do, unable to contain his thrill, he gapes wide. Ultimately, it could become a singularity to surpass the mirror of my friend Yisang's creation. Asaya. Okay. Gotcha. So, it is legitimately one of the nine. The old nine. As all it took was curving the refraction rate slightly and things had achieved. Refraction rate. I heard that term before in Lapis's footage. Jumps ordered the researchers to raise it far past the normal amount, and that scientist did as she told, in spite of the concerns she raised. Consequently, the children shattered miserably. Because it's a glass, they shatter like glass, huh? A higher refraction rate means you yield more of your heart to the glass window, but it allows for more panels of glass to stack. It can only be successful if you master the delicate act of perishing your heart without killing it, like you're doing right now. Meaning the kids who regressed into cocoon forms were faced with as many or perhaps thousands more worlds of their reflected selves as I did and couldn't withstand it. Now tell me, little gem, how were you able to achieve it without any prior experience? I beg you, young friend, this has the potential to be greater than the mirror technology. My glass window can rise above all its competitors of the same nature. Let's put aside rubbish like the water or the puddle. Such luck-dependent things aren't worthy of being considered scientific. Such passion. It really was worth risking Encorp's pursuit to bring you here, Sia. Oh, Encorp... Jumpson says, making satisfied eyes at Sia. So, wow. So, Sia here, over here, was brought over from Encorp. Okay. By a maestro of the ring. Very interesting connection, just gonna say. Jimson says, making satisfied eyes at Asaya, and all of this disgusts me to the core. It's simple. So I decided to give them a piece of insight they seek so dearly, mustering the strength to get this choked voice out of my throat. I have... What did you say, Garnet? The red gaze hand something over to you. Johnson approaches the glass window to hear me better, to observe me closely for any precious techniques Mr. Vergilius might have granted me. What did she expect? Of course I wouldn't possess anything impressive like that. Though he gave me his gladius and coat, I'm no longer using either of them only. If I had to name the reason why I came to bear the crushing weight of countless glass windows, I am going back with them. It's faith. Faith that I'll save Lapis and my friends and return to the office with Mr. Vergilius. It'll keep me secure to the end of my rope. These kids will break free from their cocoons and come back to us. Lapis may be enduring immense pain somewhere here, but she won't let go of the thread of hope. A massive lance handcrafted by Alice Workshop's meisters falls into my right hand. In the world where I was a color, I knew how to wield that workshop's weapons. Wow. After the memory vividly imprinted upon every fiber of my muscles, shaped my posture into the ideal javelin thrower stance. I kill you, creating an explosive shockwave that thrashing the eardrums. I outstretched my arm in Jumson's direction. The lance crashes right in the middle of the glass wall. Jumson's brow flinched in response. And the wall began to crack around the workshop's weapon and fell to bits with a loud crackle. This is rather surprising. This glass can't be damaged with most weapons. I can see Jumson's face between the falling shards. Mild surprise is all you would show. You have no idea how clear and unshakable this faith sustaining me is. You can't even imagine what it's like when you've lived a life of greed. But my faith is fervent of flame. With the lance now departed, a bat is in my hands. It heats, burns my palms red, sending a wave of searing pain through the skin. But I soon realized that the scorching sensation came from the burn in my heart and not my hands. This mark was left when I lost what was precious to me, and it ached so as I looked to the quietly flickering street light. Then a spark blown from the fiery anguish landed on me. Layers of sorrow gently piled up, adding weight to the heap. Though my mind had wavered, I was able to handle it. That weighty pile of sorrow turns into anger. Speak. My body was repelled to Jumson's vicinity in an instant. Speak, damn you! The flaming bat whistles towards Jumson's head. The sounds of rushing wind and crackling fire follow after a short interval. Jumson turns to the side to dodge, but I won't give her room to breathe. The bat is swung left to right and then in a circle before flying downward, yet Jumson wades it all with ease. Only a lingering trail of flame remains in the space. I can't allow her any quarter. This weapon won't work. I firmly planted my left leg on the floor, lifting my right to swing it at Jumson. The maestro's outfit has a flexibility-enhancing material weaved into it, which allows me to deliver a more powerful kick. It was wisdom I earned through the maestro's garnet's window. Tell me how to bring them back to normal. The roundhouse kick caught her by surprise. Her reaction wasn't fast enough to get out of its way. The tip of my foot grazed her side, causing her to stumble. Still, the cocoons. It didn't seem to have left a good impact. She slows and turns her eyes to the squirming kids inside the machines again. I'm overcome with unpleasant and appalling emotions, however. Now is the time to suppress them. What are? I close my eyes and reach for the stillness in the dark. Then I find a red line and grasp it. When I open my eyes, a red sword was gripped in my right hand. Sorry? Huh? How many? What, sorry? How many fucking major identities is this guy using? Black Silence? Then some head of a Zay association? A fucking what's it called? A student of Garnet, yeah? Oh, sorry, Maestro Garnet. And what was the other one? What is this? I feel like this might be a reference to something I know, but I don't know. I don't want to mention the mist, or else I may be capsized by it. Runa character, don't worry about it. Gotcha. The blade slashed at Jumson like a gale, leaving a crimson trace. Ah, that's the she-director, gotcha. I attacked with the intention to behead her, but she regained her balance quickly and deftly slipped away from the wall. But I won't miss it this time. The sword's direction shifted in a quick twist and and headed for Jumson's left shoulder. The sturdiness and flexibility of the maestro's outfit meant a sudden slash like this was unlikely to cut through, but in the world where I was director at the association, I never once failed to slay a target with whom I made contact. An arm lopped off with its shoulder tumbled into the floor. Will you open up after I take your other arm? I was surprised by the way I spoke. I never thought I was capable of saying things like this. Threats or intimidation were usually a job for experienced fixers like Ricardo. Why did I almost say Ricardo? Mirror world where Ricardo is a fucking color. Where Ricardo is a fucking grade 2 or grade 1 fixer. Like Ricardo or Denver. It is pretty funny that among these crazy powerful IDs, he just uses the one with the flaming bat, which is extremely early low character. However, once I gave a lashing from my own tongue, I could see that it was another part of the struggle to stay alive. It wasn't a boastful display of expertise or the symptom of a cold and uncaring heart. To tell you the truth, those cocoons are new to me too. Even though she had just lost an arm, Jimson's face still maintains an arrogant composure. It doesn't change that she's at a disadvantage, that much was clear. The tide of battle should have turned in my favor with this. She has to be barely keeping herself from the amount of blood she's losing, but Jumson's gleeful smile wouldn't leave her face. My dear Garnet, I'm sorry to disappoint your desperation, but it's hard not to divert my attention to those curiosities. Don't be ridiculous! Who else could have... At some point, Asia interrupted the conversation and began talking. It was in complete disregard of the fight that was taking place, or even the possibility that the sword I'm wielding, all the other weapons in the scene might be pointed at him at any moment. He continues to talk as if such fears were redundant. At some point, chrysaloid and ovoid transformations such as these began occurring on rare occasions after a failed test. Previously, all the failed subjects would do is shatter to pieces. Ryu. It started happening the second passing of the White Knights, presumably. Yeah, the first passing of the White Knights and Dark Days incident, that was Lobcorp, and then second passing of the White Knights, presumably. That's the true ending of Ruina. It always ends in White Knights, and wonder how that gonna... Wonder when the third White Knight is gonna take in place. What is intriguing is that natural occurrences of this phenomena have also been reported, completely unrelated to our experiments. Eager manifestation, probably. And or distortion. I couldn't understand. You didn't make them that way on purpose. We? For what? Oh, Garnet, why would we ever partake in the worthless endeavor of encasing precious raw stones in these fleshy sacks? And those cocoons. I've yet to hear any cases where subjects went back to their pre-cocoon state. Well, there have been attempts to forcibly open their chrysalides. Their results were rather abysmal. They seem to undergo a mutation of sorts once cocooned. What? Why are you so apathetic about it? Aren't you saying those kids have no way to go back to normal? Well, it is what it is. You never know, the metamorphosis might yield even more valuable gems. You mean there really is no way to turn them back, is that right? No, it can't be. Whatever it takes. To whatever it takes to turn them back. Oh, fully black silence, eh? I embrace silence. My hand is a revolver. Like a skilled hunter, I have complete mastery of this weapon I've never used before. I pull the trigger without cocking the hammer to fire 6 shots. 2 of them manage to land on Jumson's upper body, but they fail to penetrate the clothing and bounce off as crumpled nuggets of lead. I push the cylinder outward to expel the spent casings. My other hand reached for my waist, only to notice I have no reserve ammo. The gun have outlets having outlived its usefulness, is tossed at Jumson. I see the lance I threw at the glass wall now stuck on the floor. There was no need to think about what to do. I thrust it deep into my enemy's direction. She dodged? No, I won't let her again. A huge hammer is placed on my hands, and it ruthlessly slams into the ground where Jumson would have moved. She stepped back. Then the longsword should do it. A blade much taller than my height draws a long arc along the horizon, cutting across the hammer and lance lodged in the floor. More. I still need more. A Ragnar dagger in my right hand, an Alice gauntlet in my left. I leap forward to see Jumson's infuriating mug, still showing no signs of panic. I jab a plate of steel into it and strike forth an edge of wrought iron, but she evades. She dodges them all. That slimy crook won't let me hit her once. Why? I should have mastered these weapons, but it feels like my body can't replicate half of my knowledge. He could have chosen any other ID, or even from the head themselves, but nah, he chose a washed up great night fixer. He's cooked. I can't stop here. I fling the dagger, aiming for her heart. Alas, it's blocked by Jumson's weapon, held out with her one arm. I'll need something more effective, something other than the ones I've dropped on the ground. Now I hold the heavy mace. I visibly swing it to drive Jumson into a corner where she can't escape. She's concerned without a doubt. She's cornered without a doubt. Though I haven't managed to land a clean hit or make her visibly tense, that won't go on for long. The shotgun will do well against a cornered target. A curtain of black and white projectiles showered Jumson's body, pellets, slugs, and occasional flashes and flames. After emptying the barrel, I tossed the shotgun away, summoned the greatsword, striking downward from head to toe. Silver casings roll around the floor along with empty shells. The smell of gunpowder rising from the spent ammo bellows with the dust from broken tiles and walls filling the room with odor. My last weapon will be a durandal. It'll be a death sentence. With this one final blow, I will end Jumson's life. Alas. Then what? What's the point when it doesn't bring Lapis back? So this is basically an unstable, multiple ID boring at the same time fusion where it isn't so in tune, where it hasn't been uptied yet. Gotcha. Suddenly a mournful question rings in my mind. Lapis. She who was reduced to piano notes and scattered in the wind, the woman who will never turn up even if I wait day and night, the woman who is gone in every sense, leaving not a gentle breeze as she passed. Bro finally hit minus 45 SP. The rest of my life will be shrouded in horrible darkness. Nothing will console me. In my world gone forever pitch black, sorrow will be the one thing staring right into me. So it'll all be the same, even if I break this string of wrath before my eyes. Nothing will change for me, even if I brandish my sword for a better tomorrow. For you are trapped in the past, unable to join me in the present. No matter how far I go, all that awaits will be graves. Durandal didn't come, and at last, as though shells are already taken off, I'm returning to the man I originally was. The air around me wavers with the heat leaving my body, while I kept pulling out weapons to attack with. The burden on my heat grew, and eventually the reflections fell off layer after layer. Ah, done already. Seeing me stop dead in my tracks, Jumson raises her weapon with one arm. All that onslaught was for naught. I was helpless against her assault, having lost the strength to fight back. What I need is that brain of yours. I promise to show you even more worlds through reflections. I hope you don't mind, my Garnet. I thought I could get back to my feet, but it was no use. My legs were sprawled on the other side of the room, broken and tattered. The lids of laboratory pods opened one by one, letting out shrieks. I dragged myself along the floor with my hands to take a closer look. Yep, they had. Oh, they have transformed into abnormalities. Interesting. Yeah, these are the fucking pectolums. Interesting. So if you subject these guys to such experiments, again and again and again and again, they would turn into pectulum abnormalities. So here's one detail I want to say. I didn't know that. Did they distort? I feel like they distorted it. But okay, I don't know. What's the exact difference between abnormality and ego and distortion? I have some clue about ego and distortion, but abnormality is like, bruh. What emerged from the cocoons were neither butterflies nor friends. They were things. Pectulum are neither abnormalities or distortions. Are they just common? Then what the fuck are they? Okay, gotcha. They were things doing nothing other than screaming, crawling. One after another, things unknown to me were escaping the machines. Everything crashed to an end. Those beings crying in an unrecognizable language had not an ounce of possible humanity left in them. I get the feeling I have been through this before. At last, a darkly stained garnet behind one of the windows has the inability to do anything, an endless despair. Overwhelmed by that emotion, I retreated inward. I was subject to constant pressure. The weight of cumulus glass panes finally sinks in. Curses scream into myself from numerous worlds pressed down on me all at once. Bent, shrunk, and warped was my mind, having nowhere to fall back. I want to regress back into the void where I would feel nothing. Tuck. I'm reminded of that rainy day. Feelings rise up against my will like dead fish floating to the surface, belly up. Of course, that unwillingness itself had not long since. Is it the shattering noise? Tuck. It's like the cracks are forming on this and diminished. Creepy and foul music enveloping the city passes my eardrum and drops off into my heart with such force that it could erode. The suffocating emotions I felt that day constantly strangle me. My friends hid into cocoons. I want to hide as they did. But then they crawled out. What emerged were indescribable beings, friends. Clunk. Sorry, everyone, I was too late. Let's stop here. I think it's enough. No, Garnet, this can't be. How can this be? Shouts coming from outside grow faint. I slowly close my eyes, hoping they won't open again. Why must you of all gems go inside a cocoon? I hope no one comes looking for me. This will be comfort I won't give up. See, explain to me, just what is this cocoon? And why does it have to ruin our experiments? Ah, it was so simple after all. It was as simple as abandoning myself. There was nothing more to it than closing my eyes and leaving my body where hungered sins to feast on. Like that, I curled up in a tiny little world, and inside I faced the fires of guilt, extending an arm to shake my hand. He built his own cocoon, huh? I mean, that reminds me of the egg states that abnormalities go to when you suppress them. So I feel like these pectulum are connected more so towards abnormalities than to, anything else. Anyways, chapter 16. Chapter 16. All right. This one is the fan translated one. Family. Finding a way out of the corridor, overflowing with countless odors, was quite the arduous task. Here it is. Walking out the door, which opened soundlessly, I faced a nondescript hallway again. I wondered if Garnet had successfully found the laboratory and joined with the others. It probably was easy, since he was always brilliant at locating things. And also Rikako and Nanciol were carrying out the operation without any problems, until just before entering the corridors. If things went as expected, they should have secured the desired technologies by now, or even rescued the children, which Garnet had been hoping for so badly. However, for some time now a mysterious shadow has been hovering over my back, an insight that cannot be accurately explained, or a sixth sense. It would be no exaggeration to say this prognostication has been the leading actor that guides me through my life as a fixer. The shadow that hung over me since I saw Lapis's image seemed to have become even heavier. At the office, I determined that the shadow was probably Garnet's, even if I could not determine with certainty what or whose light had created the shadow. I could at least guess. Although the majority disagreed, it was ultimately for this reason that I took Garnet on this mission. If one were to think rationally, leaving Garnet at the office would have been more apt, wouldn't it? When against the ring, even more so. Garnet's experience is too lacking for him to fight even a lesser opponent head on. That said, he is unskilled in hiding his emotions and deceiving his opponents. In fact, the opponent may even seize the opportunity to win by taking advantage of his opponent's emotions. Nevertheless, I have never been comfortable ignoring the sensation that wraps itself around me from the nape of my neck. It was as if something was on my shoulder, pointing out that I should go this way. An abominable but irresistible pressure. I call it flow. As I continued to live as a fixer, the pressure became stronger and clearer. Perhaps my accumulated experience overflows instinctively at times like these. I let Garnet ride on this flow, and now he cruised on the bursting stream, at least until a while ago. Count out. But this unwanted shadow that presses on my shoulder now has become a different flow. It is an unpleasant presence with a bloody taste and smell. I quicken my pace. The identity of the shadow is not far away. I know where it's pointing towards. As I expected, there was no use in trying to hide from you. Ah, Gubo. Footsteps are heard in the hallway ahead. They aren't the footsteps of either Garnet, Rikako, or Nunciol. Their owner is much taller than them. The footsteps try to somehow hide their anxiety, but they are not the sounds made by the shoes worn by the ring. A third party of unknown affiliation. But his voice and bloody smell were very familiar. If we had seen each other 3 times, we must be old acquaintances, no? It seems you have quite a connection. I believe he was Gubo from Encorp. This was the person I saw at the gallery under the auction house. Is he the new Flo? I need to investigate this sensation of mine more to see how it led me this way. Your coat is covered in blood, no? Ah, you're correct. In order to come here, you killed them all. The auctioneer, the people in the hallway. Gubo raised his eyebrows lightly and smiled impishly. I thought I'd lowered your guard by pretending to be injured, but it seems that didn't work. I had a feeling some people were accompanying you. His smiling mouth was slanted, thin and long. Well, in a battle, there are always losses. I was just lucky and didn't suffer any. It doesn't really look like it. His gloves are clean without traces of battle, and his clothes are stained with blood, but does not appear to be torn or ripped in any way. He must have been standing here in exchange for the lives of those who accompanied him. They fought while he hid himself. There was no other way to get in here. I didn't want to break any of the rules of the auctions, but you put me in a tight spot. He spoke in a very resentful tone. He seems to be referring to the last art piece, if you can call it that, for which we won the bidding and received Jumson's invitation just before that. He had offered 10 billion an for it as if it were nothing. No one at the auction house was surprised to hear that amount, but perhaps he was planning to forge a connection with Jumson through that huge deal. In addition, one can conclude there was a fairly pressing reason for him to make a breakthrough with Jumson, seeing as he was offering such a sum of money. Oh, I don't want to blame you. Don't misunderstand. The fact that he didn't raise an eyebrow despite raising a sum of money great enough to upset all those who'd enjoy an upper-class lifestyle. The fact he could smile unconcernedly despite having killed all of the 20-plus people in the auction house. The emotional turmoil of fighting against the ring, including some docents, couldn't have been small at all. Even so, he's able to keep his composed expression and even joke about it. But a feeling of insecurity, obsession, and yearning can be seen reflected through it. He's a person willing to pay any price for the sake of his goal. He's constantly calculating ways to reach it, even if it means deferring the consequent emotions and conduct. So this is how this flow goes, huh? I suppose you showed yourself because you want something. Tell me what your original goal was. It would be wise to tell the truth. His glasses momentarily glint in the light. His expression shows I finally got through to him. Do you think I would have a reason to lie? The bloodstains hardened on his eye glasses, making it appear as if their blood red color is dwelling in his eyes. They've stolen a valuable asset. We just came to look for it, to take it, to ask for it back. Of course, it's the mirror technology. It's the glass window, of course. He seems nonchalant, as if he has come to retrieve a tool he loaned, but I also sense a smoldering heat deep within. It doesn't seem to be a material asset. The image of the laboratory from the videotape flashed through my mind. What is that asset? I guess there's no good reason to dare hide from the red gaze. It's a researcher called Asia. It takes an extraordinary amount of guts to steal a scientist who reports directly to a director, you know? It doesn't seem like he was lying. He must have known exactly what would happen when a lie is exposed before me. And he must have calculated it would be in his advantage to tell the truth. I, too, calculated the value of my next question. Which director of NCorp? If he was a target of little value, killing him here and now would have been a problem. But an intriguing word came forth. The board of directors of NCorp. Various personalities come to mind, but I'm not sure they strut around this much. Director Herman, perhaps? I'm surprised. It seems I shouldn't open my mouth so carelessly. If the ring are those who believe only in what they see, then NCorp is a company obsessed with being seen. Is it any wonder that their pursuit overlap with those of the ring? If Herman instructed this man to come in and retrieve the researcher, there is a high probability he's involved with that lab. Garnet is going to love this. Are you trying to add a new feature to the suicide vending machine? Gubo's eyes narrow. It's difficult for me to say more. It seems you know that anyway. Ah, the suicide vending machine. Right, the experiences vending machine. Right. Wait a fucking minute. I just realized what a potential motive of the NCorp as an entire entity could be. They want the glass window so that even though these recorded experiences could be shared around, they want completely new and unimaginable experiences to be shared through the glass window and mirror worlds. That's their goal at the end of the day as a corporatocracy. Herman wants something out of it. She maybe has a more personal reason as a board of directors. I don't care, but that's the overall goal for the entire NCorp company. They want the mirror worlds to be imposed for these experiences, because that will give them a extremely strong business motive, novel, unique technology that only they would have complete control and capitalization over, and it could have the potential of becoming a new singularity as well. Yeah, I can definitely see it. That's why they're so obsessed with trying to improve the glass window. Because it lines up fucking perfectly with how they are. Imagine getting to experience your own death in a completely different world. It just clicked for me, man, because that seems like a good educated guess to make about why they're so hell-bent on it. Just disregarding any personal goals that the directors themselves may have, the company as a whole, that's their strategy going forward, and that's where they're putting most of the resources in. No matter how hard I tried to conceal it, I couldn't hide a momentary feeling of mine, that being relief. The suicide vending machine, one of the leading symbols of NCorp, has received countless condemnations and amazements from other nets. But at the same time, it's an open fact that it is the main source of income and culture for NCorp. It's impossible to estimate how many people move from their nests to NCorps to use the suicide vending machines. It is still considered to be a unique structure only of NCorp. I can pretend to know or not know what his interior motives are, but either way, this must be quite a difficult subject. I've revealed all that I can reveal about this. We have different reasons, but our destination is the same, so why not accompany each other? Although the subject matter was a proposal, it was practically a plea. He knew very well that if I didn't accompany him, there would be nothing waiting for him but death. I stared him down, uncaring. You're thinking about how to use me, aren't you? He read my expression and promptly spoke up. This man is skilled in savvy thinking. He reads the situation and reacts swiftly based on the pieces he has on the table. Therefore, I decided to wait a little longer until he shows me the last move he has. In that case, let me make another offer. I nodded, allowing him to continue. Isn't the purpose of your coming here, after all due to this glass technology being developed by the Ring? Because it seems that rumors are already circulating that a new singularity will be observed by the Ring. I replied, neither in the affirmative nor in the negative. I did so to make him believe he got it right. That technology is called the glass. Correct. If it all goes well, maybe Asian and I can give you some of the materials that are produced by the apparatus. Now, isn't this enough to close our settlement? I think back to my memory of the videotape. With the Corporation of Asia, one of Herman's lines in Canto 4's Dungeon Flashbacks was something like, "Do you know how to destroy mirror worlds?" Did they want to simulate full-on apocalyptic events in outside worlds, maybe? I mean, it is very abundantly clear by Herman's lines here and there that they want to fiddle around with, I can see a short-term goal being they want to capitalize on the like I just made a theory, right? They want to capitalize on overlapping those experiences as like a new level of novelty, and they also want to Herman herself wants to do is affect the mirror worlds in her own way. That's what I'm thinking. With the Corporation of Asia, who seemed to be overseeing the experiment, the necessary materials could be easily secured. That was the initial goal of our office. In addition, we could even account for the safe removal of the children from the experimental equipment. That'll make ends meet. All right. Shall I accompany you? Very good. I can assure you of the material's value. Just give me everything, and then destroy all that is left. Make it seem as if nothing ever existed there in the first place. For the first time, his face grew dark. I wondered if he would make a face like that once the math stopped adding up. Isn't that demand outrageous? What are we supposed to take back? Wasn't your corpse or goal only to secure Asia in the first place? The collateral seems to be what you desire. For someone who speaks so confidently, you seem to be empty-handed, don't you? He was very quick and deft with his hands, arming himself and closing the distance between us. A carabit, a weapon suitable for cutting, clawing, and ripping. Furthermore, if you put your finger into the loop at the end of the handle and grip it, you can prevent yourself from mistakenly letting go of the weapon, however. That would only happen if you can reach the enemy. As expected, Kubo's combat experience was not extensive enough to feign proficiency. Garnet wouldn't have fought like this, thrusting his weapons forward before even being near his opponent. Damn, the red gaze. The arm, thrust out unskillfully, was no different from an ingredient prepared for easy cooking, and the joint, broken as naturally as flowing water, eventually dropped its weapon to the floor. His pupils narrowed as if he couldn't calculate the scenario. Or perhaps he was gasping in pain. So did his throat, as the space for breathing narrowed and became obstructed. It seems you may have been slightly mistaken in your calculations. I told Gubo, as he looked back at me, his neck strangled by my right hand dangling in midair. The value of your suggestion is worth this much. I squeezed his throat a little tighter until it blocked the grunts he was barely able to spit out. Only enough for me to not put any more force. After a moment, I relax my hand, and he falls to the floor, coughing violently. Your reckoning is cruel to the point of being tight-fisted, isn't it? It's a privilege of being a color. Only joking. Now then, you don't even know where the location of the laboratory is, and I'm quite sure the price for my guidance will be substantial. Kubo, who was stroking his neck and straightening his wrinkled collar, stared at me. He already knew? Yeah, so just follow me quietly. It would only be polite for those defeated in calculations to surrender. I'll do as you please. Only my and Gubo's footsteps echo in the corridor. There was no sign of anyone. Gubo tried to talk to me, perhaps not liking the atmosphere. Incidentally, did you let your colleague go to the lab first? That being the kid whose eyes went like saucers when I stated my amount. Yeah, he ought to be together with my officer's family. Family, eh? That sounds good. It's also a word that doesn't fit you terribly well. I was bothered by the fact he was acting like a know-it-all, even though we had just met, but I couldn't deny it. Family was a word family was not a word I typically used. Garnet or Yen and occasionally Denver would use it in passing. Rikako said it was strange and showed some signs of displeasure, but soon got used to it, and Nanciol would laugh quietly as usual. Sitting around the table and eating together every day. Isn't that what family is about? I recall Garnet murmuring to a disapproving Rikako as he popped out. Things that I had casually passed by at the time began to sting and cling to me like a prick in my throat. Sometimes I suddenly remember things like this when I'm alone amidst the silence. Maybe I haven't yet been able to expel my emotions. Oh, I see we have arrived. We stopped in front of a door, eyes, sculptures, and glass. I repeat in my mind the mental cipher Lan gave me, and then I pulled the handle, opening the door lightly. I see the hallway to the laboratory, and beyond it, I see people lying on the floor having breathed their last. They were of the ring. I felt relief for some reason. There could be no more certain proof that Garnet had found and entered the lab safely. I'm surprised to learn that Kig had more basic skills than expected. At first, I wondered why you would bring here a naive little boy. Hoover pretended as if he was in marble. I did not respond. There was no need to express my feelings. Indeed, I might have been in a hurry. And I also dimly realized I get quite emotional when something involves Garnet. Maybe he realized it, but pretended not to know. I had no idea how loose I might have gotten, given that I didn't hide the proud look on my face. However, I heard no sound where there should have been one. I'm sure I could be able to hear Garnet, Nanciol, and Rikako's voices here. Can you hear the crying? It's like... Soon Gubo's words stopped. Why did my flow always point to the wrong place? Why did the shadow go towards the ruins instead of the peaceful valley beyond the mountains? But it was always in ruination where success was buried. Did I not move along with the shadow sitting on my shoulder, knowing it was towards ruin? Perhaps I thought it might have been different this time. That Garnet shadow would never become this black. Is that the family you mentioned? Damn. Cries are bubbling up in the laboratory. Abysses were crawling across the floor that could only be found in the outskirts and ruins. Oh! It would be better to give up a moment mentioning them any further. And in the center of it all, there was a red jewel shining alone. Where have I seen this color before? The color that covers the sky when the sun sets over the mountains in the west? No. The color of a bruise on a shredded chest? No. It's the color of a fruit that ripened and ripened until it finally burst open. There lay Garnet. I knew it without gazing at it, without peering into it. That Garnet was in that gemstone of a color exceedingly similar to that name of mine. I wonder if the unfathomable gravity pressing down on you was too much for you to handle. The faces of the children waiting for their presents at the orphanage suddenly come to mind. At some point, my flow stagnated. There was definitely a slow flow caught in my gaze. If I had let that flow carry me along, I'm sure I could have turned the city itself upside down. But I deliberately ignored that flow. Instead, I tried to accompany the dim flow that hung onto my shoulders and back. Oh. Because that flow was my flow, and I would have been able to control it. And because that slow but brightly colored flow and I were so different in nature, Is he referring to the second Walpurgis incident? Perhaps when I let that shadow toward the right, it would be filled with light. That's what I thought. However, shadows are only black, and they can never shine white by any means. After all, shadows are created by blocking out light. Thus, this time too, I arrived at a ruin, a corner of hell. And for the first time, I realized that the shadow on my back was pointing in the direction of a sluggish flow. That if I went any further in the direction of this flow, I would never be able to return. I should stop. This is not a This is not a job of saving the children for Garnet's sake. I can't choose a flow any longer. I can only see myself getting swept in them. Because of this life I've grown so accustomed to, because I can never ever break. I just can't. I can only watch the wailing reflected in front of me. Amidst the wailing, I can sometimes see it crumbling. My family struggle. Damn. Chapter 17, and before we continue, please be sure to like and subscribe to help out the channel in turn, and I appreciate all of you if you can do that. Anyways, be right back, guys. Really need to drink some more water, or else my throat is just gonna be absolutely fucking destroyed. Yeah, let me unmute the Limbus company. Okay, we're back. I wouldn't call myself a VTuber, to be fair. Like, I genuinely wouldn't call myself a VTuber. I'm just a PNG tuber at most. But yeah. Right. Even though I've read through, even though I've read this like 3 times now, it still manages to keep me hooked. Nice. Welcome back, BG5 Gaming. We are now on to chapter 17. Only 3 more chapters to left, 3 more chapters to read, I should say. And now we. How long have I been streaming? Almost 6 hours. How the fuck did I turn this into a 6-hour stream? I don't want to know myself, but let's just continue. Crying voices. There was a cry rising from within. The beginning of every human being is also a cry. Just as in the old tale that speaks of man's expulsion from paradise for committing the sin of coveting the forbidden fruit, mankind once again weeps as we are burdened with life. For the sin of bearing sin is too great. I gaze at the red jewel, or perhaps it's a red egg, standing before me. I thought of calling his name, but I immediately gave up, because I found my Gladius lying on the floor. Garnet never handled anything recklessly, maybe due to his years in the orphanage, where the concept of ownership was vague. Perhaps because he realized early on how to survive in the city, he kept the wrapping paper of the gifts. He even kept the wrapping paper from the gifts I gave him. That's why. I know the painful reason behind the Gladius laying on the ground. I left the Gladius. The crawling whalers approached me. Among them, an unsightly flower-like thing ran towards me before the others. Flower-like. Oh, right. Goobo had taken out his karambit even before that thing reached me. Without thinking of the consequences, he thrust it right at me. I extended my hand to stop him. Don't forget your original purpose. Why? Goobo shrugs his shoulders after looking doubtful for a second, then heads for the corner where the one called Asea is. That thing comes near me in a panicked manner. It opened the gaping hole that seemed to function as its mouth, appearing unable to resist tasting anything it could fit in there. It seemed like it would continue roaming about the past, future, and present. I could hear the clicking sound of its teeth, which are clustered in a thin layer. Surrounding the teeth is a bundle of threads clumped together like a dandelion flower seeds, but they are not pure white, but a grey that has forgotten sunlight. Perhaps these flower seeds will never soar through the wind. They are too heavy to fly away like a cotton wool. However, if I cut it open with my gladius, that would easily disperse, but what use would I have for a decapitated head? Heightened thermogeneration. Heat increased to the utmost limits. When the temperature had reached the point where smoke could be seen, I inserted the scorching iron blade into its mouth. As if waiting for it, countless fangs rushed toward my hand. However, not even the very tip of the single tooth reached me. A strange moaning sounded simultaneously to the searing of the heat, and terrible burning smell spread. The red-hot gladius appeared to have sealed the mouth of this greedy one, yet the eyes of this thing still looked at me, and its mouth, which refused to close, constantly prodded at me. This thing doesn't know when to give up. It has no patience. It filled with only the desire to chew and swallow. As I pull out my gladius, a bloody sensation fills my head. My vision is disturbed by the cries and memories of the past rush between the cracks. When one lusts insatiably after riches, nothing will ever suffice. Denver was the first among us to realize that fact, and after many nights of extreme hunger to the point of fainting, Denver had become a voracious whirlwind. Driven only by desire, she leaped forward, unconcerned if it caused all the roads she traversed to crumble. Such feelings of self-pity had pushed her to the garbage dump along with the chicken bone fragments that had one day become her meal. I'm not so different. Perhaps I was even more miserable. For the sake of the orphanage for the sake of the children in the orphanage, to protect the office, to endure on my own, I repeated numerous excuses, my reasons and turning points, but I, and her too, simply wanted to catch something and eat it whole to make us feel alive. We were all hungry. We were too busy forcefully trying to satisfy our desires, sinking our teeth into somebody's flesh, consuming it without being able to digest it properly. I'm no different than I was. I peeled off a piece of flesh entangled in the gladius. The red gaze. You don't seem to know, don't you? I looked toward the voice I heard and see Jumson gasping, barely able to stand. Wounds could be seen all over her body. Was he presumed pressured into a struggle during this fight with Garnet, or did the crawling whalers suddenly cling to him? This thing's true identity. Should I tell you what it is? I silently approached Jumson. It was all too obvious that he was anticipating me. His eyes watched me if I would fall to my knees in anguish in the face of despair. However, another whaler tried to close the gap. I twist the handle and make the blade burn hot red. It has several feet attached to it, bare feet. They're completely swollen as if they had wandered from place to place. On its feet, an unusual piece of cloth clings to them. It's a fabric with a jumble of blue and black patterns. I've seen that before. I've seen a child in the orphanage wearing it to hide a large scar on her ankle caused by the broken glass. It belonged to a certain child from the orphanage, which just with displeasure I'm reminded of that day. There was one day that children always waited for with bated breath. On that day, they were lavished with gifts and blessings simply because they were children. On the day before it, the children were unable to sleep properly. I always wondered if the weight of that anticipation was tacked onto me. The weight of the massive packages I held with both hands never felt particularly bad. That's what he did on Christmas. Garnet later told me that the reason the kids waited so impatiently was not to receive their presents, but to see me become particularly generous with my laughter on that one day. When I realized why their faces would become so bright as they looked into my eyes, to the point of forgetting to put on their shoes, I couldn't help but truly smile. Still, I wondered if this was the place where those feet determined to reach the end of the line finally stopped. The feet ran into my body with all their strength, unconcerned if its flesh would be slashed here and there due to the impact, or if its trunk would become inflamed. Its sole perfect eye. What about the weight of the center hat? Bruh. Man, reading this at like 10:30 p.m. is doing some things to my throat. The feet ran in. Yeah. It doesn't resemble the look of that day, except it does, but I don't want to say it does. I must not be tainted by this new flow. I avoid its gaze and slit its many ankles. The blood loss stopped by the cauterization doesn't lead to its death. Instead, it slumps down and cowers, and yet it never stops crawling so it can reach me. Its cries echo throughout the room, and the lumps of flesh writhe senselessly. A warm, raw feeling travels down my fingertips. This time, too, the cries push me far, far into the past. On my first visit to the orphanage, I still was hesitant, and then one of the children suddenly came up to me and grabbed my hand. Wow, mister, your hand is so rough. The tiny palm touched the back of my hand without any hesitation. Although it was covered with blisters, the soft warmth that showed my hand was exceedingly warm. That was when I recognized how much I missed that warmth. I wanted to huddle together and dwell on that warmth all that time, even if I knew that was nothing more than deception and hypocrisy. Why, I didn't need to open my mouth to reply, but Jemison already seemed to know the answer. Jemison backed away as if he didn't appreciate it. Why, you already knew the truth. Did he want to ask me how could I say so calm? I was under no obligation to answer, so I kept my mind silent. This is rather nice, isn't it? The red case. It's because of that unexpectedness that you're so fun. Jemison continues to yell. I see. Gather all rift generators around me. You must concentrate them all on me. He shouted as his face contorted in a strange, eerie way. Will you be able to stand it? If I can't bear it, would that even matter? Increase the refraction index to the same level as before. No, turn it to the maximum. Jumson yelled loudly, perhaps in a hurry, or maybe it was a cry of ecstasy. In that case, the rifts in the glass windows would reach an absurd reading. If that kid was accepted, why couldn't I? Aren't you hoping for that deep inside to see what will happen to me? It would be hard to deny. Next to Asaya, Guba was also looking at Jumpson with an intrigued face. It wasn't the kind of expression one would expect when faced with an enemy. They all looked the same. I took a step forward, feeling a strange discomfort. At that moment, I felt something shimmering and looking around the area to see all the reflectors attached to the top of the experimental tubes facing toward Jumpson. I couldn't see, but I felt like something was shining intensely down on me. In that strange light, Jumpson looked like he was ushering in pure joy and happiness. This expression did not change even as a thick, taut shell emerging from who knows where enveloped him. As I was bewildered, carelessly unable to move, another crying voice initiated its approach. The water in its transparent torso was making a sloshing sound. It seemed that the only course it could take was to sink into the mire, having given up on flowing. However, it seems to have difficulty controlling its sinking, spitting out the water in its lungs. The water comes rushing out to the floor as if sighing. I burned its mouth shut. Now it can't spit out anything anymore. A damp sensation coils around my body. Memories of bygone days, similar to before, come flooding in, undulating like waves. I spent a lot of time alone. Being a fixer is akin to building a wall brick by brick, all the while trying to rise above it all on your own. In the end, when the day comes when you'll have no option but to become a pawn in somebody else's scheme, there'll be no one willing to take your back. That's why you have to build the wall by yourself. For that reason, I often had to close my mouth, eyes, and ears. I saw no need to cast a personal gaze on a world where ill fates are overlooked. I didn't want to put my heart into something that would crumble at any moment, and so I sang. Perhaps the only thing that stopped me from drowning was Lapis's sudden visit to the orphanage. When my mind regained its senses, Jimson's egg-like form began to wriggle and change into something else. The indigo eggshell twisted and swelled here and there, gradually taking on a human shape. The shell grew hard, shining white scales, covered by numerous dots of the same color as the eggshell. Then a slimy, thick tail sprouted out of its lower back, completing the guise. Hello, Hermie. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Yep, reading Leviathan. We are on chapter 17 right now. We've been reading Leviathan for the last 5.5 hours, to be fair. So we've definitely been reading Leviathan for quite a while. A suspected foot crushed the thing in front of me. Pouring out of it, together with the water, was a hairband outfitted with a cherry fruit ornament. Suddenly, I felt something cold around my face and neck. Water droplets come forth, falling to the floor. They weren't intense, like the ones that dangled around Garnet's eyes. There was no sobbing, only a constant stream of light rain. Oh, okay. The husk that had encased Jungsung is hanging onto the machinery, an indigo blue shell. Jumson had broken out from within and now began to step forward step by step. He became an evolved pectoral or something? The body was specked with countless dots, in the eyes that glazed over, in the tongue that flickered around arrogantly. Even his internal organs were covered with them. I don't think I'd ever seen anything so strange. What happened? The universe convinced me once more. A simple question with an incomprehensible answer. Jumson walks. Beneath his steps, a black puddle forms in the shape of a dot. It wasn't like the spreading of ink nor the adhesion of paint, but as if the dot was engraved onto the floor. And as soon as one of the crying voices gazed one of the dots, it instantly burst open. Does the body explode when it touches those dots? It was only for a moment, but I believe I saw its body become covered by dots akin to someone with nettle rash. Either way, you'd probably be unable to finish a single word of warning if you touched them. Furthermore, I proclaim that only I can expand the universe in pursuit of beauty. Jumson's arm drew near me in the blink of an eye. I still had flexibly thrust out the gladius in an attempt to lop it off. Surely for Jungson the struggle against me was his first, however, he was already used to it. He seemed to have become acquainted with my method of attack quickly, even if he understood it beforehand. He moved as he saw my attacks firsthand. It has been a few minutes filled with several skirmishes. I realized the sensation was not just a coincidence. I chose to switch from slashing to piercing during our engagement. As I focused on aiming at his vital points, I supplemented my attacks with the use of Shin. However, Johnson once again grasped the essence of my piercing attacks and immediately counted them. 34 times. That was the number of times I died when you pierced me here in the artery. Johnson said so as he pointed at his chest. There lay a big dot on its center. That was one of the areas I was focusing on. It's the most essential vital point which leads to death in second. It's once hit. 46 times. That was the number of times I died when you pierced me here, Jemson pointed to his neck. And as soon as I tried to maintain distance between us, you would throw your sword with a ring of light right here. Jemson pointed to a spot near his thigh. He listed every vital point in the order I preferred to aim at them. If my attack... That ain't fair, Johnson sent over to both slash and pierce. If my attack against the heart is blocked, I will go for external carotid artery that passes through the throat, and if that is impossible, then I follow with a slash at the large posterior tibial artery in the thigh. If all those attacks were prevented, I have no choice but to continue close quarter combats. I wait for an opportunity to hit the wrist's radial artery. Of course, I'm sure this is the first time fought against this person, yet his actions and words. Do you see? All of these movements are displayed throughout your body. The use of several worlds have filled me with experience. Jumson spoke in a composed voice as he swung his leg. The unexpected trajectory allowed for his leg to slightly scratch my left arm. Then the dots on Jumson's body spread throughout my body. I had expected an explosion, but... You there, in my field of vision. Lapis was there. Oh, that's Steph. Okay. Lapis was here. My back was bleeding before I knew it. There was a thin knife stuck in it that Lapis must have stabbed me with it just now. That kid always appeared unnoticed when I would deliver the presents with a merry smile and candy in her mouth. And those times she would always write something ridiculous on a piece of paper and stick it on my back. Now that had become a sharp weapon. Why did you do that? Lapis's question pierced through me, deeper than that blade. The question was vague, but I understood its intent. I was the one who killed those children's parents and sent them to the orphanage. I sensed Lapis' surprise attack. There was no way I couldn't. I could have avoided it, fought her, but I chose to ignore the tingling pain of the thin blade that had stabbed me, but I couldn't ignore that. What? I was the one who killed those parents. Okay, I'll see if this is just a mirror world thing or if this is actually what happened in reality. You gave everyone presents. Sent money every month. Did you get any consolation from that? No consolation was to be found. Maybe I was wishing for this day. Instead of staring at the gift in my hands, looking at your expectant eyes. For the moment and realizing you had... Right, Lapis's dad was ran a syndicate. I remember that. Looking at your expectant eyes for the moment and realizing you had put a piece of paper in my back, I wanted you to stab me in that very same spot with all the force you could muster. As I pointed at the corpses of your parents with the same blade that took their lives, I wondered if the only way to heal that wound would not be by whistling and rolling candies around your mouth as you've always done, but with the edge of a pale, thin blade. Mr. Before I knew it, I was in my office. It had become a hellscape, as if attempting to show that a fierce battle had taken place here. Not a single desk or drawer was where they were meant to be. Jan Len was lying in a strange position. His entire body was covered with dozens of wounds as if he had been slashed to pieces. Garnet lay beside him as well. This was the consequence of my judgment. We should have stayed together no matter what. I could hear Garnet saying, I want to be part of your strategy. Mr. Ian protected me. I examined the depth of the wounds Garnet had sustained. They were of proficient and professional skill. It was a chopping wound appropriate for leaving someone near death. Their intention was an instant death, but probably a message to me. Considering their ability, this is a warning. I watched as Garnet slowly breathe his last. It reminded me of someone who was begging for their life. I was unable to do anything back then. The present me can, but I no longer know what to do. Everything had become a lump of guilt. Nevertheless, those weren't the only sins I bore. Every step I took, every gesture I made, and every look I gave brought misfortune to someone else. But I'm not so superficial that I could die from this forged guilt. I threw a strong punch at his cheek, causing the dark-colored dot in my hand to spread widely before stopping. I see, Garnet did come here with me, surely enough. Sure enough, that was only a false image created by the dots, but it was so vivid as if I had actually experienced it. What about this, drowning in a universe linked by dots? You finally want to die, don't you? You went through various worlds like this to fight me. Large and small dots tingled with a dark indigo color. When I looked into these, they seemed to be those faraway worlds themselves. These dots covering Jumpson must have served this purpose as well. You. That's it, all those very dots coming together as ecstasy. He wanted to say something more, but no words came out. The vision projected in front of his eyes, those worlds, one after another, they changed toward a world of infinite possibilities, someday, somewhere. Uniformly, they all stabbed me with something sharp. The time that seemed to be an eternity in a moment passed. My vision was eventually embraced by complete darkness, and then... From somewhere a voice began to speak to me as if in a trance. An awfully warm voice. A voice that made me want to become completely buried in it for all time. It spoke to me. It's nice to talk to you again. Man, they really did power up Spot, huh? Yes. The Shenanigans of Limbus. 3 more chapters. Oh, baby. 3 more chapters. Book 18, Questions and Answers. Silence. I haven't felt such utter stillness in quite a long time. In its midst, the voice of the one who proclaims itself matter of this space is clearly heard. It shimmers as if smothered in light. Who are you? Only after I forced those words out did I realize that it was a pointless question. There's no one in this city who calls me Word anymore. I suddenly remembered that when I last heard such a moniker, my eyes were not as they are now. I wondered then if the world as my eyes captured it back then was greener than it is now. Who I am isn't very important, but let's just talk a little. Let's just have a little talk. All that spreads before my eyes is a warm, comforting light. It's as if all the light and color that was boundlessly scattered throughout the city came to life, evoking the imprudent illusion that all fault is being washed away just by being here. Then a visage invariably came to mind, one of salvation, yet which I vividly felt shouldn't be embraced carelessly. As such, we are each other's guests. Just as I have something I want to ask you, you have something you want to ask me. While I was on the city's surface, I held numerous unanswered questions. Questions no one could answer or simply wouldn't acknowledge. Therefore, I decided to reply to this voice. Your heart seems to be aching. Your heart seems to be aching. The children you couldn't save are swirling around in your head, aren't they? Replying was unnecessary, it seems. They were quite the innocent children. There was no sentimentality in that sentence, neither pity nor regret. Perhaps this being knows what happened to transform those children. The children that underwent this experiment. The children that underwent the experiment. It's too late. The way back is gone. That clear ignorance of the world made the children rather burdensome. The merry voice mercilessly strikes down my question. To tell the truth, I had a vague estimate of that fact. That's not to say that I didn't hope to be wrong. Ah, I think I heard your heart break. My heart made no such sound. However, only after the voice said so did I notice I was quietly cracking apart. But to have become like this, the children didn't deserve this. Then the warm yet unfeeling voice clasped me as if in a hug. But you know, Ver, everything that's happened so far isn't your fault. Fleeting syllables rang out akin to the singing of a song, sounding like a consolation whose sole intent was to absolve me of sin. If I were to listen a little longer, I felt like I would surrender myself to this pleasant voice against my will. Meanwhile, Johnson probably just watching by the side, patiently waiting for Vergilius' schizophrenic attack to pass. Now that isn't something someone can freely measure. As its words revealed themselves one by one, they were already tightly intertwined. By the time I came to my senses, I was grasping a great lump of guilt in my hands, nothing discernible within, so I held a part of the city in me as well. There, consider this. The orphanage's children have turned into something that is no longer themselves, and even the young fixer who wished to help you has entered into a cocoon. The situation may look grave, but compared to everything you've done, it's really just a minor incident. And yet, why does it hurt you more than anything? The voice saw through my facade. It viewed the life I was living, never properly opening up to anyone. It observed all the roads I followed, even from the times when my pupil held no blood. I began to recall all those paths, the people wailing, begging for salvation, some buried before even being able to scream, the collapsing buildings, and all the lives whose blood was shed. However, as a matter of fact, there existed a warm expanse of light, the complete opposite of everything that came before. It surely was the light I created for myself, where they waited for me, where voices of delight and excitement were heard instead of wailing and yelling. He was tired of the city, man. He genuinely, really was just completely tired of the city. I see. The orphanage was your hope, the voice found its answer. You have always considered the city to be wounded, but the stains on your hands wouldn't be washed away, and you'll continue to be the one to keep the blood flowing through the city from drying out. Yes, the foul-smelling wounds of the city run deep, but they have been festering for a long while. I knew how to cure the city, but the road to achieving that goal was so cruel that we would have to spill more blood than was already spilled. You, awkward and kind as you are, have buried that road deep within your heart. But there existed a method to make this road much gentler. So you found it without having to dirty my hands yet. Children who may be able to change the city in your place. The orphanage was my very own limbo, my place of redemption, despite never having informed them of my sins. By stirring up a virtuous attitude within me to the same heights, my frozen heart melted like snow. Sprinkling water and fertilizer in your spare time, making sure the sunlight properly comes in and there are no insects to bite them. The voice spoke as if it were doing so itself. You looked after them, you who had lived your life following only strong flows, had your own eyes only on the potential of what was a feeble flow at best. Yes, as you say, I wanted to plant seeds that, even if feeble, had potential. They were hidden in a remote corner where nary a ray of sunshine reached. However, just because something is unseen does not mean it's incomplete. Thus, I looked after them like a growing tree. I wanted to live on my behalf. I wanted them to live on my behalf. If I could get them to live with the heart I couldn't have, I was sure that even the faintest glow, I was sure that even the faintest flow would grow into the sturdiest. However, did I really think the orphanage could change the city? Nowhere. You knew it couldn't. The children were just pieces of paper to wipe off the blood from your hands. Indulgences you yourself printed, but now they've all been ripped apart. Its tone changed to what I believe was meant to be sympathetic, but it simultaneously became foreboding as well. What? Because of that, your countless sins flooded in, and so your heart was bound to crack. However, thanks to that, we were able to meet and talk like this. Is this fucking Charon? I had a suspicion like this going on in my mind, but still. Since when did I begin to experience that feeling called guilt? Since when did I lose the place where I could let my head down? No longer do I have the strength to move. Only now do I realize that this life of playing house may have been my final struggle to protect my soul, to stop the guilt from consuming me, because I know that the place I'm bound for will be too much for me. But let me tell you something where this is the place where you can speak your mind freely, so can you let me hear it all? My heart has cracked, and from that little crack the voice saw everything, even the blade that was hidden inside me for so long yet never stopped sharpening. That blade, buried deep in my heart, was revealed for the first time through the crack, both to me and the voice. We both knew what it was. What you really wanted. It wasn't just playing house at the orphanage all you want. You did everything for redacted. Indeed, all over again. The shell of the city is quite sturdy. No matter how much blood is shed to push through it, it won't be enough to reach the city's wounds hidden in the most secluded of places. I, who tried to pierce into the wounded core of the city, should know this fact best. Such was your ambition, but as you continued to atone for nothing in your visits to the orphanage, it was gradually buried, to the point that not even trace of it remains. No, even if it became buried, it never lost its luster. That poignant wish could still cut down all of dash of at a moment's notice. However, whenever such thoughts surfaced, I merely suppressed them back to the recesses of my mind. But burying it is just burying it is just as painful. That wish is too sharp. It leaves injury that deny your heart the time to heal. The voice recited agony of it as if it had been hurt itself. It must have been so difficult, lonesome, suffocating to have such a lofty dream, but you don't have to hide it anymore, because everyone can create by themselves a world they consider right. This is sounding awfully a lot like somebody I know. A world for myself. What are you talking about? A world only for you eyes to see exactly that. I'm helping everyone paint their own colors on the city. Everyone's own world, huh? However, each person's color is different. They can never be nicely painted together. If such a method existed, I would have done it before anyone else. Indeed, as you said, the colors blend together in the light, therefore one must devote all of themselves to painting and protecting one's color, Even if a laborious ordeal comes their way, nevertheless they must readily fight and overcome it to secure their place, even if they must fight the entire world. I wanted to break the shell of the city, fight up and stand up to everything that interfered with my path, tear it all down, and eventually create a new world. What do you mean by ordeal? If there was a way, if it's just, then I'd like to follow it. For instance, what that child is undergoing, or what those children experienced in this laboratory before their alteration. When you become aware of this unbearable world, you'll burrow into the inside of your egg to separate and establish your ego? Establish your you what? You did everything for something and another something. I recalled Garnet, who had become a red jewel. What happens once you enter the ego? So that egg. Well, you can break out of the egg, or you can be seized by sin and be eaten into nothing but residues. The voice innocently spoke. No one can know the outcome. You'll have to set the from within the egg to emerge from it. If you're unable to endure the process, what will burst out will be your sin-eaten remnants. Sin-eaten remnants. Interesting. Is that different from distorting? Jemison is certainly a distortion, as the world calls it, but the children of the library have only become a reflection of their sins. A reflection of sin, the cries of the things that crawled along the floor and ring inside my head. However, isn't that strange? Since when did it become like this? I thought distorting referred to the phenomena of people revealing their colors by transforming into a reflection of their egos. I thought distorting referred to the phenomena of people revealing their colors by transforming into a reflection of their egos. The distortion phenomena emerged after this light spread throughout the city. They're aberrant beings that make the city bleed, wounding even those who gather blood. The voice began to speak in an abnormally positive manner. You think so too? But aren't they twisted, broken, perverse figures? It's certainly not a normal form to take. Normal. To them, they are normal, while the world is the abnormal one. But more importantly, they have come to cherish themselves and see the world through their own eyes. The voice spoke in a dreamlike melody. However, it was dreamlike to such an extent that even their words seemed like a dream. It is to become a self unbound by the eyes and standards of the city. However, the resulting form changes depending on the way it was revealed. Thanks to my junior, who has a different idea than me, joining the light. Thanks to my junior, who has a different idea than me, joining the light. Oh, this is most definitely common then. And her junior would be Angela. 100%. Her junior would be Angela. The word junior being insignificantly introduced and disregarded bothered me. It was spoken with a light and calm tone, but I feel as if it was involved in every cause and effect. How do you know all this? Well, unwelcome premonitions begin to gather as one. Are you the person responsible for this phenomenon? Correct, but I'm also a friend that wishes you to help you make your color bloom. It must be really important for you to make colors bloom in people. Do you know where you're headed now? I couldn't reply. It's been a long time since I turned my eyes away from my destination, vacantly standing still. It's been a long time since I hid my gaze. Well, have been curious about that for quite a while. Where is everyone going? Mm-hmm. It's clear that they are repeatedly trying to go somewhere at least, but what kind of place could cause the emergence of such ambition again and again? As long as time flows, people will go anywhere they want to, it's a matter of course. Those are only my thoughts, but I think people are seeking love. Love? The word I'm unaccustomed to bothered me. Love is thought to be the emotion of valuing another above all else, but I think every act done with the thought of loving another is nothing but part of the process of loving oneself. Are you trying to spark a debate regarding that? No, you just have to listen, the voice said, as if lightly tossing the words, then continued its monologue. Because in the end, the only person in the world who can completely see and understand who they are is themselves. They cannot truly comprehend or love a person who isn't themselves. As such, loving oneself is the only true final destination. Okay. If what you say is true, are you saying we shouldn't look at anything other than ourselves? You ask the same question as my junior. We must struggle, but as human beings, we must use reason, not emotion. The voice adjusted itself. So, he said, we have to fight in the most humane way possible, through clothing and tools, while holding the human form in high regard. But that only pollutes the results. You don't need moderation when revealing yourself. After all, if you go through something without properly reaching its conclusion, keep going in such a roundabout way, your wish will become diluted and be forgotten all over again. The intensity of the fucking. Okay. Like with the present day people of the city. Exactly. Moreover, if the tools made from my heart are broken, wouldn't my heart break in turn? That is to say, we should express our love solely with our own bodies. Your whole body and your heart collide with each other, and you come to love yourself. So they can continue on their path. So I should disregard everything that is in me. That's right. Have you always been this way, driving those trying to reawaken down another path? I simply ask questions others have never given thought to, and usually we understand each other. I support and lend them strength so they continue on their new path in the form of distortions and egos. A friendly yet ruthless pressure. Don't look at anything but yourself and be buried in self love. It says it'll give me the power to do so. The back of my neck grew warm. Has anyone presented such a pleasant solution up to now? In this city where individuals are insignificant, I'm allowed to only look at me and ignore everything else. It was so radiant that I wanted to close my eyes even in their present state. However, as you say, I'm sure I'll be satisfied if I accepted. I'll be fulfilled and content. I like how it contradicts to Arknights. I've seen so far the theme of Limbus really is going to selfishness on an individual level. It'd be a satisfaction that I've never experienced before, but it'd be nothing more than a momentary pleasure. Even if you tried to paint the world to the brim like that distortion filled with dots for immediate gratification, you'll never be able to paint it all with such a method. It would be a thirst that couldn't ever be satisfied. Then wouldn't distorting only prevent you from looking an inch ahead of yourself? It could be. Still, that interpretation is your idea in color, is it not? As for me, I have my own color, and others have their own color as well. I simply inform them of one more path. How cowardly. Where doesn't imposing the standards of right or wrong and judging me make you the same as one of them? Many city dwellers you thought wounded, now my eyes have been opened. Obviously, there was something to be gained from the conversation with the voice. The blade that was once hidden in my heart was revealed, and I rediscovered where it was pointing and what I needed to confront. But that path could only be followed when all the beauty and ugliness of the world is held in my gaze, even if it weighs down on my surroundings. There's no point in continuing this conversation. Was my proposal not to your liking? The voice seemed to be quite disappointed. You appear to be the cause behind all the distortions. I have no real way of knowing who you are, however. What do you hope to achieve with all this whispering and background manipulation? As I told you, I believe everyone should fight the world in order to paint their own colors. And I am a person too, shouldn't I fight what? If someone is unable to be who they truly are, even after I lend them the power to do so, then I paint. I lend paint what to paint the world with the colors with the will of humanity. Shouldn't I lend them my something? The dash. If someone is unable to be who they truly are, even after I lend them the power to do so, then my will is to paint the world with the colors for myself. Something like that. When I heard its answer, I closed my eyes. So once all is said and done, in the flow of Chin and Mang, maybe, in all the city, something will be something. An unprovoked smile emerged from my lips. I was laughing. A world where you, as if a starving beast, must struggle against everything in your endless thirst to build your own world. If I went down the path the voice told me, it would surely be pleasurable, but it wouldn't get me where I wanted to. Well, these interferences are really twisting the city up for the worse, from what I can see. Because, pure unadulterated selfishness isn't exactly a good thing, Carmen. As much as you'd like to intellectualize that idea and broadly apply it, thus I have only one way to go, to tread with all the pain and thirst I've experienced until now and will suffer through again in the future, because only I can do it. It seems you are going to take opposite paths. Yes, then go your own way. It too must be the color of the person you are, and so I wear a crown of thorns upon my head so that I may shoulder everything until my future victory. Faded laurel's leaves sprout to cover all the thorns on my head, and tears of blood flow from my eyes so I may see all the sins I'll have to bear from now on. And the thorny path I shall travel is a curtain of blood containing my karma, a crimson cloth that covers my whole being. I'm dragged down into a pit. Within are merry cries, everybody's agony surging together. The pit is profound and dark, making it difficult to go against, but I will take hold of it and triumph. As I engrave everything into these eyes, hence, I will present to the world the longed-for paradise I promised an old friend. I will fall into a hell of my karma and rest there alone. Let's fucking go, bro. Awaken his ego. So being a color, he awakened his ego after with the voice from Carmen. God dang. Let's go, bro. The red gaze. So fitting for my guy. So fitting. Alright, chapter 19, Gaze. The cloak of blood I wrapped around myself began to settle. My wandering is over, the way forward is clear, and all that remains is to tread it. I shall spill blood and at times drink it, but I will never stop this movement. However, before I can do so, I must cut down the distorted mass before me, the first of the blood that I truly must spill, and at the same time lop off the neck of my cowardice, which I have been turning a blind eye to for all this time. Where? I'll tell you one more thing before we part. I might know a way to get you closer to achieving your dream. I recalled the voice again. If one were to think rationally, there's no basis for believing everything the voice said. However, I feel confident that being would not lie. It's something different from reason or logic. This was what my soul felt. It's strange assuming that there even is such a thing as a soul. If the flow my soul points to is right, and if the method the voice speaks of exists, then I can say that the time I've long waited for has finally arrived. If fate truly does exist, and if everything is predetermined to follow it, then surely this moment has been waiting for me, and I too must have been waiting for this moment to come. When my thoughts reached this point, I felt a slightly nauseating bliss. The idea that there may be something in this world that can grant my wishes like magic, that previously non-existent notion enveloped my heart. Fate has never been pleasant to me, thus I never believed in it. However, I killed many things while suppressing my heart. It appears that I've felt relief from the story that everything I had done that stained my hands with blood was due to my fate. It's as if my wish brought true by fate guided me here. All the misfortunes I've faced up until now form the foundation of this very moment. This can't be. I have never recorded this event within my thoughts. The distorted Jumson mumbled his apparent disbelief under his breath. Yes, you might have drawn a great many worlds, but it was only enough to fill a canvas. And no matter what, humanity cannot contain infinity in canvas. As such, there will be a limit to your thoughts. No, You die by my hand for the umpteenth time after killing you again and again. I was sure I'd awaken, yet it's just a repeat. Besides, there's no such thing as absolute. That's why I can advance into the future. I hope that absoluteness did not exist. But that is why hope can be cruel as well, because as long as something is possible, expectations will arise. Because we don't know, because they might not be empty. Suddenly, a doubt arose. The voice was curious about what kind of world I wanted to create. If distorting is by nature a phenomenon brought about by that voice, it must have talked with the Jumson and asked that same question. It would have whispered sweet words filled with serenity, sincerity, and gentleness, telling him only to look at himself and that it would lend him strength. What is it that you hope to achieve? Naturally, I want to fill the world with dots, I see. And you? What world are you trying to reach? Johnson's pupils covered with dots glimmered. His countless pupils expanded to the fullest as if waiting to see the world I desired. It's hard to put into words the world I want. It's a world that can only be understood once you feel it with your whole body. Jimson's mouth widened into a huge line. What a grotesque smile. Simultaneously, he began to rush me down with his dark blue fists. I didn't avoid the punches Johnson threw, but instead received them with my whole body. Every time I touch a spot tinged with a dot, I'm forced to face and sink into despair. After being dragged down deep into this quagmire, I once again see all the possible despair I could have encountered. However, now that I have forged my resolve, all the despair that unfolded before me began to reflect a tenacious hope. And such I can cut them down without hesitation. All that obstructs me whenever I'm thrown into this world of dots. Within are lapis, garnet, rikako, lan, yen, denver, sim, nanciol, the children of the orphanage, and many of the faces I miss but cannot meet anymore. Once everything I cut down shed its blood, the dot has become nothing more than a quagmire. Then my quagmire was dyed red, akin to a puddle of blood. I rose, holding that redness. How? How can you stand upright amidst these dots? Jimson goggled his numerous pupils, seemingly unable to comprehend the situation. Although the painting, abundantly stamped with dots, may look full from a distance, black spaces are just as abundant when looking closely. Similarly, the mind cannot be wholly filled with dots. Your dots may brush against me, but they cannot stain me. As soon as I finished speaking, Jimson gathered all his strength and struck the ground. Dots permeated the floor in a uniform pattern as if burst of indigo paint, before rushing toward me at furious speeds. However, the fast-moving dots never connected. As such, they couldn't even form lines. Hello, Ronan. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. This might have been because surfaces don't exist in the world he's trying to create. The blank space in between the dots is an infinity left empty, a scope left unchosen. I begin to link the exuded gaps from the blood I continuously shed. Each dot meets to form a line. Alright, good night, Rowdy. You can watch the ward later on. Thank you for sticking with it, but still, be sure to prioritize your sleep next time. See you in the next one, buddy. Each dot meets to form a line, and the line flows to create a surface, and once that space is filled, I'll be able to envision my desire. As if by instinct, I coil the blood surface around itself like a flag to create a long, flowing line akin to a spear, a red spear made by neatly weaving dots one after another. I throw this line to Jumson's chest with boundless indifference. In order to catch the spear, Jumson swung his fist, unfolding a curtain made of countless dots, but there were too many leaking holes in that incomplete chain. The red line I created, both a surface and a red dot, when seen from the front, penetrated through the curtain made of several blue dots, thus piercing Jumson's right arm and shoulder. Yep, he's also using Shin and Mang. It reached completion with only a single dot. The moment the dots become aligned, the beauty that etched Enchanted you faded away, did it not? Humans have no choice but to walk along lines and live atop surfaces. For those who advance, a dot is merely fleeting. Dots are just moments, perhaps, as time passed, and the many moments of despair that came my way accumulated one by one. The instants that were mere dots formed a line of opening a path of possibility. Jumson, in his obsession with the moment, was fascinated by the stimulation an instant could cause. He couldn't break free from the moments that gave him the ecstasy of soaring without limits, or the hopelessness of free falling without knowing when he'll hit the floor. Now that he knows the contradiction of the dot, he'll be dragged down towards the endless abyss like the branches of a tree that had its roots dug up. According to the voice, distorting to a form of rebirth under a new appearance by fully embracing their craving. The value they consider to be the answer becomes their raison d'etre. Raison d'etre. Wait, what does? Okay, let me see what this. What does this mean? Reason or justification for existence is a French expression commonly used in English meaning reason for being or reason to be. That's a cool expression. I kind of want to note it down. Reason for existence, and that becomes their reason for existence. How do you pronounce it? Come on.
Raison d'être.
Raison d'être.
Raison d'être.
It's raison d'être. Okay. The value they consider to be the answer becomes their raison d'être, and their form changes to the shape they wished for. If the very desire that it encompasses their foundation collapsed, what would happen to the things that composed it? True. If it cannot exist, it will only be right for them to melt down. Jumson stayed silent and all his movements came to a standstill. Is he entering the egg once again? However, the world isn't so kind and convenient as to give someone so many chances. Like with the people of the city, it may seem friendly on the outside, but it is unspeakably cold inside. Jumson kept staring at me. No expression was discernible from the face where the gaze originated. Then a blue liquid began to burst out from Jumson's stomach. A machine arm wielding a saw blade dived Jumson's chest in half. Something stirred from within him. It wasn't a cocoon, an egg, or anything similar, but a completely alien form that had no point of contact with the series of dots that was the life of Jumson. Oh! The thing, which had begun to vigorously cleave and stretch Jumson's flesh, made itself born by dragging its huge size, too great to fit inside his body, outward. It appeared to be an iron strongbox with saw blades attached to it, but it also looked like a bizarre sculpture with several arms reassembling bug legs emerging from it. At the center of it all, a gaze emanating from a single eye. Nice. Our eyes meet, yet I'm not looking at it. It's peeking at me. The pupil in that closed-off space is stealthily and at the same time persistently peeping at me. Immediately, a pair of saw blades furiously spun and tried to cut me down with enough force to grind even the air. By reflex, I managed to block the saw blade with my sword. Perhaps it isn't correct to say I managed to block it. It was unmanageable, so heavy that it's hard to accurately represent in words. The saw blade spun and came face to face with mine, and blood began to splatter in all directions from the blood-tinged red sword. If this situation persists, the sword itself will be cleaved apart. That by itself isn't an issue. I can always make a new sword from blood, but that would necessitate new blood to be shared to maintain the blade. I'd like to avoid that. As such, I wrap my body in my red cloak, becoming one giant drop of blood. The saw grinds even this, causing countless blood splutters to clammily drench the floor like a fountain. That, my friend, is an abnormality. Okay, so where the fuck did this abnormality come from? I have no clue. Wait, so you're telling me that from a distortion, if their entire reasons for existence from a distortion, if their values aren't changed, So they can turn into an abnormality if the desire is strong enough. People versus people fight. That's damn okay. So if the unconscious desire for something is strong enough, and their entire reasons for distorting has been abnormality is the destination of a distortion. Okay, interesting. So at the end they'll turn into an abnormality. Still one distort, just like the chicken max. So yeah, and mayors can still be brought back. Hello, cool dog. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day. Continue to have a good time on stream. We're just here on the last few pages of chapter 19 and then chapter 20. I'll end the stream. The fallen blood soon pools together, forming a puddle, and I became one with the blood, hiding my body within. Until all the blood on the floor dries up, I'll be able to reappear any time I want. No, to be more accurate, I had a feeling I could do so. How's the novel? Enjoying myself, definitely. I do think I like the switch up from chapter 11, from chapter 12 onwards to the novel. 15 lobotomy core for me, but I don't know. And this one is from Lobotomy Corporation. Interesting. This earned me just a little breathing room before the blood coagulates. I have to finish assessing the situation. The eye was still looking at me. It was something different from glaring. There was a vicious greed to it. It was craving and coveting after me with its eye. While I was in the puddle, it changed its target and began tearing the things crawling in the lab to pieces, even if they were only incapacitated. My efforts to save them had already been torn to shreds. Eventually, after slaughtering everything that moved before its eye, it turned its gaze straight to the next target. The three people standing behind one of the laboratory's shattered windows, Gubo, the researcher named Asiya, and Nanciol. As if satisfied with his observation, Gubo nodded to Asiya, who then opened the lab's back door. The corridor was visible through the slightly ajar door. Could Asiya already maneuver through the corridor? If so, he could have escaped from here, at any given moment. He must have had many reasons not to fly away, even though he knew how to open his cage. Leaving behind Nanciol, who was shouting in confusion, the two entered the corridor and promptly closed the door, and now Nanciol is alone. The many-legged box dashed towards him, spinning its saw blade. Nanciol will now understand the meaning of the situation. The only tool he has at his disposal is a somewhat thin knife made for extracting moonstones. A traitorous blade, adequate for gorging those without murderous intent, but not fit for standing up to those who have. Nanciol knows he will die without being able to put up a proper resistance, and he vaguely knows that I will try to save him from this situation. This saw blade wielding box, together with the cacophonous metallic sound, closes in on Nanciol until only one step remains, and that is when I emerge from the blood puddle, exposing my form. I swing my bloody sword, spraying blood droplets onto the box. Once dispersed, the embedded drops soon condense into a sharp blades to cut it apart. However, although the blood embedded itself in the box, it remained uncut. As if denying the violence born of blood, the blood daggers stick to the iron box without being able to pierce it, but that was enough to direct the box's attention to me. Its body turns around, and once again our gazes meet. I asked Nanciol who was behind it. What were your reasons for doing this? His reasons didn't matter at this point, but I just want to hear from Nanciol's mouth. I wondered what he had to gain from turning his back on me in the office, boss. Why did you do it? Resignation was visible in Nanciol's face. We both knew that we only had a few moments before we attract the box's gaze, and that the situation can reverse at any time. You can survive anything, but I can't. Unlike the ring, you wouldn't seek revenge that doesn't benefit your plan in the pursuit of singularity. However, I don't have the self-confidence to let myself be hunted down by the ring for the rest of my life. Was I the only one? I'm sure the others felt the same. So you thought that I would let you live? No, I didn't. Saying so, somehow Nanciol showed a weak smile, appearing to be a little exhausted. But my family will. You'll kill me, a traitor, but never touch my family. The ring wouldn't mind doing something like that. Still, at least it was in the middle. I closed my eyes. Nanciel's words carried a heavy weight. I'd wandered aimlessly along the road, relying on the orphanage, however. I couldn't protect even that. Nor could I properly avenge the children. So I could only wonder how uncertain and risky I must have seemed through my subordinate's eyes. Not only that, but to what extent was I able to protect someone I didn't know? In the end, I, who couldn't do anything right, was the one who pushed Nanciol into that choice. I failed to consider Nanciol's position, and Nanciol also didn't try to comprehend mine. In this world, moments of disconnect like these will inevitably occur. We thought we knew each other, but despite our overconfidence in our five senses, we couldn't truly understand each other. If I were to die, then I hoped to bring you down with me, but after all, my wish for death was a desire beyond my reach too. I shut my eyes, and during the fleeting moment it took to recollect the thoughts and emotions raging inside my mind, the box already had spun around and minced Nanciol's body. That immediate slaughter occurred before I was able to do anything. That thing couldn't think, only hunger. I once again hid myself in the puddle of blood. Inside the dots, I abandoned such sentiments as sorrow and grief that I could candidly express to Nanciol. No matter whose death unfolds before me, I have resolved to walk down this path. I didn't obtain enough information from the short clash I had with it, however, I instinctively knew that that thing was a new existence, wholly estranged from the sequence of dots that was the life of a human called Jumsun, something like a distortion yet different, or maybe. It was a very weak guess, but I had no time to leisurely solve that thing's origin. The air here is cold and dry, making spilled blood harden quickly. If all the blood dries up, I wouldn't be able to reveal my body and will be trapped on the floor as I am now. The gaze persistently followed me as I shifted my position within the blood. Its pupil steadily chased me as if it knew for certain where I was inside the puddle. I don't have much blood left in this familiar yet new weapon and armor. I felt like I'll be unable to use this ability anymore if I run out of blood. And if I were to happen, I'd die vomiting out all of my blood. These tools can only be used again if I fill them with someone else's blood. Thus I have to finalize my judgment before the blood dries up. As that thing emerged from a distortion, it cannot be a completely different nature from them, and therefore its existence as a being consumed by, and that behaves according to its desire, has in the end remained unchanged. That, from the beginning, may have yet another fact of the distortions. However, I still have no solid information about any of this, only vague guesses. I have no other choice than to amass what little information I have and grope my way forward. It should have been a strenuous task to locate my position within the blood in a general sense, but even inside the puddle, that thing maintains eye contact with me also. During the brief movement I close my eyes, the box moved from behind me to kill Nanciol and such. What that eye longs for is another's gaze. Interesting. Last one. I need to... Actually, before we do this, I need to... Yeah, one last be right back for the stream. Enjoy the Limbus music here. Just one last be right back. Give me like 2 minutes. Right, we're back. We're back for the final chapter. Let's go. We're back for the final chapter. Alright, peeps, let's continue this. One last time. Oh, right, I wanted to ask another question. Frey uploaded a video called everything we know so far about abnormalities, egos, and distortions, and it's like a little more than an hour long. I assume I'm supposed to watch that after literally finishing the entirety of Limbus Company, right? Right? Like I don't think I'm wrong there. Hopefully. But still, if anyone's seen that video, do inform me if you want. Ideally, yes. Okay. Gotcha. Because some Limbus Company videos do get recommended to me, and I've been trying my best to just, no, stay away. Don't give in to the urge. The curiosity. The curiosity killed the feline. Hello, Alicia, and welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and continue to have a good time on stream. Anyways, last chapter. Truly, he sang. Final book. Charon and Garnet. You'd also want to read Distortion Detective if you're interested in more. Fair. I closed my eyes. To look at someone is to capture them in your eye. It is to insert them into your awareness through the window called the eye. The glass window of this window is so clear in appearance that it seems to allow no distortion, but in truth it creates a biased sight, which is then taken to heart above everything else. That is to say, even though I look at it, I must not insert it into my gaze. I would say it would cover all the games. Yeah. So it would have spoilers, and it's like, I kind of want to know. At the same time, I kind of don't want to know, you know? It's that weird thing with Limbus where it's like, okay, I don't want to play the game because holy shit, that would be so long. And also, who the fuck is even watching it? I get Limbus Company because sleeper agents. But at the same time, Limbus Company is like legitimately the most popular piece of media by far. By a long shot, I should say. But yeah, Distortion Detective, now that's something I would be curious to read on my own. If one wills it, one's wish will always lay in their gaze, but as wishes are always far away, we must always maintain distance as well. As such, Mang, I saw it. I decided to no longer care about what it was, even if it killed what was once the children. Even if its original form was the man who made Garnet enter his cocoon, I would not put any emotion into my strike. I will remove it just as I would a block of stone, a hurdle placed along my path. I still had my eyes closed, so by my series of deductions it should have stayed still because it would only have moved if I looked at it. It itself is a 28 hours long visual novel. Ah, visual novels, my old friend. However, it didn't. It had moved to somewhere else. Is there still something in this place that can hold that thing in its gaze? There should be no surviving people here, however, so there shouldn't be any gazes. I heard the distorted noises of saw blades and the something solid, like a jewel shattering into tiny pieces. Yes, like the jewel Garnet was cocooned in. Oh, shit. Well, I heard the sound of what the voice would call an egg being broken apart, the sound of that huge crystal cracking and shattering were over in an instant. Only after that did it stop moving, and silence once again descended upon the laboratory. Garnet had been watching everything. In that opaque and solitary space he had watched the outside, always in a struggle to hatch. I slowly walked towards it, my eyes shut. I felt the shaking of the muscles of my closed eyes and sword-gripping hand. I took some steps. Until a while ago, I believed I could cut that thing down without emotion. If I were to attack with my blood-drenched weapon like that, I would be able to cut it, as if only empty air was there. However, I adamantly wanted to see its form struggling in pain, and so I chose to capture it in my gaze. Wow! I opened my eyes soon after I saw its machinery activate and its open pupil from the gap in the box. Immediately a mechanical arm bearing a saw blade flew in. Something blunt was needed to catch it. For that sake I stained my heart to coil the mang. The blood cloak, worn with resentment, was sturdier than before, but the indescribable greyation of the saw blade forced the blood to shed and burst, but I must bear it. I allowed what little blood I had left to gush out to endure this brutality. I put my hand on the cold metal box and looked it straight in the eye, hidden deep within. What are you looking at that makes you so pleased? And before my blood could run out and fall apart, two mang thrust. The mang spurred my thirst for the blood I was to spill, so I jabbed my blade deep into the box. The gazes, the people, the destiny that had until now merely observed the suffering of my life. As if cursing everything in this world, I poured out all the strength I could muster into it. The blade of blood embedded in its eye took on a sporadically pointed shape akin to a mass of thorns. This form was not of a sword meant to kill, but of a tool that purely inflicted pain. As if something broke in my head, I ceaselessly thrust the stake-like thorned sword into its eye socket. I couldn't protect anything, and I may never be able to. That I appeared as if it could see my whole life from past to present, dryly yet interestedly. It was as if I, who even let Garnet die, the one I could have saved, could only see my own impatience and naivete beyond that box. The box, as if trying to release itself from the agony, shook violently and, at the same time, fiercely pulled down its saw blade in an attempt to cleave me. My undying rage was directed at this thing that does not pay the price for peering at tragedy only for pleasure. Are the fruits of what I experience in the dots only rippling now? No. This wrath is towards myself for having forgotten about Garnet, even though I surpassed those dots, but also towards that thing which consistently peered without forgetting about Garnet. I stopped the sword that I had been plunging in for a while. Two eyes that shed blood and tears looked at the one eye in the hole also shedding blood and tears. Now I'm one. Now I'm the one who peers. The box, as if screaming, shook unceasingly. I drove the blood-woven woven blood even deeper into the gap in order to engrave the pain until the end. As the knife burrowed into a deeper place in the box, I felt it caught onto something. With all my might, I excruciatingly pulled the blade upwards, cutting it apart. Bro, cut up a fucking abnormality. Everything, from the flesh inside the box to the safe-like body, was sliced clean. The stream of blood that rose to the ceiling fell like broken hope that couldn't find a place to rest. The rain of red blanketed its body just as blood covered mine. Without me noticing, the lab was already painted red. The cold laboratory and machinery were stained with blood that could have belonged to anyone, and corpses, each telling its story, lay strewn about in disarray. Once warm, the blood cooled down, giving off a metallic stench. Yes, if there is hell, it would look like this. The scenery I've always seen is like this too. By the time I forgot myself in the stillness of the hell before me, I began to hear mechanical noises coming from a speaker somewhere in the lab. And then a familiar voice leaked out. It was Lan Yen's. I already knew what he was going to say. This moment also occurred in one of the innumerable despairs I encountered in the nodes, but I couldn't stay calm. My mind was perpetually darkened. But can you hear me, boss? If he was right, this should be the frequency. I think it's working. I have to tell you this. Lanian's breathing was coarse. Boss, the office has been attacked. He was talking with difficulty as if throwing up blood over his voice. There exists no device or means to transmit speech from the side. I have no choice but to listen to the words coming one-sidedly from the cold speaker. That picture we all saw together, the location of that laboratory, was in Encorp. The taboo hunters came here. They rummaged through the office, killed everyone. Due to my experiences in the dots, I had already put together several pieces of the puzzle in my head. The Ring's laboratory, which could only be reached through the corridor, was somewhere within Encorp, and footage of their nest, where filming is tabooed, found its way to our office. Oh, damn, that's something. Well, that's extremely inconvenient. However, I thought an officer our grade would be able to negotiate with the taboo hunters before the dispatch. I get the contents of that tape were a taboo for even of quite a high level. And since the film contained something absolutely unpardonable, we who saw the film were observed and identified in turn. Once Encorp's taboo hunters begin their pursuit, they will retrieve the footage after disposing of everyone who has seen it. This must have been the reason why Gubo, who works for Encorp, was at the Ring's auction house, though through the auction, he would go to the laboratory built somewhere in Encorp hidden by the ring, with the corridor identifying its location retrieved their researcher. The fact that Encorp's taboo hunters invaded our office located in VCorp's nest also meant that the two wings had already finished the necessary agreements and approvals. One day, I met with a group called the Elders of VCorp. They visited me under the guise of greetings and having a meal, and they spoke with the edges of their mouths stretched to their fullest. Contact us whenever you need. We'll always be on your side, Mr. Vergilius, understand? Weightless. Empty words. They weighted the scales between Encorp and I, and Encorp was simply heavier. Their tedious lip service didn't impact the weighing scale at all. Oh, boss, I'm sure you can negotiate with Encorp's golden horses, so I'm not worried about that, but Rikako, Nancyol, and Denver, please take good care of them. Through the speakers, I can faintly hear the sound of someone walking from behind the door where Lanyan was. And my special bonus, please pass it to those three when they grow up. Contact was lost with the roar of something being broken. No more words were left behind by Lanyan, only silence remained again. In the end, what I felt was no different from the emotions I endlessly experienced in Chumson's dots. But compared to the myriad despairs, this was no different from the pain of a paper cut. So it shouldn't have hurt any more, but the knife pierced the abscedent wound again before the calluses would form. I pressed down on the blood that was flowing out and endured it. No. Am I truly enduring it? I may have already shed all the blood inside me and met my end. I may have already shed all the blood inside me and met my end, huh? After cutting that thing down, a small safe-like box had been left in front of me. I stood before the unmoving box and quietly stared down at it. What kind of monster doesn't die or disappear but leaves behind something like this? I left the box there and began to take the next step. Now that I've lost everything, I have to leave this place, cut everything down in my path and go to where I need to go, because the city needs to be punished. How ironic. Now that I've lost everything, that man who suffered the same came to mind. Hey, you're still living the simple life? You got a color, so why not try to do something that brings a little more money? It seems marriage was worth it. Does it look that way? Your blade looks duller than we first met, and now you have that odd laughter mixed in. It's quite unpleasant. I guess it's obvious. Truth is, even back when I wore my mask in front of you, I felt like you could see through me. That pressure in your eyes still hasn't changed. If someone heard this, they'd think we had met often. We'd only worked together under the blood-red night case, right? Well, that incident did drag on for way too long. Despite calling my gaze a pressure, he was one of the few people that would casually directly look in the eye. That man, previously so busy with hiding behind a mask and suppressing himself, now had become so sly he could show his face and talk freely and at length by himself. Why are you living in District 9? When you could have gone to another nest. Well, the nests we hoped to enter rejected us, but my wife likes it here, so... I-Corp? District I, okay. In many cases, fixers who have reached a certain grade are denied migration to nest based on past requests, performances, or contracts. Conversely, this means that others are more eager to let high-grade fixers into their nests. Ah, you know how it is. If you set your mind to it, you can enter a nest, but it's really important which nest you get into. And even if there you have to find a good location, then a house with the options you like, so you can't move in that easily. Plus, you have to consider the price of the house, which has been going up, and the schools in the area, as they'll become important later on. So that's why people say that once you enter a nest, it's hard to move out without a special reason. You have a lot to say about it as much as you desire it. Yeah, I'm a little greedy. So what's your desire? People who have risen to a certain status always want at least one thing because that's how they've crawled their way up. Those who wanted to rise above the city had to do everything in their power. It takes a desire that shields one against a vice to climb up this cliff, as one wrong step would likely result in a fall. Didn't you say this was your last job? Didn't you say this was your last job? Yep, and it's almost time we get going. Come to think of it, it's pretty crazy I'm going to do my last job with you. It wouldn't hurt to tell you at this occasion, then. Unwittingly, I lightly spoke out the desires and world I had pictured in my mind. At our first meeting, he seemed to abhor everything he saw, such that he would bow his head and hide his face from the world. It was as if he was trying to bear the sins of the city. Was that why I thought he had what it took to understand my world? Seriously? Yes. That's unexpected. I don't understand why everyone who gets a color ends up having a screw loose without exception. I get it, he just didn't think of a sincere joke either way. Well, yeah, but considering it's you, it might not be impossible. A loud pause of silence. But don't take everything so seriously. That's that, and this is this. I looked at him, quietly smiling. Do you guess who Vergilius is talking to? No. I have no idea. Wait, is it the Indigo Elder? Is it the... Nah, that's... Nah. No, it's someone else. Anyways. I can't say I know you well, but I don't think those words suit you. That's that, and this is this. I see. You were exhausted as well. Or rather, did your initiative reach its... I see, you were exhausted as well. Or rather, did your initiative reach its end here? There? Not wanting to use my eyes any further, I stopped them again, and we executed our request. Oh my fucking god. What? It seems So you're telling me the fucking Black Silence rolled who pretended to be the... Maybe he climbed the ranks to be a color, or either pretended to be a grade 9 fixer as a disguise. He's married, went with Vergilius for a lot of for some missions, so he knows Vergilius from back then. He's moved to District 9. What the fuck? Wow. Hello, Nick Castro. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day and did you have a good time on stream? How long has it been since that day? The city has brimmed with light and darkness for quite some time. The sound of a piano had also echoed far and wide for a while. Oh, shit. Oh my! Wait, did he lose a loved one in that? Oh, did he lose a loved one in that? So that was a hint. That distortion. By the time I myself realized it, something was already speaking to me in my darkened room. Red gaze, very involved in this incident. His voice, which I hadn't heard in a long time, held spiteful malice and murderous intentions. Together with it came a foul stench of blood. I did not notice such a dark presence because of the intense patience of the intruder, who was capable of perfectly concealing in all the shadows. If I recall the conversation, yeah, he had a wife. District 9. What happened in the mirror world? Bro lost his wife. In that distortion event, huh? That's what I'm gonna assume. Oh, going by the nuggets I have. And I mean, after that incident, now he's spiteful and murderous, right? Like silence. You didn't ask for permission as usual. I felt as if I could see tear-filled eyes beyond this mask. I've been informed of what happened and I feel sorry for it. But I'm also curious as to why you believe I was involved in that. You feel sorry? Quit it with this worthless speech. My sympathetic feelings were genuine, but it's also true that my words had no worth. There was no words of comfort in this world that I can offer to this person. Grief and sorrow are his to bear, and nothing can replace them. The same applies to me. As such, there is nothing either of us can do about it. Any words we'll exchange here after will not be words meant to touch the heart. Now, this one, depending on what I say, will try to murder me immediately, and when he does, I must do my best to defend myself and slay him in turn. I must consider all such possibilities, then choose my words and actions carefully as if I had a starved, ravenous beast in front of me. Damn! Red Gaze, you once told me about the world you desire. It's because of that conversation we had in the past that I'll point out that you've got it completely wrong. That slip of the tongue. Was he able to understand the wish laden in those words? That's nothing more than a dream I once had. I can't even begin to put it into practice. It's merely an ideal. I looked into the eyes that were hidden somewhere beyond the mask. Some time passed, and in time a deep, hoarse voice arose. You better be telling the truth. The black masked someone calmly opened the door and left, disappearing into the darkness and quiet, never to be seen again. The words I was unable to speak out, mixed together with the still stirring bloodlust in the air, whirled around my throat. Even if such a world really came to pass, even you as you are now would be at peace. If such a world really came to pass, even you as you are now would be at peace. Oh? The silence of that time which approached as if an uninvited guest raised a valid point. The time to create such a world has arrived. From here I can hear only a low sound coming from the laboratory. Most of the It came from the test tubes that contained the orphanage's children. Most of the tubes were forced open and the children that changed to the glass window were lying dead on the floor. However, a single test tube closed, and now it was slowly opening. I saw a face I thought I would never see again. The face, quietly and expressionlessly looking at me, was that of Lapis. I ran straight to Lapis. Lapis. She had no external wounds, however, she didn't reply, for her pupils no longer looked at the light like the past. Her eyes no longer bound to the wheel of time, so a different world beyond this one. So, oh my fucking god. So, the rings experiment became true. Lapis's existence was successfully fucking overwritten by a mirror world's existence. Holy shit. In the success of Jumson's experiment, Lapis no longer exists. Expelled and overwritten by Charon, Lapis is effectively dead. The light that I held as a lighthouse was merely a shadow on the water, and there was no island after all. Thus I decided to turn my back on the child in front of me. It would only dig up more of my wounds, so I had to sever our connection before it was built. This is both for my and Charon's sake. I approached the various administrative and recording devices installed in the chamber where Gubo and Nansiol were. I had to print out and organize all the technical documents about the ring's research. I had to use everything available. And now you know why Vergilius cares for Charon. Yep. So I paid no mind to whose and how much blood stained this data. The only thing that mattered was whether it was valuable or not. Funny enough, if Virgil want to bring back Lapis, he'll also have to say goodbye to Charon, who at the end of Limbus he already have a bond with. Yeah. The only thing that mattered was whether it was valuable or not. The strange child in the shape of Lapis walked to my location. Charon, hungry. Without reply, I kept collecting documents. That child, without any reaction in particular, walked to another spot. Those papers hold some high-value information. Companies and fixers would have make good deals came to mind. At this rate, I should be able to attain the power needed to take the first step. The moment I thought so, the corpses of Rikaku and Nansiol entered the ages of my gaze. I stopped what I was doing and moved to Rikaku's front. His eyes, fallen and backstabbed, looked at shadows. I closed his eyes. I took off my coat and covered Nansiol's minced body. Her eyes, okay. And before I realized it, Charon was observing me. What are you doing? Charon found this shiny thing. It's warm. Oh, a fragment of garnet, as literally condensed into a jewel. Charon reached out her hand. It was a hand with no alertness or fear. Suddenly, the pit of my stomach began to hurt. The pain that pierced my back, caused by that very same hand, in one of the many alternate words, felt more bearable than this. In Charon's hand was a red jewel. The jewel garnet was cocooned in, but that was broken and shattered by those saw blades, losing its light and warmth. Yet the piece Charon held was shining as if crying. Among the numerous tiny fragments, this was the only one that shined. I was about to grab the piece Charon held out, but she withdrew her hand again. Charon found it in that pile, so it's Charon's. I like it. It's warm. I painfully suppressed the emotion that seemed to be squeezing my throat. Charon is curious about the name of this shiny, do you know? Garnet, a jewel that shines red. In the end, my heart didn't wish to exchange words, slowly melted down before this child who had picked up a star in the night. Why does this thing called the heart not work as I wish it to? A star in the night? Boom. Together with the sound of an explosion, one of the lab's doors is blown open. They look quite different from the N-Corp's taboo hunters. Actually, it doesn't matter what or who they are. I seize the handle of my gladius once more. LCA's Special Operations Team completed entry into operational position. Red has been found. The area is now surrounded by the second camp. Who the fuck are some of these LCA members? They are highly equipped with the tech. An unfamiliar name was heard, but that didn't bother me. They were probably just one of the obstacles on the road that I would have to cut down anyway. That thought in mind, I was about to put some strength into the hand holding my sword when... No, there's no need to shed blood anymore. Someone walked out from the middle of the armed group. A person with hair that seemed white from a distance, but greyish up close, stood before me. She showed no hesitation or nervousness towards my sword-wielding appearance. Rather, the calm. She seems to simply be fatigued by everything, a familiar feeling. Boredom. I am Faust of the Limbus Company. This is the first time I've heard of such a company, but since this is a company, they must have rated this lab for its technology. I know what you want and I can help you achieve it. I regard it as nothing more than lip service of an employee, a truly worthless statement. Lapis and Garnet, we can give those two back to you. Here comes the fucking mirror world as a source of information for... Here comes the mirror as a source of information for Faust. I motionlessly stared at her words. I felt my eyes tremble for a moment. I planned to walk the path on my lonesome, but the red light shining from a jewel shattered to pieces. The warmth of that light offered to me by a child, both familiar and different. That single sentence from a stranger which compelled me to turn my head, if only faintly, to the light, and a faded promise from the past. They seized me, stopping in my tracks. How about it, Redcase? Would you like to work with Limbus Company? I closed my eyes. Let's hear what you have to say. And that's fucking how. That's fucking how. Vergilius joined the Limbus Company? Oh my god. How long did this take, by the way? For me to read and go through everything? It took me 7.5 hours. God fucking damn. Anyways, I'm not editing this into a video. This can stay as a stream in the depths of time, lost to the sea of content that I'll be uploading. But anyways, man, if I went through some pages quicker, and if I wasn't dawdling on the comic so much at the beginning, I could have compressed it down to like a 6-hour stream. But yeah, that was it for this stream. Thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed. Be sure to like and subscribe. It helps out the channel a ton. I would really appreciate all support I get. For all the Water Watchers I couldn't catch it live, remember there's the comment section down below to comment out all your thoughts, any theories you may have, without spoiling, of course. And I shall see you in the next one, which is not going to be Limbus. Okay, we have had in Limbus content. The next one's going to be Arknight's stream. Trust. Promise. Anyways, join the Discord if you want to join as well. Link in the description. We both have channels for Arknight's players and Limbus players, so spread your Limbus propaganda there, Sleeper Agents. Anyways, let us close the stream for now. For the light to be turned on to the stream in the next one. I was trying to copy ending line, but that didn't work. Anyways. Goodbye. Good night.